Donations down to the front, please, so we can get this started. Appreciate your time. Samoa, PNG. Can we make your way down? Testing. Samoa, can we also please ensure that the captains and flag bearers are up by the DJ, please?
No fun here, right? It's Friday, it's Saturday, Sunday,
thank you, All Nations, all the delegates, thank you for coming down. Really appreciate that you guys made it here on time. We're going to get started with our opening ceremony. The first part of our opening ceremony is our flag bearers, so we're going to be calling them down. Once we do that, we'll get into the ceremony. We all good? Everyone's pumped? Okay. Our First Nations, introducing Cook Islands, Captain Hayden Parsons and Brianna Nathan. For a round of applause. Our Second Nation, the Indigenous, Captain for the men's, Chase Shaw, Captain for the women's, Rani Hassan. Oh, sorry, Rani Hagen. It's their first year in the competition. Give them a big hand. Our Indigenous captains. It's great to have them here. Representing the Maori, Captain for the men's, Hoani Wanakore, Captain for the women's, Marama Thomas. Give them a big representing Niue, Captain for the men's, Cohen Pahiva, Captain for the women's, Mariko Edwards. Give them a big round of applause. Let's give a big round of applause for our first-time participants, Norfolk Islands, Captain Reuben Beek. First-time participants. Representing PNG, Captain Josh Cottrell. Ladies and gentlemen, our last Pasifika nation, the island. Testing. The island of Samoa. Men's captain Jesse Leituwai. Women's captain Caitlin Norfolk. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Testing. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for this wonderful. I'm going to ask Robin.
And that is made up of 8. So as a proud Mananjali woman, I would like to welcome each and every one of you here today. I would also like to acknowledge all elders of all cultures, both past, present and future, for without their knowledge, wisdom, guidance and forethought, we wouldn't be where we are today, and I sincerely give them thanks. So again today, have fun, enjoy, be safe, and go the Indigenous side. I'm so sorry. So Jingi Walu Wala Jimbi, welcome to you to their country.
Thank you, Auntie Robin. Ladies and gentlemen, give her a big hand of applause. Thank you for your welcome to country. Now, being a Pacific Nation tournament, we are all grounded by our foundations in our faith. So the next part of this is we're going to ask my sister Jo here from the Cook Islands to come and open us up with a prayer.
Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for this wonderful day that you have blessed us. We thank you, Father, for your wonderful blessings. We ask that you be upon our players, all our officials, and those that have made this day possible for each and every one of us. We give you grace, we give you honour, we give you blessings, and we acknowledge the wonderful people of our nation that have allowed us to be here on their wonderful land. We give you all the glory and the praise. We ask to keep our players safe on the field. May the integrity of our nations rise above all, and the love for each brother and sister withstand all challenges. Father, we honour you always. In your wonderful name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Jo. Okay, make some noise. Is everyone excited for today? Yeah, just a couple of announcements to make. Firstly, just about this year's event. 3 new nations joining the competition. We have the Indigenous, the Maori and Norfolk. Now, the Indigenous and Maori, they were here last year, but this year they're in the competitive competition. So it's very excited to have them. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Before I go any further, I do want to acknowledge Auntie Robin for the welcome to country. I also want to acknowledge the Yugambeh people of this land, and I also want to pay respects to the elders past, present and future. And I also want to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people that are present today, as well as our Pacific nations. We're very excited as well. We've got 2 great fields. Last year, remember, we had 3 fields, this year 2 fields. The exciting thing about this year is that there's live stream on every field. How exciting is that? So everyone around the world is going to be able to see your games. Obviously, we've got DJ Flats up there, the entertainment. He's going to be playing throughout the day, during the games, and even after the tournament. acknowledge one of our partners and new partners, the only man behind Global Touch Scene, Mr. Tim. Touch. He's here and he's partnered with us this year. I now want to acknowledge our major sponsors for our sponsors. Nick, if anyone knows Nick, he's the owner or organiser of the Greenlee Multi-Sports. He sponsors this event. He provided the fields. There's an A-grade game playing here today. He's put them over to field 3 so that we can take precedence. It's a wonderful thing. Give it up for Mick up in the cafeteria there. Then you mata from Grubby's Burgers and Hawaiian Barbecue. They've sponsored player of every match, so for 37 games there's going to be a player of the game at the end of each game. We also have Masini Tennis Club, who is our DJ. He's also sponsoring the player of the tournament this year, and he's got some exciting. Our partner, and I've just mentioned him, Sid Guthrie. He's been a big hand. He's been involved just in less than a week, and the poster he's put up has gone global and has set thousands and thousands of people. So you're going to be watched all over the world. Our major sponsor, and we can't have done this without them. As you will see all over the fields, all throughout, is the name Stratties. Stratties are the major sponsor for this, and we want to give us a massive hand for this year. Also want to acknowledge the tirelessly done the hard work behind the scenes to get you guys to do what you have. I touch my hat, and I want to acknowledge them today. Also, the committee for Australia for their tireless volunteered efforts to bring this tournament together. Can't thank them enough. Now, more importantly, I want to thank you guys, because you guys make this tournament, you guys make this for the best that we have in the future. So, from our committee, from all those that have come, the army, we want you to enjoy today. Have fun. Everything has been set up for you. We really want you to enjoy it today. We want to the only thing that I want you to know now is for the teams that are playing first, if we can make our way to the photography, which is just about a side here, because you guys will be taking the photos first. This is please stay here, and we will just rotate the teams to have our team photos before we start getting.
You know I love music. Every time I hear something.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mind and they beeswax. I don't never cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something. My focus is A1. Every dog has his day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grinding, I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding. And I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you when I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. They ain't coming close to me. Flow is on atomic, I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we balling out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. Ain't no in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target and practice. Yeah. And I'm just getting started, getting feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt. Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mindin' they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something, my focus is A1. Every dog has his day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grinding, I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding, and I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you when I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. They ain't coming close to me. Flow is on atomic, I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we ballin' out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. They know in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target and practice. Yeah. And I'm just getting started, get my feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt. Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
Hello and welcome to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Cup. Proudly brought to you by Struddy's, Seventh Touch, and our other major sponsors. Looking like a beautiful day here at Bill Norris Oval in Beenleigh. If you're floating around the traps, let's make sure you all get down and have a look. My name is Gary Sonder, and I'll be joined by the famous Ryan Ndipa as my guest commentator.
Good morning, Gary. How are you feeling this morning, mate?
Very good. Looks like an exciting day.
It is. These sort of events do a big job in bringing together all the islands, but also all the talent from all the islands. And I'm looking forward to checking out all the different talents. A lot of big names that we can see. A lot of superstars spread across a lot of their nations. So I'm real keen to see today's fixture. First up for you, we have the Cook Islands Men's Open versus the Niue Men's Open, as the captains are just on the field now, getting instructions from Lee, the head refs. We've got, I don't know off the top of my head how many refs we've got out here, but Lee's done a good job in organising them. 3 back-to-back major weekends. He's just done NTLs 2 weeks ago, then the Casuarina Cup last week, and then he's brought the troops out for another week this week as well. So big shouts out to Lee and the team there.
Yeah, it never stops, does it, touch football? It's from one tournament to another.
As you can probably hear on the back, we've got music pumping, the vibes are going here on a Saturday morning. We're ready to get this comp underway. We've done our opening ceremonies, which is a good feature for this event now, and we're ready to start the round 1 games. I believe that was a hooter that just went off in the back.
It was, and Ryan, a feature of last year, we loved the flags, didn't we?
Oh, we definitely love the flags. I believe there was a running theme that the strongest wind flag ended up being the winner.
That was it. And Niue, they've rocked the flag out straight away,
Niue do
so
have
they're
the flag.
favourites.
They've probably taken a leaf out of. Oh, I think I just cut out.
Okay, so the teams are coming onto the field, and we're ready to go.
Oop, just experienced a bit of technical difficulty there, Gary. Everything should be good now.
Okay, what's your prediction for this one, Ryan? Obviously, the Cook Islands are the reigning premiers from last year.
Yeah, so they'll be coming out red hot. As you can see, they've tapped off with the ball there, and we have Aiden Masters there with the ball. The Masters are a big feature in this Cook Island team, as Aiden, and they just go.
Oh, it's a great touch there, diving touch there. Bombs long. I think he's just killing the play there to box them in.
We can definitely hear you. It's just...
Sorry about that white noise, that dead noise there. I was just experiencing a bit of technical difficulties there on the mics, but we're back up and running. And as you can see, the Niue men's quickly work it over to their box to try and get some fresh numbers on. Good defensive set from them as they work up just over halfway here. Bringing the ball forward, going to look for a middle strike dump, and that's the man right there. Tatana, some of these names, Gary, I tell you what.
Yes, you're going to have to excuse us for the pronunciation. We might refer to them as number 1 and number 2.
Yes, and Superstar 1 and Superstar 2, because some of these kids with their footwork and lightning passes, and they've just struggled to get out of their half, Cook Island have, so Niue will get the ball back with a roll ball just over halfway as they work it up there with their winger.
And you'll notice we've got 2 fields going today, both being live streamed, so you can, when you get sick of our commentary, Ryan, you can jump over to field 2 and listen to some real commentators.
Yeah, definitely. Listen to the pros really talk about touch and not talk about everything else that's happening. As Joel...
There's a chance.
Just cracks it over, and Cook Island come up with a great touch there in the middle. And we've got Joel here setting up an attack, sort of barking orders around with Taimana as the number... Oh, that's an interception, and he's gone.
He's away. You reckon they're going to get him?
Oh, can he make it all the way? Can he make it all the way?
Yeah,
that's a great touch there from the number 10. And Cook Island will have a great striking opportunity here on their 7 metre. As you can see there, Kailani gets, and he just threads it between the needle, and that's a good touch from Niue.
He thinks he scored there, but the referee's called the touch.
Oh, unlucky there not to get that. What are your opinions on the flick back to halfway, the fancy flick backs, guys?
It's a bit teddy bear to me, mate. I'd rather just hand it to the opposition and sub off, to be honest, but they're all into it. If you can flick it and get it to halfway, well,
Why not?
Go for it.
Why not? And so they're going to play touch 2, I believe that is. As we can see, Kalani here getting out of half, or just hits a short ball there. They go for the quick second phase, and as it play through, the ref's just giving them another set.
It's a bit of a 50-50 call there. He dumped right on the try line, and he's got lucky to probably get the penalty for a push there.
As we've got Devon there with the ball in hand. And Rico Masters and Devon sort of directing traffic in that middle. Rico Masters plants there for that kick.
Oh, good ball.
That's a great ball.
Oh, nice.
And we've got Rico Masters coming around the corner, and I think he's got that one.
Yep, he has indeed.
And that's the opening tries there for Cook Island.
Great play there from the winger.
That is a great play.
Stepped back inside and threw a little pass to the late wrap. Caught him out.
As you can see here, that Rico Masters, he just does not stop working off the ball. Does not stop working off the ball.
So 1-0 to the Cook Islands. And here goes Niue trying to strike back.
They come through there with Jodeci almost threading through the needle there as Patrick Land gets the half. Ooh, that's good defense there from Cook Island. It's always good to defend a try right after you score, guys.
100%.
They say it's not a try unless you've defended it, as you'd know from your many years playing in several comps and winning them, of course. As we see Cook Island just bringing their over halfway. Good drive there by Aiden Masters. Oh, and he's just taken through, and he finds Rima. Ooh.
He's a bit of flash play there from the Cook Islands is what these island nations bring, isn't it, Ryan?
100%. They do bring a bit of flair. Well, they bring a whole lot of flair, really. It's always eyes up footy, which makes it really entertaining to watch and real great. And that's what comps like this are designed for, to showcase that sort of that natural ability of these kids. As we can see, Niue there, just bringing out a half, or when he can get a pass away, but unfortunately he was just touched, and that just makes 6 touches. We've got Cook Island bringing it out of their end, just going to look for quick subs here as they come through to touch 3. Just getting over halfway, touch 4 there. With Devon.
Now, number 1, Ryan, at dummy half now, Kingston
Day. Oh, and Devon with a lightning right foot. Oh, and the refs just, what do they call? They've called a forward pass, I believe.
He's a Eastern Suburbs junior, and I coached him many years ago, and he's blossomed into such a really great player now and getting plenty of airtime with the Cook Islands in all these comps that they're entering in now.
Yeah, right. There's one to look out for, Kingston Day. As Niue get the penalty. Oh, no, that's actually a turnover to Cook Island.
I think he's got him for 7 on there.
That 7 on course is a great piggyback, especially if you're against the rope sort of, and the other team's keen to get on, and they just get their numbers wrong. As we can see, the man with the ball there, Kingston Day. As Devon's sort of directing traffic, telling them which way to go. We've got Kalani with ball in hand.
For the sweeper.
Oh, and he's done well to get that ball off. As you're just setting up a middle platform. Oh, and they've just got the count wrong. As Niue defend that set, and now they can work their way to their box to find more subs. Oh, and they've just dropped it.
I was just about to say,
you were
really
just going
to complete this.
You were just going to. Is that called the commentator's curse, or what's that when it's done in reverse? What does that mean when you?
I call it the crystal ball.
Oh,
they
okay,
kind of knew what was going to happen before it happened.
There's your man Kingston Day there.
Cook Island's getting some fresh legs on here. I'm going to predict a try here after back-to-back
They've got Jimmy
errors.
Edwards there and they good to get a penalty. As Jimmy Edwards taps it in the middle of the field and gets a fresh set of 6 on Niue's line. Let's see what they can create here. 2 boys in the middle. You can just see that they're setting up for a bit of a middle play as they run a quickie. Oh, and he tests them out in the middle. And Niue's come up with a brilliant touch there through Tamana. And they're going to set up which looks like a sweeper platform. And he comes back short side and he's through. Oh. And that's just brilliant work there from Jackson Tevi to
got a little bit lost there, the winger.
Yeah.
It was short side.
And what's
Everyone
happened
just
there is
needed
he's
to man on.
And they've just caught that winger, I think a bit ball watching maybe. And Hezekiah's just darted out from half. Gave the dummy to the sweep on the open side, cut back along short side, and then found his winger to complete the try there.
It was probably brave play because he decided to go to half on the second or third touch there. And
yeah.
If it backfired on him, coach wouldn't have been happy, but he's managed to get through and pick up the winger, and Cook Islands lead 2-0.
That's definitely right. Let's see if Niue can reply with a try of their own. As we see Tamana bring it out to the link, and he scoots in for a counties play. It's directing traffic. We've got a sweeper coming around. Oh, and they jag a penalty for not moving forward or pulling out of the touch.
That's correct call. They had a sweeper set up there, and the middle pulled out of the touch to stop the play, and the refs nabbed him for it.
That's good footwork there. And he's calling them up again, trying to jag off another penalty as they go open side. And Angus just worked his way through the half, and it's,
he's gone
what's
over
he
the
done
dead
there?
Ball line.
Unlucky. Unlucky there, guys. He's done all the hard work, and then unfortunately just a misstep over the dead ball line.
Did very well to separate those 2 middles and get through, but...
Oh, and Cook Island get a bit of a penalty for a rough touch as they get to tap it just over halfway and work their way forward. Now, let's see. Cook Island seem to have all the field position here, Gary. They seem to work their way up the field a bit more comfortable. It looks like they're comfortable getting to the line, and then they're getting, obviously, their cracks when they get there. As they set up the ML platform, what do you reckon about that one, guys? Was there a bit in there, or is that an Oscar-worthy performance, that one, or do you think that was a...
I think he got a little bit tangled up, and he's hurt himself a little bit here, so...
It actually does look like he's
done the old left knee, so we won't give him the Oscar for that one.
As Kingston Day scoots in and connects with Devon.
Oh, was that the mousetrap then?
I think that was. And I think the mousetrap got them because it's a ball to ground and turned over for the Niue team, and they get the chance to work it out of their half, and hopefully they can complete their set. The last set, they were unfortunate not to complete that, so maybe they can get a good transition here, work their way down and set up for some of their strike players to...
They've been isolated early, so that 6 again is going to help them.
Yep, definitely. And now they have fresh on, so they want to be looking forward to making their way down to that 7 so they can set up for a great attacking set as they just take their first touch on the 7, and the refs called a halt in play.
Yeah, I think that's the knee injury that we saw a few touches ago, the left knee.
Ooh. And they've spotted him. I hope he's okay, the young fella. That's Devon Teki.
Okay, Ryan, 2 minutes 50 to go. I'm thinking that a try here for Niue will bring them back into this contest.
Yeah, you really do want to finish off a half sort of on a high, whether that's a try or just executing some of the plays. That was a good take there by the number 11. And they get another penalty, so they can get a fresh set of 6 here with the last 2.5 minutes.
They've been marched all the way up the field here, Ryan, so this is a great opportunity for punish play.
And the wingers just come in to great... Rima for the Cook Islands, the number 5. The wingers there has just done a good job in getting up in that passing lane and made a touch there on that link. As we see number 4 number 4 for Niue, Joel.
What's his surname, Ryan?
Setting up the attack. Oh, and has he finished that?
I think he scored.
Yes, he
there.
has.
That's a great try.
And that's exactly what you want. And that's by our man there, Joel Holomatutama. I'm really close with the Holomatutamas, and they won't be pleased with me not getting that name wrong.
little quarterback play here, was it?
No, there was just a standard quickie, and he's just caught that link, maybe not staying tight enough. So Cook Island get a right of reply before the half. They've got a minute and a half. Let's see if they can. Let's see if they can conjure something.
Well, they have.
They have, as Horatio Edwards, rather, has set up with a beautiful rooster platform, come back on the short side and found his winger.
It's the second time Niue's been exposed on the short side, Ryan. Maybe they need to be protecting short and forcing them to bomb the 4-on-3s rather than just the 3-on-2 passes.
Yeah, definitely. Guys, you think the floodgates will start opening up now that a few tries are out of the belt? So hopefully we can see Niue come back with a quick reply of their own.
Well, they did all.
And as I say that,
he's got him for a forward pass.
Oh, and that's just very unlucky. That was a very good, well-executed play. They faked that ML platform, and they hit the other middle, and then they sort of came back for a ninja. What would you call that play, actually, guys? Because the way I just explained it would be too long. If I'm standing there next to my other middle trying to tell him that when we've got less than 30 seconds to score a try, it'd be kind of hard, wouldn't it?
I think I'd just stick to ninja there.
No, yeah. Or you'd just say, give me the ball. You just say, hey, Ryan, give me the ball. As he throws it out with 15 seconds left, they're just going to see the half off with a 3-1 score margin. And as you can hear in the background there, that's the hooter. Oh, and they've threaded it through. Is that play through? Oh, no, that was unlucky. Let the boys play, Lee.
Play, ref. Come on. That's twice in a minute that he's got.
Oh, he really does. As we can see, can Cook Island come up with a last-minute play?
Wow.
Imagine if that was an interception and he darted through.
Just when you think there's 10 seconds to go and we're just going to make the touch, there was a possibility of 2 or 3 tries in that 10 seconds.
That's it.
So if we can recap that first half, Ryan, Cook Islands were probably had the majority of field position, but Niue struck back and got to 2-1, and then unfortunately didn't defend that lead like you spoke about before, defending that set of 6 after you score a try. So the Cook Islands probably seeming comfortable here at 3-1, but we'll take a short break and we'll be back for the second half.
No worries, guys.
And we are back. Just around the grounds, Ryan, in the other match on field 2. It looks like a bit of a shock first half with PNG leading the Indigenous side 5-2. It must make you very proud, Ryan.
Yeah, to be fair, it's not a shock for me, guys. I mean, I could have told you that at the start of the game, that we'd be leading by about 5-2, probably finish the game at about 100-0. As we can see the boys getting out to start this second half, I really feel that Niue, both their tries, their second try sort of came off a place through the middle. They're having chances and cracks, and they're finding little gaps in the middle. They've just got to execute, and it's the little calls like the forward passes, as we see Tamana bring it forward. As I said, for an open side quickie, and Tamana's got him on a foot race, and it was Joel.
That's a great call from
and that's a great call. And Joel's been involved in both both tries now. He's set up one, and then now he's scored one. So he's doing the Holomotutamas. Very, very proud. Shout out to Jamie's younger sister who's playing for the, and I say younger on purpose.
So if you're coaching Niue, you would have said at halftime, let's get the next try, and that's what they've done. So bang, straight away after tap off, 3-2. Can they hold on here, Ryan?
Let's see if Cook Island can conjure up as they set up for a sweeper. And we see Jaden just dancing around with it in the middle. Young Jaden Graham there with the ball in hand, and he's setting up for Aiden Masters. Ooh. And that puts an absolute dime there for the link, and he just couldn't take that ball in, but that was a great pass, wasn't it, Gary?
It was indeed, and I just think he must have seen the big Niue winger coming in late there out of the corner of his eye, and that put him off.
You know, sometimes your eyes do light up when you think you're about to score, and you think about, oh, this is going to be an easy try. You forget the first step, which is catching the ball. You see fifth and last, and they're sort of playing around with it. And he's just found a gap straight through the middle, and just like that, Niue's hit back with 2 quick tries. And as you can see in the background, guys, the flag is flying high, guys.
Is flying. We knew that by bringing a flag, that would bring them back into this second half.
100%, and just like that, they've tied it up.
Miscommunication between the middle of Cook Islands again, and you targeted a minute ago that Niue's best chance is to go between the two middles. That's where Cook Islands seem to be struggling a bit, and they've done it again.
They have, with 2 quick tries, and they've evened the score up to 3-3 as Cook Island have their chance to strike back. And let's see what they can conjure up there with your man, Kingston Day. He's in the middle with Devon. They're sort of dancing around with it, trying to get the right middle, trying to get their player to come up, whichever player they want to isolate that defender. And they have, and he's bombed a big left to right pass, and it's just found ground. So Niue have actually done a good job of scoring both tries and defending them well.
They have. The first minute and a half of this second half has been, one that...
and as we say that, guys, we've just given them the commentator's curse. And they've turned the ball over.
I was just about to praise the coach for what a magnificent halftime speech he must have done.
So we have Cook Island back attacking the Niue line with Kalani just punishing the link there. And he's got him on the outside. And that's a play through.
Now, Ryan, I don't know what you think, but the way things work at the moment, they're doing what they call sequencing, where they have a couple of cracks in the middle early, and then so they don't just set up plays anymore. They have a crack in the middle, and they'll move it to link. Now, one of the easiest plays to run is the punish play. I'm not a fan of letting that link make the touch on the early touches. On these early touches, they're going to just try and do a quickie on the middle link. Mm-hmm. So I'd prefer my middle to make it, forcing them back to the 4-on-3. I think the link making it just exposed himself like he did then.
As we can see, Niue just, Jodeci coming around in the sweep. They're just turning back on the inside for Cohen as Cohen drives in for their man Vaughan, and he's out of half, hit short. Did that hit a Cook Island player's hand?
I think it might have been thrown into him, to be honest. Mm-hmm. It looks like they got their defence a little bit more sorted in the middle then.
Definitely. So Cook Island have a chance to get some troops on for a fresh set. And there's a bit of a...
Did he put his hand up and ask for a pillow then? He was stuck in the ruck that badly.
And so they get a fresh set of 6 just behind their halfway line as they're going to make touch 2 just over halfway, working their way down to Niue's line. As we see there, Horatio with the ball standing in the middle. Let's see what the call is. And they set up for a middle play. Horatio with the ball, and he's got him. That's a beautiful, beautiful work play there from the young kid, Horatio.
Little quarterback again.
Edwards. Yes, a little quarterback platform. And it's just going tit for tat at this point.
Yeah, so they've done pretty well here, Cook Islands. They conceded 2 early ones, and then they've struck back and got that 2-try lead again.
Yeah, from the young Horatio and Edwards and Aiden Masters just connecting there in the middle to give Cook Island their 5th try. And so Niue's just come out of this half and scored 2 tries back-to-back, and Cook Island's just turned around and done the exact same thing and pushed this lead to 5-3. As we can see, Cook Island there Come on, trying their chances in the middle. As Mr. Tamana with the ball in hand.
Oh, good strike from the link.
And that is a great strike. And he's got that ball.
On him. It's a
he's
try.
Got that ball away, and that's just great eyes up footy, quick reflexes. And that's instinctual almost. You can't really teach that sort of stuff, can you guys?
Well, he's tried to overread the play here, so probably breaking policy in fairness, and then Seven's got the pass away very quickly, and I even think that he may have been called offside then, the link that was striking.
And that's fantastic work from their number 7, Taimana Simi.
And I knew that was going to be a try because in the corner of my eye I could see that Niue flag flying.
The Niue flag just won't stop flying. As Cook Island come down with their right of reply. Now, and there's the man of the hour. Kingston Day, your man there. Oh, and he comes back. Oh, and he just turns around. Have I just given Kingston Day the commentator's curse again? So Niue have done a fantastic job of defending that set. And now they work it up through touch 3 as they look for subs to come on just before halfway, sorry. As they come towards their 5th and last, let's see what they can do. 5th and last. Oh, and they've done a little pop play, and he's just got...
Kingston, keep
Cook
your hands
Island
down
has just
on
got
the
a hand
last.
to it and just giving them a piggyback to attack their line. So let's see what Niue can work up. And this Taimana, he's been involved in everything for Niue.
Very sharp and busy.
As we can see with ball in hand.
I think it's brave taking off on the second from half line. I think you need to be playing live football here.
And when you say live football, guys, what do you mean by live football?
So the dummy half just feed the guy who's dumping it quickly, and he's a live player now, so he can either score or become the ball player.
That's right. And Cook Island have done well in defending Niue and they come back down to the short side play, and this has been Taimana's bread and butter, and just like that, they've done it. Oh, and the refs are coming together. What do you think they're talking about?
Well, there must have been some holding or something in the background, but looked all good to me. We need it to be a try. Oh.
And what's the call going to be here? It's a penalty to Cook Island
it's the
for
bear
a bit of
hug.
holding. Okay. As the half was running through, the sideline refs, look, and that's just a credit to the refs. They've got their eyes on everything. You can't sneak anything past them. So they've done a good job in spotting that and turning the ball over, giving Cook Island a penalty. As they can get all their players on, and they're trucking them up the field now. They just work their way over halfway. And Cook Island is setting up for that last touch. Oh, and he gets out of half, and he's just been caught, unfortunately.
So, Ryan, Cook Island's lead 5-4, but when we look back at a few moments, there's that try just then where they've been penalised after a try for holding, and then the ninja they did before got ruled a forward pass. So, Niue, without looking at the scoreboard, Niue are probably on top here.
Yeah, I think that momentum is definitely swinging their way. And as I say that, they've just turned the ball over. I think we've got to stop complimenting these teams because we are really getting them with the commentator's curse here. But no, just to add on top of what you're saying, I really do feel like Niue has got a lot of this momentum, and they've just got to execute. It's the 1%ers that are really killing them in executing for that final try.
They have been pinged 2 or 3 times for 7 on, and that really kills you. Just after defending a good set, now you find yourself defending again.
That's right.
And against these Masters boys, that could spell trouble.
Definitely. And there's one of their key players for Cook Islands, Horatio Edwards with the ball in hand, feeding Aiden Masters. And these two connected for their last try, Horatio and Aiden. So let's see what they can do now as they're coming into the middle. And
that's a good read by the winger there.
That's definitely is. As we see Horatio Edwards and Aiden Masters connecting again, and they've just got themselves another penalty. So with less than 5 minutes to go in this half, a lot of these penalties will start to kill you as the game comes to an end. Oh, and he's just kicked out, and that Niue link has just made a fantastic touch. I can't really work out which player that is. Oh, and that's a beautiful ball there by Horatio Edwards. Oh, and it was unlucky.
Recovery.
That's a great play. The old second phase. Second phases are a bit lost in the game right now, guys.
Yeah, well, it opened them up, and unfortunately the winger just got a bit tangled and couldn't get it back, find his feet, even though that he had clear space in front of him.
Definitely, and that's that link there for Niue coming up with 2 brilliant touches. Jodeci, fantastic work there defensively. Jodeci, give yourself a wrap there as the boys come up and they work their way to get off, to get a fresh few legs on. They work their way to the middle of the field. Niue with ball in hand, and they jag themselves a penalty, and this will be good coming up.
That's very important there. They weren't really. It wasn't really a great settling set there, but they've got away with it and given themselves a repeat set. Let's look for the number 7, the busiest man on the field. See if he can jag, get an equaliser.
Definitely. And speaking of, Taimana's got ball in hand, and he's looking up at the ref as the ref calls play on, so that'll be a penalty.
So again, Ryan, a bit smarter there. He ran a county, so he's live, forcing them to try and shut him down, and he gets himself a penalty.
And he's connecting there with Josh Scully, and Josh goes the other way, and and that's beautiful work there done by Anga to sort of get on the outside. Now they've set up for a quickie, and Josh Scully's faked the quickie, as you can see here. They know that this is happening, so Josh Scully's faked the quickie and hit the link on the slide, and that's just brilliant work.
Little goosey there.
That's just a brilliant goosey that looks flash and does look flash on our replays here. So that's
monster set of 6 here.
Definitely. If Niue want to come away with this win, it'll come from this defensive set here. As Cook Island are very sharp on the line, and they have been known to just whip out a few flash
punish play again
tries, and they've gone back to the open side.
It's good defence there.
That is good defence. And you got Kingston Day in, sort of one of the more experienced players, I'd say. That's your man, Kingston Day. Oh, and he comes with a switchback and he dummies it. And can they get there? And speaking of, Kingston Day, cometh the hour, cometh the man. And he just bounces back with a bit of, what do they call that? Bit of
the show and go.
Show and go, that's it, guys. The show and go. The now you see me, now you don't. As they come back.
David Copperfield.
And the old David Copperfield.
I still think, to be honest with you, that middle may have recovered and got Kingston. And again, Niue ball watching and shut down short side and didn't give him a chance to recover there.
Look, there's plenty of time here for Niue to strike back with a minute and a half left to go in this game as they set up for an ML platform. And we see Joel just diving at the line, and that's a good touch there from... Oh, and that's a beautiful link ball there by Taimana, and he's just been involved in everything attacking-wise for Niue, hasn't he?
They might get one more set, potentially, Ryan, unless they give away a penalty. Otherwise, the Cook Islands are going to get away. Let's just see if they can compose themselves and complete a set, get themselves ball all the way to the try line here.
Definitely. Oh, and as you say that, it is a turnover. So Niue might have a chance to work their way back up the field if they jump on it. And
so he's got him from set for 7 on. That's criminal when you've just got to complete that set.
That is, and our man there, number 7 for Niue.
Okay, what are you backing, in or out? Try or no try?
I think they could. I think they could jag a try here. I'd love to see Niue bounce back and tie this up. As we see number 13 there, Jodeci. Oh, and he threads his way through. Can he find someone? And he's hit the winger to score on the hooter and tie things up at 6-all. That's beautiful work there from Jodeci.
That is clutch.
That is very clutch, and that's eyes up footy as well. Seeing what the defenders are doing and just noticing that it's a bit luxadaisy, and he's just taken straight through from a defensive effort from a couple plays ago to coming up and setting that
Do you think
that
it's
last
the pink
try.
boots,
I think
right?
it's the pink boots, but Jodeci should be very, very, very pleased with the last 4 minutes of footy he's been playing for Niue.
Okay, I was very impressed with Niue then. I think, to be honest with you, they probably had the more chances in the game. I tell you what's a coach killer, but you've got 45 seconds to go, you've got the ball, and you get caught for 7 on. Like, that just shouldn't happen, and, being 1 up, and that's the turning point, and obviously something that, something for these nations to work on to get their discipline right, mix it with the flair, and then boom, no one's going to be able to stop them.
Definitely, and that way, that's not the last we'll see of Cook Island as reigning champions. They'll be back to,
Yep. So 6-all, great first game. We'll take a break and we'll be back with you soon. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, in this game between the men's teams of the Maori and Norfolk Island. Norfolk Island in their very first Australian Pasifika Touch Cup competition, and they are led by the great Benny Wozniak, more famously known as Benny Alphabet.
Now, you will hear us refer to him as Benny Alphabet, and that's with all due respect. Benny's he's a gentleman about it. He just understands that his name's just a bit too complicated to pronounce. As you can see the team list up there on your screen, you can see the number 1 for Norfolk. The first name up there is Benny, and good luck pronouncing that name. That's why we just refer to him as Benny Alphabet. There's a few notable names here on the...
Some big names. Ruben Big, Jordan Big, and
I see what you
James
did
Big.
there. I see what you did there. But we do also have some big names on the Maori side. Gaz, if you want to talk about some of the big names on there.
Well, obviously you got Drummy, the GOAT of touch football, who will lead them, but they've taken a few young kids this time. Cade Robinson, Carter Skinner, the Tika boys. So they're looking for all-out flair here.
Oh, and we've just had an unfortunate accident. I think he's caught an accidental knee to the head. Maybe coming around on that sweeper.
That's not how you want to start your tournament, Ryan.
Definitely isn't.
How many fingers am I holding up?
And that's just young Kaya Tika. Just come around on the sweeper there. And I think he might have just copped a little bit of a head knock. Oh, and he's lost the ball, unfortunately.
So good start by Norfolk. Geez, they've got a game on their hands to start off their campaign here, haven't they?
What a way to start it off. As they're coming up to halfway on touch 3, and they're not looking for the sub box. No, they're going straight coast to coast here as Benny Alphabet chucks the ball back. As we can see, Benny there getting to half. And let's see what he can create. And he shreds it through, and that's a beautiful defense there from the Maori men's.
They've completed their first set. And shout out to the Norfolk Islands coach, Ryan Pollock, a great of our Australian touch games with 3 World Cups under his belt. And he's helping out because he's good friends with Benny Alphabet. So they've recently toured Solomon Islands, wasn't it, Ryan?
For the Pacific Games. As we see Drum coming away around on that sweeper there, and he's just thread the needle there for his link there, Kalis Brown. Kalis, one of the Brisbane juniors to come through, so that's good to see him representing his nation as well. As we have a 6 to go. So a couple young ones on this Māori's team. We got on that link there, number 9, Kalis Brown, like I was saying earlier, as he just and Jermaine Dayberg Mua with that famous sweep and lethal left leg that he has.
And a great touch by Benny there, known for his defence.
Definitely, as we see the man of the hour, Hoani there, directing traffic.
Good young player here with the ball, Raiden to Palm Beach player, and he's sharp as on his feet.
As we see Raiden there, tapping the ball off, getting Kalis around on the sweep, and young Kalis has the ball, and he just dives at the line. And what you were saying earlier in our previous game, Gaz, about the sequencing, I feel like that's what the Māori boys are doing right now, sort of just sequencing their middles into certain plays. As we see Drum there with an early ball there to Raiden, and he's just floated one over the top, and I think that's gone forward.
Yeah, so they set up a rooster platform there and fed the rapper early, giving him time to throw the 3-on-2 pass, and just got it wrong slightly with it going forward. But they should be running that a few more times because that really opened up the Norfolk side.
Definitely, and Norfolk's working their way over to their box as they hit 4th touch, just finding it hard to get over halfway by using 5 touches. As they turn the ball over just over halfway. So they haven't really got a chance to attack the Māori's line yet. Just struggling to get it out of their half as Māoris have the ball and they're working down to Norfolk's try line now. As we can see, they've just threaded it through their hands and a bit of a flick pass, bit of flair in there. That's just beautiful. You love to watch that when you come down to watch when you're coming down to watch the Pasifika Touch. Bit of flair, bit of everything. As Norfolk bring it back up, and unlucky there with a drop ball, and the Māoris have just turned it around, and they've jumped on it pretty quick as they send a sweeper over.
Running a lot of sweepers, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, and I feel like it's all part of what you were saying earlier with sequencing the defence, and they've come back short side through their number 6, Lennox, and he find someone? Oh, he's found someone. He's just found a Norfolk player, which is brilliant defence there from Norfolk. Look, their defence, and you could really tell that Benny's had an injection on them because he is a bit of a defensive specialist. So how they are defending and numbering off and doing a great job
That's
of
the
keeping them
second
off.
error in back-to-back sets here, and I'm going to throw a lazy $5 that the Maori side get a try out of this.
Yeah, they've had a bit of trouble coming out of their half, Norfolk, and as we see Tyler Love there with the ball, him and Kingston are just getting in the middle there to as Tyler sets up for an open side quickie, also known as a counties, and he finds Drummy on a beautiful right to left pass, and they've just threaded that through to get.
And I'll just collect that money, Ryan. I'll take that 5 back.
And they've done a great job of staying patient. They've had a lot of cracks at the line here, and so as we can see through the replay here, Tyler Love's just delivered a great pass to Drummy in that link.
Okay, Ryan, today we're running a contest with one of our official event partners.
Okay.
A guy that's taking the game Oh, hang on a sec.
As you can see that, and they've... Norfolk's just played a beautiful pop-out play on this.
We'll run through this set of
middle
6,
link.
see if they can drag a try here, and then we'll go back to one of our official partners.
Definitely, as we have their number 13, Saxton at half, finding their link. And let's see if they can sort of sequence their way through this set of 6 here as they come back. Oh, and that's beautiful touch there.
We ran that play in the wrong spot, Ryan. They tried to run a quarterback, but they need to be a little bit more central in the field there. Okay, as the Maori side get off their line, we're going to go to one of our official partners, 7th Touch. He's taking the game global, and the contest today is to see how many people listening can jump on Instagram and follow him. And if you follow him, your prize will be great content.
The major 7 Touch, the man behind the myth, he's down here today, and he might jump on the commentating with us later on, and he's just a professional and so, like a great brain of touch to have. As I say that, the number 8, Kaya, has just shown exceptional footwork to get through to half and find his wing, and that's a double there for number 13, Bailey.
So I think he was touched there, but obviously they were offside there, and that was just a play-through call.
That's unlucky there for the number 9, James Big. Yeah, I'm really, really, really liking Norfolk's defence on the line. They've just been unlucky maybe adjusting to the 5 and 7 metres. But apart from that, the Maoris have had 3 or 4 cracks on the line, and Norfolk have held that together. So let's see what they can come up with at the other end of the
Well, it's a big step up for these Norfolk boys, playing some of the up-and-coming stars from around our way, and also a few of the legends have mixed in amongst them. So
Definitely.
Big step up. They'd be proud to be here. I've spoke to their coach earlier, and he was telling me how excited the Norfolk boys were. I think they were telling me when they went to the Pacific Cup, it was their first men's open tournament in like 10, 15 years. So they're doing Benny's doing wonderful things to get these kids on the international stage.
Definitely, and comps like this will really help them to see the talent that's out there, and also test them as well in these waters. And Norfolk have just given another penalty, and it's a forced send-off. So we see Shane Evans there starting with the ball again.
He's got to get this down now while they've got 6 on 5.
The 1 and 2, Benny and Shane sort of coming together. Let's see what TK... Morgan, that's good footwork there from TK as Benny's back in the middle, and he sends TK around on a sweep. Oh, and he's just lost his footing there, young TK. And they'll be recalibrating their attack, and let's see if Benny has a... Oh, and they've come through with just a rooster pop play.
I don't know if you noticed this then, Ryan, but Hawani is a noted defender. He was forced subbed. He ran off, touched the box, and ran back on himself.
Oh,
and went
do you think
again.
that's a tactical play, or do you think that was just he just wanted to stay on to...
I think he's a defender, and so he said, I'm off, and I'll just come back on.
And as Māoris work their way to Norfolk's try line, and we see Drum there with the ball in hand.
Probably a rule that should be... there it is.
And that's just an open side quickie.
Yep.
And he's done a lot of off-the-ball movement to sort of get the middle that he wanted. And he really set up two options there first. So as he was driving the ball, the number 6 there for the Maoris, number 6 there, Lennox, he could have either taken off or just given back to Drummy there. So both options were on, and that was just beautiful work there from
It's probably
Drummy
a
to set
smart
up.
play to feed Drummy.
Yeah, well, you either feed him or you get
Fed.
Yeah, you get fed yourself. So,
And it was an early touch, so you're crazy if you don't give him a shot at that easy try there.
definitely. As
So
we see Norfolk,
let's hope Norfolk can strike back here and get one.
and he sends. They send their big man around in the sweep, and unfortunately,
Probably went out a half too early then. Needed to, as we like to say, play with a live player, Ryan.
that's right, guys. As we see, Maoris, they're finding a bit of luck with their subset. Actually, their transition has been real good in this first half. As I say that, and they feed that out to that man Bailey, looking for his 3rd try of the game.
It was a good diving effort then, but he just couldn't get there. So it starts to open up now, and the Maoris take a 4-0 lead. I would say, Ryan, it was probably expected. Norfolk have hung in there really well in that first 5 to 7 minutes, but now they're starting to get exposed by the more experienced Maori players.
Yeah, they're showing real good signs in Norfolk, real good signs of attack and how they're defending. I think just getting caught up in a bit of the ball movement as well from the Maoris have really caught the Norfolk off guard on defence here. So let's see what they can put together in attack as they work their 3rd touch here, coming towards the line.
Like to see them get to the try line before they start dishing here. They're still 15 metres out, and you're not going to score from there. So first thing they need to do is get to the try line and then start running their plays.
Ooh, and number 5 there, Markey, showed a bit of good footwork there. A lot of these Norfolk boys, they've got a bit of footwork about them. We've seen a couple of them take it to the line and show a bit of fancy footwork. Hopefully they can get more cracks on the line to showcase a bit more as the Maoris are coming up, and they send their transition has just been great. And as you can see with all that ball movement there through the number 6 now, as they get it down for Kyle. And that's just a beautiful link ball that's threaded, and there.
It's a good read from the Norfolk link there, but he's been penalised. I'm guessing he's got him for offside there. So another set of 6 for the Maori team, and it's going to be hard to stop here. They've got a few gangsters on there at the moment.
Gangsters, yeah, they do have a bit of the heavy hitters of touch, notably Drummy with the white hat, or Jermaine Dayberg Mule. He's
early rooster platform again, and then boom. Jeez, that's good defence again from Norfolk.
That's some very good defence.
Well.
Very good defence, very good scramble defence from Norfolk. As you see, Drummy bring it out to this far link with Kyle. Him and Kyle combine. And that's just a dummy and try there from Drum.
Good footwork. That's his 2nd for the
Great
game.
footwork there. And he's drifted across to connect with Kaya there for that play. And it was a punish, and Kaya's just shown some brilliant footwork, held it up just enough to get Drum to isolate this one player with a dummy and dive.
He was actually there too, Cameron Christian, and he was in the right spot. He just got beaten by a sharp dive.
Yeah, the body position and everything for Norfolk is good. They're just unfortunate with a bit of the 1%ers there, maybe not getting that extra foot back, or maybe just not extending that arm just a little bit to make that touch. As we see Benny come to the open side, and he's 3rd one up. Oh, and the number 13 has just gone through, Saxton.
So a mistouch there by Tyler Love. And Saxton's kneel has crashed over.
That's beautiful. And again, that's from the number 1, Benny.
I thought it was Benny that was going to have to do something in attack to get him a try. And can they pray for this hooter to go before the Maoris get another one?
As we see Kingston there bringing the ball up fast.
Pop out.
It's a beautiful pop-out play there from the...
He's a good defender, Ben, isn't he?
Yeah, he definitely is. And I think you could definitely tell with the Norfolk boys just of how they're defending. As we can see Benny there coming up with a great touch.
Dummy half. What a great
for
touch
dummy
again.
half. That is, and he's an excellent defender, old Benny.
He's given away a few years here to some of these kids, and he's still getting them in the background. We hear the hooter.
As we're ending this first half with Maori leading Norfolk 5-1.
I'm actually, you know, the scoreboard doesn't look too good for him and it might blow out, but I was actually impressed with the effort then from Norfolk in that first half. So we'll, like them, take a break and we'll have our own coaches meeting, Ryan, and we'll be back shortly.
That's right.
And we are back for this second half of the clash between Norfolk Island and the Maori team. And what do we say, Maori team?
Yeah, we do say Maori team, but your excuse, guys, you can say Maori.
Maori,
if you feel more comfortable saying Maori.
I'll mix it up.
As we see Norfolk tapping now, what are the key things, guys, you'd say for Norfolk going into the second half?
I think they've got to just try and complete their sets. I thought their defence, even though the scoreboard says that they're down 5-1, I thought they defended quite well, but because they're not ending at the other end of the field, they're giving the Maori team more time to...
This number 7, this TK Morgan has showed some fantastic footwork in the first half, and I think Norfolk setting him up, that he's got a beautiful right foot. And let's see if they can adjust their plays to sort of accommodate for that right foot as they set up a rooster play.
I think that was called the kamikaze.
And Shane Evans just dives at the line there. So they're sort of working the middles over a bit, and we see their number 2, and they try the dive again, and they're just lucky to get that penalty. As we can see, the ref there was so close to blowing that try.
Ryan, one thing as a former ball player that I'm not a fan of, if we watch the winger on the far side here, let's just look. You reckon he's moving forward? So in all this time, he's one step. Oh, we're going to have someone in the... it's the third one, and we're going to go for the freeze.
You just want to quickly explain that rule, Gaz, what the freeze call is?
Yeah, so if you get penalised 3 times in a row on the line, you get what they call frozen. And so that set of 6 is 6 versus 5.
6 versus 5. So let's see if Norfolk can really capitalise on this advantage of one extra player to sort of close this score margin as they come through to the number 11. And he looks to play short there, and the Maoris have done well to defend with only 5 players. As they're sort of just discussing amongst themselves on what plays to run. It does get a bit tricky trying to attack 6 on 5, doesn't it, Gaz, sometimes? Yeah, that's a beautiful right to left, but unfortunately it's just gone to ground. And the Maoris have survived that defensive set with only 5 players. And and they're working their way up to get some more fresh legs on to set up for something.
So the Norfolk line defence has been pretty good, but I feel that the Maori team gets out of their end pretty easily each time on a turnover, don't they? Like
Yeah, I'd
they've
have to
turned that
agree,
over
guys.
on the 7 again. They might need to think of a way how they can press a little bit more and only give them a shot from like 15 or 20 out on that last touch.
I'd have to agree, guys. As the Norfolk are working their way over to their third touch, just before halfway, as they approach fourth touch on halfway, they're going to want to set up
Scoop.
for a scoot or for someone to run out of dummy half. As they do on the number 12, there's just unlucky Nikisha to have a bit of he ate a bit of popcorn earlier maybe, and the ball's just slipped out of his
Looks like
hand.
we've got a few brothers here, the Snell brothers, the Big brothers.
Yeah, there are a few cousins and brothers and a few family members that are on the Norfolk, which is always good to see when you see the same last names on a team sheet. Keeping it in the family as we see the Maoris approaching, and as he sets up for this county's platform, and Benny said has just missed out on that touch.
Yeah, so
and
he's
that's
decided to man on there, which is probably not the thing to do against
Kaya Jade, yeah.
But
a lot of these Maori boys, their footwork is just on another level. Hey, they're from 12, 13, even younger. Some of them, they're very unassuming and unexpected to have the type of footwork they have. As we see Kaya there on the replay, just giving a little bit of a jink there with his footwork, getting Benny to second guess himself, and then he can dive over the line.
The short game, the quickie game, is something that a lot of the Kiwi boys, thrive on. So they do practice it quite a lot.
Oh, and that's a beautiful pass there. Oh, and the ref's sort of taking a bit of a tumble.
I love
on
that.
the end there.
I love that. Can we get that back on the replay?
It was a
just
tough pass.
Caught him out of the corner of our eye then, but I think he may have tripped over his mullet then.
That was a great pass there from the number 5, Ruben Big. He's absolutely just launched that left to right, and I think the atmospheric pressure of that pass has caused that ref to fall over.
So here we go. They're under the attack again, and they're doing well coming out of this box.
They definitely are. Seeing the Maori boys go through. Oh, and that's a beautiful pass there. Has he held on to that?
I think he has.
He definitely has held on to that. That's a beautiful try. That is a beautiful try worked out of their own half, and that's just end-to-end footy. That's something that you love to watch.
Is that a hat trick?
Yeah, I think that is a hat trick. I think that's definitely a hat trick.
Bailey with a hat trick.
That's a beautiful pass there from Kalis Brown. Kalis playing for the under-20s Cobras team over at NTLs. They were unlucky to go down to the Sydney Mets at NTLs in the semi-final. It was a well-fought effort. So he'll be bringing a lot of experience into this Maori team as well, even for a young fella. As you see Norfolk coming back on the short side. Oh, and they've just hit an inside ball there for their number 11. He's been involved in quite a bit of their attack, old Nathaniel.
Yeah, and if we were going on effort, then Norfolk boys would be right in this game because they're throwing everything they've got at them.
Look, judging by who's leading the squad and their coach, I don't think that effort will be something that's lost with these Norfolk boys. A lot of effort and a lot of raw talent there coming out of there.
I thought that, I was just going to say, I thought it was just a bad pass then, not a 6 again, and good honesty from the Maori boys saying to the ref that, no, it was a bad pass.
As they're working up to just at halfway for touch 4, as they'd be looking to get a scoot out of half, and they're just unlucky there not to hold on to the ball, the Norfolk boys. Oh, that's an incorrect. Play the ball.
I actually think that he went to pick it up and dropped it, not in the act of playing, but unlucky.
That is an unlucky call, especially when you've just worked your hard to keep the Norfolk to halfway by 5th and last.
And we're all for giving the Norfolk boys a bit of a leg up, aren't we? They're 6-1 down. They need a few things going their way.
As we see that number 7 again, that TK Morgan, the right foot.
I actually predicted then, Ryan. I didn't get it out, but I thought to myself, they're a bit angry after a call that they didn't think going their way, they'll get penalised here, and Kingston, right on cue, did that.
As you see this man here, number 7, with ball in hand.
Oh, don't run from half, boys. Got to feed the live player there.
And they've just found that winger again. As you see TK there bringing the ball back into the middle and connecting with his man Sexton, who's their try scorer, the number 13. Oh, and Benny's just started out of half, and he's just got to find an open player now, and he has in Shane Evans. And that's just beautiful work there from Benny, threading his way through behind the line into half. Oh, and look, that's one happy camper there, Shane. And that's a great way, and that's just faking to give the ball back and committing the defense to slide one way. And Benny, oh, the boys are cheering now that they've got their second one on the board.
And he's been very enthusiastic, Shane Edwards, and deserves his try.
Definitely has.
So, Ryan, it looks like they may need a little bit more of a game plan, is get to the try line and get Ben, with his experience, out of half. He set up both tries. That may be what their go-to is.
And we just saw a little trick play there by Quaid and Drummy, and unfortunately Drummy's just thrown it into the Norfolk, one of the Norfolk boys, so it's created a ball to ground, and as you can see, the Norfolk are just trugging their way up the field. As they get to 5th and last, let's see what they can create. Starting at a half, he thinks that he's gotten through, but unfortunately he's just been caught there.
Yeah, but not a bad set, not a bad set.
Definitely not a bad set. They didn't look to go to the box that time. They just pinned their ears back and try to go coast to coast. So that might be one of the calls that to get a bit extra meters on that field position.
Ryan, the new trend of the game is obviously going to the box. Are you a fan or not a fan?
I tend to not be. If it is a bit structured, or while I'm saying that, they've just ran into half, and that's a beautifully executed play there. The refs come together, and that's all clear. I missed that.
Fourth or his third?
I think, he scored that many, Old Bailey. He's just a try-scoring machine. Rocking a fresh new haircut. As we can see, Lennox coming out of half, showing a bit of dummy, a bit of in and out play, and finding Bailey on the wing there, just running through, making it look easy at the same time when he's doing that. That's just excellent work from the Maori boys.
So 7-2, 4.5 minutes to go. I think it's all about trying to just hang in there for Norfolk now and keep this scoreline as low as they can.
And they send that man TK around the sweep. Oh, and he's
sharp.
He definitely is. That's that Nathaniel coming around the sweep, showing some good speed coming around on that sweep as him and TK connect there.
And I know the Norfolk boys, it's a tight-knit community. I see on their social media a lot of businesses, local businesses helping them out. Obviously, there's a lot of cost in the travel to get them here, and uniforms and, the uniforms is, not that much cost because I'm doing a good price for them. But, there's a lot of things that got to go together to get them here, and the local business is helping out. So shout out to all those guys on the Norfolk Island that are helping these guys get the exposure that they need against quality players like the Maori team.
As you were saying that, Gaz, the Maoris have crossed for another one of their tries as they set up an M2 platform, and they've just gone down the short side and threaded through the hands. And that's a beautifully executed play, all coming off from their sub box. They haven't really taken a foot off the pedal here, the Maori boys. So let's see what the Norfolk men and their number 1 there, Benny's just on the field again. He's been involved in the last try, so let's see if he can orchestrate something else as he sets up for a rooster play, a rooster platform. And that's just an incorrect play.
It was a little bit of slow motion then, wasn't it? They couldn't quite get what Ben was trying to organise there, and it was done at half pace, and they essentially got punished for it with a forward pass.
As you can see, the difference between the Maori boys and the Norfolk boys is by about third touch. The Maoris have gotten the ball well and truly over halfway, which allows them a real good field position coming into their 5th and last as they find a strike dump, as they call it, for their ball player to sort of have free rein with everyone off the ball, sort of chopping holes and doing their thing.
Yeah, that was Carter Skinner doing the strike dump there. He's a real workhorse, the son of Chopper, the great Chopper,
the great
New Zealand
Chopper
legend. I got the opportunity to play with him in NTL for the first time last week, and that was a good experience. The refs didn't know which ear to cover. No, we were on our best behaviour.
As we see Dom just get the ball there on a quick punish play, him and Kalis Brown combining there, and that's bread and butter for someone like Drum, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, and that's a hat trick for him. So he's just picked his moments, and he ices a lot of the moments that he gets, which sets him apart from most other players. He doesn't miss too many opportunities when they arise.
He definitely does, and you really have to be on your toes when you're defending a player like him. So Norfolk start with the ball again as we see them coming down, keeping the ball predominantly in the middle. They're going towards their number 9, James Bigg, with the ball in hand with Kaya Snell. So we'll see.
Sweeper is a little bit late, but
as he comes back across open side and he delivers a beautiful right to left pass.
I think the link might have been the man to hit there.
The link was an option there, guys.
So with a minute left on the clock, the scoreboard doesn't look too pretty for the Norfolk boys, but I'd like to give them a shout out. I think they've put in a great effort. It's fantastic that they're at this event. Everyone's got to start somewhere, and these boys are going from strength to strength, and with the likes of Ryan Pollock and Benny Alphabet in their corner,
definitely,
it won't be too long before we see them shine even more than they have in this game.
And as someone that really appreciates, as I say that, guys, the Maori boys have just crossed over again with Tyler Love running a punish play. This time they've made the touch on the middle, which isn't what you normally see for a punish, but he's just gotten out on the outside of that link,
and caught in the ruck there.
Yeah, and so it's a bit of a good. It can be considered a bit of a trick play if they're making it on the middle. The short side link is just not expecting that attacking link to get the ball back. So as we hear the hooter go in the background, and we finish up this game with a score margin of Māoris 10, Norfolk Island 2.
And Ryan, just to recap, obviously a very experienced Māori side up against the newcomers of the comp, Norfolk. I think it's a scoreline that we probably expected, and I hope the Norfolk boys keep their heads up, because that's probably going to be their hardest game of the tournament. So hopefully they can keep their heads up and come back ready for round 2.
Definitely.
We'll take a short break, and we'll be back with you soon for some women's action.
Coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. They know in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target in practice, yeah. And I'm just getting started, getting feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt. Oh, the hardest, I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
And welcome back to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. You are here for the first round of Women's Open action between Samoa and the Maori team, as we see the team lists at the moment. So we've got Nasalio, Fuk, Watkins, Tulisi, Lole, Pasi, Piutau, Tafa, Patisialapai, Afuk, Awong, Paise, and Lemusu for the Samoan outfit. And we'll go with the Maori team as we progress further in this match. My name is Sivili Guthrie. I'm joined by the great Gary Sonda in commentary as Samoa look to score off their first set. And touch was made by the Maori outfit. Gaz, this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, it should be a cracker. Both sides got a lot of young superstars in it, so I'm sure we'll see a lot of running. And I think there'll be a mixture of great play and errors, I feel, just because they're all sort of new, and I'm up on this big stage of representing your country will be a probably a nerve-wracking thing for a few of these girls.
And just quickly on that, Gary, it is a great opportunity for these young players to be able to represent their nation, and the pathway that it creates as well. That's something that's a real positive about this tournament.
Oh, 100%. I think that's the whole reason it's been set up. I mean, we see dribs and drabs of Pacific Island players in teams over here in Australia, but unfortunately, due to cost and opportunities, they don't seem to get the opportunities when many of them are just as good as the Australian players running around. So this tournament has been created to expose these players and give them an opportunity. So it can only be a good thing for all these Pacific nations.
As we see a few errors to start the game, so a bit of a nervy start. As you mentioned, it is a big stage, so the errors could come in chunks in this game, but we'll hope that as the game progresses, they'll clean that up. As we see Samoa looking to attack, they're on the 7, looking for the punish, going to the short side, and that was Piutau there for Samoa as they shift the ball back to the middle of the field. Lole directing traffic as they look to rip the long ball out to the right-hand side, pass not quite up to the mark, and the ball goes to ground. Maori will get the ball a couple of metres off their 7.
So just as we predicted, there's been a couple of errors early. I think it's going to be the first team that settles into this is going to take an early lead. So Tony Rasmussen here, very experienced, gets him out of trouble there and gets himself a penalty at the halfway.
Yeah, and that experience of Tony Rasmussen probably will play a big part for this Māori outfit. You've got her as well as player coach J.A. Callanan, and Marama Thomas, who was the captain of the Māori All-Stars back at the Indigenous versus Māori All-Stars event. As we see Rasmussen on the second phase, she'll just waltz over, passes off to Serena Albert, and that's an easy start there from the Māori team. Their first attacking foray really, Gaz, and they've managed to pick one up.
Yeah, and that repeat set, so Rasmussen got him a penalty at halfway, and then they got the opportunity to attack on the line, and they've opened up the Samoan side quite easily there. You think they'd like to be a bit tighter, knowing that those couple of girls are going to get the ball on those early touches. They should be squeezing up a little bit more to cover the middles there, but they haven't, and they trail 1-0.
And now Samoa through Caitlin Fuk. The good thing about this Samoan outfit, the thing that I love is that they've got a few representatives that were part of their Pacific Games triumph last year towards the back end of 2023. As we see a wayward long ball go out to the right-hand side, but it's great to see so many of those representatives, the Australian-based ones, coming back. You've got the likes of Caitlin Fuk and Delaney Fuk, the sisters there. And then you've got a few such as Jessie Letuvai in the men. So it's really good to see that they can play for the nation in international competition as well as come back for competitions like this. So
yeah, 100%. It's good to see those more experienced players putting back in. And I've noticed just on after the first few games last year, we had a lot of the older guys and girls because it was the first event, and you know, we want to honour those guys and for what they've done for the sport. And this year it seems like they've gone a lot more youth so that there's even more players being developed in these countries. So that's a great thing too.
Yeah, definitely. And there was probably none more so evident than in the last game. The Māori team, they had Jermaine Dayberg-Muir, the man, the myth, the legend, pulling the strings, and then a whole bunch of young players that are really cutting their teeth, such as the Taker boys and Carter Skinner and the like. So Samoa looking to open them up on the right-hand side. 6 touch was called and a handover. I think Samoa probably just wanting to get the yardage sorted and really push the ball up the field so they can warm into this game.
Yeah, so the women's comp consists of 5 teams this year, so it's going to be really important for these teams to get an early victory here.
Yeah, 5 teams, as you mentioned, Gaz. So we've got the Maori and Samoa doing battle at the moment. If you are tuning into the live stream, there is another game running at the same time, running simultaneously. You could probably catch it in the background between the Cook Islands and Niue. Both fields here at Bill Norris Oval being broadcast live on Struddy's TV. So if you can chop and change, or if you can split screen, if you've got a laptop, you've got a phone, you've got a TV, you can tune into more than one game as Māori get the ball off the back of a relatively cheap turnover, and they'll work the ball towards the middle of the field. Holding the ball up, that's Te Namu, looking to throw the short ball. A
Probably
similar
say
play.
Ball down then, wouldn't you? Didn't
Yeah.
seem to have much control, but that's the second time they've run that quarterback play, feeding the quickie and then returning to the dummy half, and was nearly successful again. Unfortunately, we've got one of the girls here, Kay, down. Looks like she's copped some knees by the look of it. A bit late in defence there, so she hobbles off, and hopefully she'll be all right.
Yeah, hopefully she returns for the second half. Great to see at the supporters there for the Māori girls. By the look of their sub box, they're probably going to do it a little bit tough in this first game. They've got about half a dozen subs, so as opposed to the usual 14, as Rasmussen looks to sweep, gets through in between the two middles, and the referee communicating clearly to the players. I think they've called a touch on that one.
Yeah, I think Tony feels she got that down, but he's called the touch.
Now the ball comes back towards the middle of the field. They'll look to go back to Rasmussen. Coming around to the link, got the return ball, and if they can string together a couple of phases, although they've run out of touches, but they really work that Samoa defense from left to right.
Yeah, so they run what we call over here a 7, where the link sweeps, but then they went back against the grain, and they needed 3 or 4 passes to get to the other winger, so it was probably a tough play to run on the last touch on the 7.
And now Samoa looking to cross halfway. They've managed to get a scoop coming down the 3-3 channel, looking to run numbers on the right-hand side, and I think the orange zone is probably going to be important throughout the tournament, Gaz. We often see in the game of touch the team that can control the orange zone, the middle part of the field where a lot of the rucking's done back and forth. The team who can control that goes a long way towards winning the game.
Yeah, 100%. With the box set, I think that it's important that people realise that you're not going to get to where you want to go every time, and sometimes they're trying to score from 20 and 30 out instead of just making them extra yards and try and get to the 10-metre line and then turning it over then, and just realising that now it's about defending and waiting for the opposition to make the mistake.
And that's it, and that's the game of chess that we like to refer to, as Māori managed to get all the way down to the 7-metre line, although there's a cheap penalty on the back end of that. And now Samoa looking to plug away from their box, coming towards the close 32 channel as you look at it on your television screens, your laptop screens. And the ball's gone to ground and just struggling to get their completion rate up, aren't they, Gaz?
It was pretty good pressure there from the Māori defence then to get up in the Samoan faces, and yeah, she had a bit of a look then and spilt the ball.
And now the Māori getting down to the 7-metre line and a couple of touches. And a good touch there made. That was tougher. Really stood her up there. But they'll go back towards the middle channel.
Oh, that was about a metre forward.
Touch was called there. It's only forward if the referee calls it, Gaz, as you well know.
Wow.
And fifth and final is coming. Callanan will just scoop out a half. I think she might be happy just to take the touch, although she's managed to create half a chance, and a diving effort was needed by Samoa in order to snuff that out. 1-0 as we approach sort of 5 minutes left in this first stanza. Māori leads Samoa in this first round of the Open Women's at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, as Margaret Patisialapai comes around.
What would you like to see Samoa do to change things up a little bit?
I think probably just focusing on getting the head down, bum up, and just going straight forward. And getting a little bit of cohesion through their yards. They're looking a little bit clunky. Maybe players looking to sub before they've earned the right, if you know what I mean. But they really need to start gaining some parity in this orange zone.
It does look very congested when they go into their sub box, and Like you said, then you got to wait your turn to hit that settle, whereas it looks like 2 or 3 of them are all trying to get the same pass at the same time. So maybe just stay a bit wider so there's, it gives the defence the impression that there's other options, even though they are just going to the box.
Yeah, and all it takes is for a handful just to put their hand up and say, I'll take you forward. A lot of checking going on close to the box of the Samoan outfit. That's a better drive there. And they're approaching the 10-metre line. This is a better attacking set, looking for that little pop-out play, ball not going to hand. And a few good drives. All ends up coming to naught, unfortunately, for Samoa.
Yeah, and the box set's been introduced predominantly because when you're playing a tournament, you want to save a bit of petrol. But I still think Samoa probably need to mix it up with a one to the sub box, but then the next one direct, just to try and earn themselves a penalty. And if you get yourself a penalty, then you can just walk off and bring on fresh legs. But at the moment, they're running it every time, and there's not much momentum behind it, so they're getting stuck.
There's Rasmussen directing traffic. She steps off the left foot and manages to go through, looking for the extra number, manages to find it. It's the combination that scored their first one. Rasmussen and Albert. And brilliant play, brilliant eyes up play there from Tony Rasmussen.
Yeah, she's lightning on her feet. Probably one of the quickest players in the women's game. So did very well there to use the strength, the speed, and split the Samoan defence like a watermelon, mate.
Yeah, she did, definitely, didn't she? And just managed to stroll through. She had plenty of time on her hands to try and find an extra number. And the Māori take a 2-0 lead. There's still 3 minutes left for Samoa to try and peg one back. They want to get down to the 7 before they look to spread their attack. And they're looking quite congested through the middle of the field on their previous effort. So let's see if they can spread the ball a little bit. Trying to look for some easy meters
Ella
down the
Watkins
right.
here, a good young player. I think she became Instagram famous when you put a post up the other day of how the sport relies on honesty. And last year, in one of the games, it was Samoa versus the Cook Islands, and right on the hooter, someone dived. The ref thought she'd got her, and she did what every good touch player should do and stuck her hand up and said she missed the touch, and Samoa ended up getting the win. But I think she's become famous as the face of honesty in our sport.
Well, that's what it's all built upon, isn't it, Gaz? The foundation of our sport is built around honesty and that integrity. And if there's one thing you don't want to be caught doing, it's calling a phantom on the field. As we see Māori looking for a late switch. They're trying to run numbers back to the right-hand side. 6 touch was made. And a handover comes by the way of Samoa as we see Watkins looking to ruck up the middle of the field. I'd love to see, for just especially that first one, just to go nice and direct, nice and forward. And yeah,
and
a
this
little
is
bit.
the problem when we go sideways, is that not playing it straight, not square. Many things. You're bringing the ref into the game here, and they've now given the Māori team one more opportunity before half-time to attack their line.
Yeah, and there's 1 minute 40 seconds left. Māori hold a slender 2-0 lead. And Rasmussen back on the ball. She'll look for a punish, looks for the return ball. Rasmussen and Thomas working a wonderful play there. And they cross for Māori's third, Gas.
Yeah, and so we've got a lot of young players, as we said, but it's the senior players here for the Māori team that are really standing up, and in particular, Tony Rasmussen.
She runs the punish play, and our foot was in tight. And then I think, just a little bit of miscommunication between the Samoan defenders. You can see admitting the error there. 3-0. Māori take a pretty commanding lead here in the first half as we are right in the shadows of half-time. Samoa would love a try.
Again there, one thing I would say is when you got Tony and Matamar together, should be double teaming. You know on those early touches it's going to be them trying to set something up. So they were a bit loose then, and you're probably not going to foot it with a man on. But here we go. Samoa need this one.
And she managed to squeeze through there. That was Caitlin Arfook that scooped through. She ran a little goosey, and managed to hold up the Māori defender, scoop through, and she will indeed peg Samoa's first of the morning, and 3-1 going into the shadows of half-time. Great eyes up play there from Caitlin Arfook.
And they really needed that, didn't they? Probably a bit lazy in defence there, weren't they? The Māori team, a few people looking around when they could have manned up a bit better. But anyway, it's great to see that the Samoans are on the board, and probably hear the hooter going in the background very soon. So they've got to be conscious of these first few touches.
Yeah, well, I was just about to say, Gaz, the Māori probably, they didn't look relatively in any sort of hurry to get the restart. They're probably happy to take a 3-1 lead into the halftime break. But as we have it, the Māori lead Samoa in this round 1 women's open fixture, round 3 overall, if you've been joining us since the start of the day of the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. And as we take a quick break, join us at the start of the second half.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever minding they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something. My focus is A1. Every dog has its day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grind and I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding. And I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you when I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard.
Coming close to me, flow is on atomic. I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we balling out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring. Don't try us, ain't no in between. We go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym.
Back to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. You are joining us for the open women's fixture between Samoa and the Māori. The Māori taking a 3-1 lead into the half. They led 3-0. Samoa managed to peg one back just before half-time. But Gaz, if you were the coach of the Samoa women's team, what would you be saying at half-time?
I definitely think field position is what's hurting the Samoan team. So I'd be suggesting when we start our subsets, let's make sure we go forward first before we look to the box. So if they turn it over in the middle, let's just do a buddy, drive one up, and then we can start shifting. But it's a little bit sideways and they're not getting good momentum on those early touches, which means they can't get their subs on quick enough and they're not really giving themselves a chance on that last touch. They're still sort of 20 and 30 out from the line. So
I'll tell you what, that is beautiful handling there from the Māori outfit. They ran a sweep, I think it was. They went back to the short side, came back to the open side, threw the long ball over the top. As we see on the Strutties replay, Marama Thomas pulling the strings there, Gaz.
Yeah, she was, and it looks like Kaya Hillman. What a great ball, good vision, just find a winger there. It was a decent-sized pass too, so Samoan defence was in pretty good shape, and it was just the ball that beat them on that occasion, so a great start for the Maori team.
Yeah, and that was Nikisha Ngaru that ended up going over on the left-hand side. Great poise and great patience waiting for the ball to fall into her lap, and it was easy enough out on the left-hand side. And Māori extend their lead by 1. 4-1 is the scoreline. Now Samoa just looking to attack from the 7-metre line, running a rooster plate, going open side, throws a dummy. And I'll tell you what, she could talk somebody into buying dirt. The way that she sold that dummy, Tila Lole, and she just strolled over there, Gaz.
Yeah, and it was against Marama there. She probably should have just shut down and said, let's see if you're good enough to throw a 4-on-3. But they manned up a little bit there and they got a bit of confusion in defence. And, you know, good platform to run, the rooster platform. You can either go short, dive between the 2 middles, or feed that wrapper. So keeps the keeps the defence guessing, and good to see that the Samoans have hit back. We've still got a game on our hands.
Yeah, well, they've remained in touching distance with that try. Tila Lole just absolutely fooling everybody with that dummy as the Maori approach the 7-metre line. Rasmussen just parking herself at link, moves into the middle. Callanan moves into the middle as well. They're looking for the sweeper coming around. Rasmussen just pulls out, directing traffic, pointing, and looking for a 4-on-3.
Nice. Good read there from the winger.
Bit of a deep link ball there. And great shot from Samoa. So they've managed to snuff that one out, Gaz.
Yeah, it looked like they overplayed their hand. It looked like Tony was trying to set something and a few other people overcalled her, it looked like. And so they weren't all in sync. And unfortunately, that one's broken down. But the advantage is they've turned the ball over on the Samoan line. So now they've got to do the hard yards and get it to the other end.
And I think this is probably better, although still lacking that cohesion. They are still going forward. And they've managed to cross halfway with 1 or 2 touches up their sleeve, although they've popped out. They've got numbers on the right-hand side. Touch was made. Rasmussen recovered in time. As you mentioned before, Gaz, probably one of the faster women players going around. That's the 5th and final touch. And she's managed to split them. Long ball out to the wing. I think if she had her time over, she probably would have wanted to hold on to that one. But promising signs there for Samoa.
Yeah, well, she stepped him, and then I don't think she realised she had so much time. Once she'd got in the in goal, she threw it straight away, and I think she could have just strolled around in the in goal for a little bit longer and hoped that the winger had a chance to break off. But I guess, as you said, that was a much better set of 6. They gave themselves an opportunity, and looks like they got a few strike players towards that try line if they can continue to do that.
And Maori just looking to return serve. They've had their first couple of touches were good, going up the left-hand side of the field close to their box. As a scoop comes out of half, looks to get in behind and manages to go from 7 metre to pretty much 7 metre.
That's a pretty good touch too, wasn't it? I thought she was through then, but great recovery there from the Samoan girls.
Yeah, great diving effort there and really snuffed out that plate. And this is better for the Samoan girls, probably... extending the play. I was going to say probably not looking to check wide, but they've managed to pick up a few extra meters, approaching the back end of the set. Here's Watkins. She sliced through like a hot knife through butter. Over the top, not quite going to hand, but they had the numbers. They had the Maori defense stretched. I think probably just a regular pass would have done the trick, and draw and passing not quite getting the finish there for Samoa.
Yeah, I think it was great work from the Maori winger there. She sort of shaped to come in and then held out, and that caused the Samoan girls to hesitate with the pass. But, yeah, just run straight, draw and pass would have put them over in the corner then and narrowed this margin. But it's gone the Maori way. So, but I think this second half, we spoke about what would the coach say. There is a little bit more running in the legs of the Samoan side, and it's opened up 2 or 3 opportunities early for them.
And they've managed to get a bit of a roll on here. Little bobble at the pass off from dummy half just meant that they couldn't quite get it. Although approaching the 5th and final touch, that's a bit of a coach killer, giving away a repeat set on the last. So Maori will get a fresh set of 6 with prime real estate.
You sort of question those ones. She'd come to shut down. The player was blindsided. Did the player throw it into her more so than her playing at it? But anyway, she probably could have held off, and she's got away with it because we've got an early turnover from the Maori team. Yeah,
breathing a sigh of relief, I think, there, the Samoan outfit, as the turnover comes relatively cheaply there for Maori. I think they would have liked to have played the whole set, but they've given it away on touch 2 or 3, so an unforced error. As Samoa, I'll tell you what, coming into the second half, their rucking has gotten a lot better. They're going forward, and I wonder if they've heeded the advice of Coach Patsi Nasalio, approaching the 5th and final touch, scooping out a half, looking for a 4-on-3. And that's not a bad set there from Samoa.
Yeah, they're definitely running a lot more than the first half, and hopefully they can see that it's creating a lot more opportunities. And with 8 minutes to go, they just got to keep that the drive up and give themselves an opportunity.
Streaking away down the left-hand side, can't quite get around there. That was Te Amo streaking down the left-hand side.
Have you noticed that much in the comps over in New Zealand? They're calling it sneak play here. So because they're coming on from the subset and the winger's making a lot of touches, they drive it, and then the last person on sits on the wing, and they do that late offload down the wing, hoping to catch the opposition winger ball watching in field.
Yeah, well, that's it. And when they've got their hips turned, it makes really opens up that narrow short side. as Rasmussen once again opening them up as easy as you like. She came around on the sweep, stepped back towards the safe side, and it was just a short ball that did it.
I think what's happening is because of her speed, the middle making this touch here is so conscious about pulling a corner hard, it's dragging the other middle over, and then she's able to offload back inside, and that far link's just not following the play.
Yeah, and that's the threat, isn't it, of having someone with just pure pace. And Georgia Samoa manages to cross over for the Māori's 5th try of the game. And now Samoa through Watkins coming down towards the 7-metre line. Watkins and our Fook will look to pull the strings on this one. Just pulling up both the middle and the link, looking to get a counties play on the inside. But now looking to sweep. They're stringing a few phases together. Watkins looks to throw long down the short side. And Māori not being fooled by anyone on that one. But now they'll ruck forward. And that's a great first drive, although a little bit slow to dummy half.
It's got to complete the set here. Let's hope it's not the commentator's curse, but they do have a 3-try lead. So just ending the ball at the other end is what they need for this last 6 minutes.
And the 5th and final touch is called. Ball goes to ground. And I think they might have been, I was going to say, I think they might have pulled a penalty. Offside might be the call from the referee. Just a huge shout out to our referees. There's 18 all in action. And a team of 3 for this one. So
it's a pretty big effort from them too. There's been 3 back-to-back tournaments. If you include this one in the last couple of weeks around this area. And those guys, like everyone else, have got to do the hard yards, and they probably pull up pretty sore, and they're backing up. So that's great from the referees.
And Māori have strolled over for another one there. That was Jaya Callanan offloading to Marama Thomas. Came around on the sweep once again. The sweep is working wonders for this Māori side and really causing Samoa a few headaches.
Yeah, and this is where I guess the coaching comes into it to say, let's squeeze in and force them to score in the corners. Let's see if they can throw the long balls. They seem to be splitting them pretty easily in the middle, so let's tighten it up and let's try and force them to score the way they don't want to score.
And 6-2 is the scoreline at the moment. If you're just joining us for the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, we've got Samoa against the Māori side in this first round of the Open Women's, 3rd round overall here at Bill Norris Oval. And Samoa looking for a sweep again. They're just trying to return serve to what the Māori did to them down the far end of the field. Although Māori defense looking pretty robust at the moment. There's nothing really penetrating. They've really tightened up, although they've managed to pull something a little bit, pull a rabbit out of the hat, a bit off the cuff. But the ball does go to ground, and now the Māori looking to ruck down the far end of the field there, Gaz.
Yeah, they're doing what they call an away set, so just direct. Look at the yards they're making from being direct, and then those guys will still be able to get off at the back. So just something a little bit different, and it's worked out quite well for them.
Yeah, just getting their subbers on now. So that's Albert with the ball, offloading to Dean. Great drive there from Dean. Albert out of half. And she's managed to pull a play through call. She scooped through. Dummy half ended up being caught, but Samoa not caught. Samoa caught, not quite making their 7-metre line.
What's your thoughts on that? If she gets touched, they play an advantage, but she gets touched a metre later. Are you thinking you'd rather the repeat set of 6, or do you think bad luck you had?
If you are just joining us, there is another Women's Open fixture on field 2. Both of them herself. She made a late decision to offload the ball. Ball goes to ground, and they'll get a repeat set on the 7-metre line with 90 seconds left.
She's probably been the standout in this game, hasn't she? The difference between both teams. And it's a bit of a new concept. Oh, I think she's dropped that. It's a bit of a new concept because last year the Maori and Indigenous teams were just invitational, so they played a few round games and then just an exhibition match, but these guys can actually win the tournament this year, so that's got something that they'll all be pushing towards doing now.
And they've attracted some big names, haven't they? Especially, well, as we see, we'll get back to that. They've run numbers down on the right-hand side. Rasmussen ran a punish and managed to attract the defensive attention of the winger. Simple draw and pass. And the Māori have gone over in the corner to get their 7th of the match there, Gaz.
Yeah, and Grubby's Burgers and Hawaiian Barbecue have kindly donated a Player of the Match award for each game in this tournament, and I think Tony will be heading to get herself a burger tonight.
Well, she's 1 for 1, so let's see if she can keep these sorts of performances up, because she might be nabbing a few more the way she's going. And
she's got quite a big family now, so maybe she's looking to get 5 so she can feed the whole family tonight.
Take the family out for dinner. Why wouldn't you? As Samoa, through Watkins and Norfolk, referee calls a penalty, not rolling forward is the call, and the Shadows are full time. 7-2 is the current scoreline. The hooter goes in the background. Samoa will look to finish with a flurry. Norfolk looking to create numbers on the left-hand side. The late switch comes. Ball goes to ground. And the Maori with a pretty commanding performance there, Gaz. 7-2 was the final score. They take the spoils in this one.
Yeah, I think experience shone through in the end. It was pretty even, except for those players like Rasmussen, Albert and Matamar Thomas were probably the difference in that, getting tries when they needed them. And great game, and all the girls should be very proud of themselves.
And thank you to, just a quick plug for all of our sponsors for this event, all of our partners, Clutch Entertainment, Seventh Touch, Bentley Multisports, Grubby's Burgers and Tetsy's Club. Thank you for joining us for this Open Women's fixture. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back for the next live stream game between Samoa and Maori men's teams. Join us after the break. It is indeed, just slices through them, not quite getting forward and getting a high point defender up and making the touch. Ropitakihi beats him and then gets through the second line of defense and manages to cross for the Māori's fourth. Yeah, just caught backtracking there.
Wasn't it? But great player. And they ended up winning the quarter in a drop-off. They won the semi and they ended up winning the final, and his pod was clutch, and he was a big part of that. And I was in the box just watching as a head coach and was mesmerised the way those guys kept pulling the rabbit out of their hat to keep them in the game, and it took them all the way to the final and they won it.
And Samoa looking to just die with the football on the left hand.
Lethal 4-on-3 pass, and they haven't really brought him into the game yet.
Yeah, as we see Māori, they get some strike power subbing off, and then they get even more subbing on as Skinner goes through, looking to go down the short side. That's Taker. No touch is called, so he strolled through. Carter Skinner gets the try. And that was just out and out pace. They came from that latch, didn't it, Gaz, through the middle of the field. They just popped out, and then they had numbers to burn on the left-hand side. Got the Samoa team rolling on the back foot, and they've picked up another one.
Yeah, I think the beauty of that one, when they did the pop out, it didn't totally open them up. So they did the pop out, then turned it into a strike dump, which got him out of half quite easily.
Samoa just struggling to compete with the strike power of the Māori team at the current minute. We're about halfway through this first stanza. We're running with 15-minute halves. If you're just joining us for the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, Patisi Alapai looking for the strike dump on the right-hand side. Seth Weaver looking to get involved. He goes to the short side, looks for the short ball to Paraki. And ball going to ground, unfortunately. And the signs are there, aren't they, Gaz? The signs are there in terms of their attack. It's just a matter of stringing enough of those opportunities together to be threatening enough to challenge this Māori defence.
I'd like to see him start running the 4-on-3 platform to see if the Māori team decides to pull corner or if they man up and then get Jesse out of half a bit more on those late touches, and let's watch him ball play.
As we see a rare...
Let's see if he can pick the. Let's see if he can pick the right options, and he probably did. Then the short ball was on. Unfortunately, the hole hitter didn't stay alive and couldn't hang on to it.
Now Māori just wrapping onto the field, looking to get Dayberg Muir on the sweep, extending the play, pass coming back to Dayberg Muir. And just toying with the Samoan defence at the moment as Tyler Love on the ball, gets the counties, runs a 4-on-3, short ball, but the pass goes to ground. And the penalty on the back end of that, compounding their efforts.
So 4 minutes to go in this first half. Really just got to get a bit of field position and stop the, plug the hole in the boat, so to speak.
Yeah, well, 5-0, so they're really coming off the back foot. Samoa rolling onto the field. That's Ryder Fook. Seth Weaver comes on the scoop, looks to push through, and has he managed to get through? The touch is made. Great diving effort there from Kingston Lamberg, and he almost broke through the defence there, Seth Weaver.
Well, they have tended to go that 4-on-3 platform the last two plays, and while he didn't have the foot speed to go through, then it does seems to be opening up a bit better than the stuff they were running middle.
Yeah, Fook caught infield, and now they're really in 6s and 7s. Bit of a bobble at the roll ball that really stifled that momentum on that run, but they're still competing as they look to go short side. They've shaped on the right. That was Skinner with off-ball work. Caught in position as a dummy half. That's a turnover, but Māori, they've just got a strike all over the park. It's tough to keep up.
Yeah, but Wes did pretty well then to foot it with him, and a diving touch that saved a try for sure.
Now pushing to go forward, Māori really putting some heat on through this defensive effort. And they've just gotten their wires crossed there going towards their box, Samoa, unfortunately, and they've got numbers on the right-hand side. But
I think we've got an injury there. There's looked like a collision between the two of the Samoan players there.
And that is Terrell Patisialapai. There's two of them in this Samoan outfit, the two brothers, Tyrese and Terrell. And let's hope he's okay. So off a static roll ball, the Māori with a fresh set of 6, just a couple of metres off their 7-metre line. Skinner.
Look for the Tika brothers here to put something on.
Lennox and Kaya. And 6 and 5 if you're keeping up. Managed to scoop through. Not a lot of off-ball work, but who needs it when you can go through and create chances just like that? You called it, Gaz, the Tika boys. And they're really stamping their mark on this one.
Yeah, they are. They're going quite well. Those good players have seen a bit of them over the last year or so and very sharp on their feet. Yeah.
And there was nothing really doing. He just shaped to go to the short side, step back towards the open, and the hole was there, parted like the Red Sea. And Māori are just really dominating this Samoan outfit in the early exchanges. The opening half of this one, 6-0 is the current score. Samoa will look to peg one back before half-time. 90 seconds left to get one. Leituvai comes around on the rooster. And Wanakore, not sure about those ones. He does get in the passing lane. So those are 50-50 calls, aren't they, Gaz? It can kind of go either way.
Yeah, I think he'd created the numbers then. So I'd say the defender was trying to get his hand there to stop an opportunity.
As we see another recount.
Here's the two experienced boys here. Let's see if they can get one for him.
A bit of a hold. I think he tried to get away with that one. I don't know who came off better there. They've caught up at the roll ball. Hayata and Seth Weaver going at it at the ruck. So a little bit of gamesmanship going on. Seth Weaver looking to draw the players around again. Sweeper coming around. Bobble at the roll ball. Not what they needed. Samoa. Leituvai comes up with the unforced error. And with a fresh set of 6, that one's going to sting a little bit.
Yeah, so again, we talked about it in the earlier games about what they're calling sequencing now, but I still like to see a bit of ball movement on those first couple of touches because the wingers are just sitting on the line. The links are in good shape, and you're going to have to be very, very good to beat someone on those early touches with no separation of the defence before it. Like if we move them around and throw a few passes, they lose shape, and that's when you got a chance of doing it.
As the long ball goes out to the left-hand side. Great recovery there from the winger. That was Prince Lima. And they go back to his side. He got caught backpedaling and caught infield. The pass went back out, and the Maori have nabbed their 7th of the first half. And a pretty dominating display there from Maori, just showing their wares.
Yeah, that last try showed a bit of fatigue there from the winger, unless he thought that the half-time siren was going to ring a bit earlier, but he kind of got stuck in the mud, didn't he? Probably a little bit of an obstruction there to him as well, but yeah, lost completely where he was, and the Maori side take advantage of it. 7-0.
7-0 is the score in this first half. Maori take a commanding lead into the break. Join us for the second half just after the short break. Welcome back for the second half of this open men's fixture at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup between the Maori and Samoa. The Maori really stamping their class on this game in the first half, Gaz. 7-0 is the current score. What do you think Samoa have to do to pick the lead back?
I think, to be honest with you, they're not going to come back from 7-0, but what they've got to do is try and, I said it earlier in the women's game, they've just got to start getting the right field position. If you give these Maori team time on your line, then you're in trouble. So complete your sets, turn the ball over on that field, and they've got to tighten up their D a little bit, don't they?
Yeah, defense is where it's really killing them at the moment. And Samoa through Paraki, and those unforced errors don't help either. So not quite the start they wanted for the second half, Samoa, as the ball goes out to the link. Swung back to the middle, and Tyler Love coming through the field, through the middle. Wanakore switches in Dayberg Muir, pops the ball over the top, back to Love, passes on to Hayata, and they're just toying with the Samoan defense at the moment. He'll get the quickie back, get the return ball, steps off his left, looks to dive in underneath. Touch was made there, but just ambling up the field at the moment, aren't they, the Māori?
Yeah, they're doing it easy, recycling very well, and they're not really working as a unit in defence here, Samoan side. So the Māori side's just toying with them by dishing off and making more metres up the field than they should be.
And they get a repeat set. Rolling forward was the call. Drummy looks to scoot to the outside. Got the goosey in, dove in and underneath. And ball down is the call from the referee. He's made a habit of doing that over the years, has Jermaine Dayberg Muir, and that is the 8th for the Māori.
Again, you know that on those first plays, the ball's coming to him.
Yeah, probably wanting to be inside and not quite try to man him up there, because he just stood him up, skipped to his outside, and that dive is just too good.
Look, I think that I'm always for the links trying to help the middles, but I just think on those early touches, you're just exposing yourself too much. So force them to throw the 32 and play off the end of that on those early touches. Don't get yourself dragged out of the link position, otherwise you'll get exposed like that.
And great read there in defence from Te Haere. but unfortunately on the turnover, he's put the ball to ground.
Yeah, did all the hard work and then dropped it on the buddy.
Sometimes it's the simplest things, isn't it, Gaz? As if Weaver comes out of half, there's a collision there between Love and Pasifika. It did not look pretty. I think Love looked to work the snipe defense coming from Link and took his eye off the ball, and they've absolutely collided here. Let's hope he's okay. Tyrese Pasifika.
Well, Wes saw the sniper and threw the dummy, and unfortunately for the Link, he just got hammered there.
Yeah, well, it was just momentum, wasn't it? Two bodies coming together.
Should we put him on report?
Well, I think you'd serve about 3 weeks in the NRL for that, the way things are going these days. But, yeah, I'm not sure if there's any sort of judiciary here, but it's good to see him back to his feet, Tyrese Pasifika. But it's also great to see the bit of compassion shown by Tyler Love there as well, making sure he's okay. Kind of jogs off towards the dead ball line.
Looks like he got him good, but he's in a bit of trouble there. Didn't they? Just a quick question for you. What's with all the eligibility rules? What's the go with it? Because there seems to be these days in rugby league and in touch football, a lot more people than you thought had the background, maybe just because the opportunity of playing in these sides it's announced. But what's the eligibility for all these tournaments in the Pacific?
So I know when it gets to international, under the rules of the Federation of International Touch, FIT, it's a grandparent. So previously it was if you had a parent born in the country that you're wanting to represent, then you were eligible. But these days they've pushed it out to grandparents, which allows a lot of second generation players to be able to represent their home country or their mother nation, which is good. It opens up that eligibility, opens up the player pool for those smaller nations to be able to select from, and platforms like this really create that pathway between those Australian and New Zealand based players, particularly for this for the Pacific. And it really opens up those pathways to be able to get that international representation on the world stage. As Paraki looks to throw long, and they've dove over on the left-hand side. That was Luka Matawaina crossing over on the left-hand side.
He looks pretty happy with himself, doesn't he?
As he should be. He's managed to score Samoa's first, as we hear for the first time, 685. And 685 definitely rolling on that one there, Gaz.
Yeah, so what they did there is they went for the 4-on-3 platform, ripped the early ball, and then he went against the grain there, and it's forcing the defence to make a decision, which is what we said the Samoan side should do, force them to make a decision rather than getting in a foot race with them.
And they opened them up easily on that occasion. So they've managed to get their first of the afternoon. 8-1 is the current score. Fook probably caught out of position at half, and that's created the opportunity, the half chance there for the Maori. But he manages to recover, does Ryder Fook. Ball comes back to the middle of the field. Dayberg Muir working with Love, looking to run the 4-on-3 double pumps, throws the short ball. Johnston makes the touch, and it was a good one at that because those long levers were working in overtime there.
And just going back to that eligibility rule, you know, it is a great thing that they've gone with grandparents, because obviously, you know, your grandparents are usually quite close to you. So you should, just because you've moved to Australia for argument's sake, we should be still encouraging people to represent their heritage. And I know that most of the time, because Australia is, you know, the #1 nation in the game at the moment, you know, those guys are sort of pushed towards playing for Australia. But if they're not making that, I think the game as a whole should be encouraging people to go back and represent their heritage, because it only makes for a stronger comp. There's nothing worse than going to a World Cup and winning, you know, 10-15-0. You want these hard games, and we want all these other countries to be involved with their best players.
100%, Gaz. And I think, you know, we did mention the sort of grandparent rule that's come into effect, but there's also the introduction of the tier system. So you've got Australia, New Zealand, England that are your tier 1 nations, and any player that is eligible for another nation, so say, for example, someone that's eligible for Australia and Samoa, they would be able to sort of go back and forth depending on selection. Which only strengthens those tier 2 nations, as it's called.
So if I didn't make Australia, then you could go back and play without any penalty as such.
Correct.
Yep, that's good.
Seth Weaver looks for the sinker ball. Te Haere read it. And 8-1, the current score. We're about halfway through the second half. Maori, they had a pretty dominant display earlier against Norfolk Island as well. So in 2 live stream games, they've really shown their class and stamped their mark early on this tournament. 18 tries so far in the 2 games, and they're rolling through the field relatively easily, just getting Samoa on the back foot. Approaching the 7-metre line at Opetikahi, working with Lamberg, and just walking basically towards the 7-metre line. Now pushing forward, touch is made, running the open side quickie, and they've opened them up relatively easily there again. Pretty passive, the Samoan defence. And that is their 9th of the morning. Sorry, the Maori 9-1 is the current score.
Seems to be the play at the moment, doesn't it? Like the quarterback, I think we call it. So the quickie, and then just the link's just nowhere to be seen.
Well, I think the work done by Opetikahi just to draw the other middle up, wasn't it? Because Seth Weaver was the high point, and then the moment he could get that other middle interested, really opened up his options, ran the open side, and then stepped back to draw the Samoan defender back across, and then a short ball was enough to do it.
Yeah, so he did an open side quickie, which forced the link to stay on his man, and then when he did the step back, obviously it turned from a 3-on-3 situation or 4-on-3, so the link was just caught in no man's land, so smart play there.
And Pasifika, it's good to see him back out on the field, sporting the mullet out the back. Ball goes to ground on that occasion, appealing for the recount, but Maori on a quick turnover. That was Carter Skinner looking to draw another penalty maybe as well. Pasifika, he put a hand in there.
And then a little kick ahead.
Yeah, and then ran off the field as well. That's has he been studying your playbook, Gaz?
The tricks of the trade, eh?
The tricks of the trade. And Maori will get a repeat set 10 metres away from halfway. Daybreak Muir takes them forward. And
scoring has slowed up a little bit, but I expect the Maoris to step it up a little bit in this last couple of minutes here, and might see some more tries.
Looking to run that follow, Daybreak Muir. You could see him calling it. Beautiful play. Shape to run the sweep, push the toucher to their corner. The scooper went short side, and that just opened it right up through the middle channel. And Daybreak Muir just falls over the line. 10-1 is the current score, and yeah, the stink's been taken out of this one, Gaz, but the tries that the Māori are putting on are just, they're pretty to watch.
Yeah, tough to stop, isn't it, when you got footwork of those 2 guys around the ball. He's racking himself up some tries too, Drummy, isn't he?
Well, maybe he might be after the Grubbies food voucher for player of the match, and
Michael might be left at home, and Drummy might take Tony to dinner with the family.
Well, Drummy's got a pretty big family himself, so maybe he might be looking to take his family out. So shout out to Lauren and the kids. As Samoa looking to attack on the 7-metre line. Ball goes out to the left-hand side, looking to skip around the outside was Prince Lima. And I think Lima might actually be from Samoa as well. He's recently moved over to Queensland. Yep. So it's good to see him in this environment. And Maori just...
Not a bad name either, Prince.
Prince. Named after the best of the best, I think. And it's just ambling up the field once again, the Maori. They're making the yards relatively easily and really catching the Samoan side backpedaling, and that's what happened. That's a great reach-back touch there from Eddie Johnston. And that's the experience of someone like Johnston. He showed him the inside hole, but stayed within touching distance and then turned his back, got him on the reach-back.
So Eddie's done a fair bit of work with Northern Beaches from when they started up a few years ago. So good club man there.
And now Samoa through Leituvai, throws to the link. Te Haere, I've been impressed with him as well, out on the right-hand side wing for the Māori. Number 13, he's made some good defensive reads. And when you've got the threats such as Leituvai, such as Sefuiva, Paraki as well can throw them. You know, it's not easy. Wing can be the loneliest position on the field, can't it, Gaz?
Yeah, 100%. And he bagged himself 4 or 5 tries in that first game too. So he's having a good day out early on.
Yeah, to go with a couple in this one as well. So a couple for the Māori to choose from. Leituvai read the passive. Lamberg putting the ball to ground. And you're right, the slowing has scored up relatively quickly in the second half as it's worn on. Māori probably Happy just to play the field position game with such a commanding lead. 9 tries is the deficit.
And they have taken their foot off the gas, in fairness.
Yeah, and there's 7 teams, so they've got 6 round games all up. 7 on the field, I think, is the call from the referee. Just not quite getting their subbing right, Samoa. But there's 7 teams in this grade for the Open Men's, which is an increase from last year's 4 nations. So it's great to see the growth and development of this tournament in its 2nd year.
What do you think the next step is?
I think solidifying would be great. Also, if we can get a few other nations where the numbers are there, for example, you probably could look at introducing a Fijian team if there's numbers. I know Causa Knight and the 2 Fresh crew from Brisbane do a lot of work there. And speaking of a lot of work, the Maori have done some to get their own. That's their 11th try of the match, 21 tries over the course of 2 games. That's an impressive effort there from the Maori.
Yeah, and that was good footwork. Ran him in and then bounced him out.
Yeah, Taker and Brown working a treat there, luring in Pati Sialapai, and then just the left foot off the ball. Lennox Taker dives over, and 11-1 with a couple more seconds left on the clock.
Not easy to stop that, is it, when you're going backwards and they're going forwards?
I'll tell you what, and when you've got the footwork of someone like Lennox Taker, it just makes it that much harder. And Pariki ball to ground as the hooter goes. 11-1 is the score. They'll play out this touch. Leituvai looks to go and steal one. Seth Weaver with the chip and chase. It all comes to naught. 11-1 is the final score. Māori over Samoa. And what a display from the Māori over the course of the first 2 games there, Gaz.
Yeah, they're definitely on fire. 21 tries in 2 games, and they're definitely the team to beat.
And I think probably more importantly as well is not only have they scored 21, but they've only let in 3. So pretty impressive stuff from the Māori. Thank you for joining us here at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. Māori get the spoils in this one, 11-1. Join us for the next fixture here on Field 1 at Bill Norris Oval, which will be between the Cook Islands and Papua New Guinea. Join us after the break. Welcome back to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, where we have an open men's fixture between Cook Islands and Papua New Guinea. Both teams have already been in action today. And this will be their second match of the day as Cook Islands start with the ball in the green and white strip going from right to left on your screen. Papua New Guinea in the red, black and gold going from left to right. As Cook Island have first purchase with the ball, Wood for Papua New Guinea grabs the intercept. He read that play well, saw the second man coming. And on touch 0, he'll take it to just a few feet off the halfway line. And that's it's not a bad start from Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, it's a great start. Looked like a good move unfolding there, and he's read it well and taken the intercept and put him straight back on the attack.
And in a couple of touches, they've gone straight to the 7-metre line as Wong looks to dive over the line. That was a nice dive. Touch was made, though. And Hayden Wong, he had a bit of a blinder in the first game against the Indigenous. If you were watching on the Field 2 live stream, he had an excellent first half before the Indigenous sort of started to shut him down. So he'll be looking to carry on that first half form in this match as Cook Islands look to move up the field, coming close to their sub-box.
That was a big result for PNG in round 1 against the Indigenous. I was quite shocked when I looked over at halftime and saw them up 5-2 and ended up a draw in the end.
6-6 was the final score. And I'll tell you what, PNG, they were probably breathing a sigh of relief when they managed to nab a draw because they went from being three tries up to 1 try down. So somewhat good result. They'll be disappointed that they couldn't carry on from their first half efforts, but nabbing a draw in such a tight competition will be important for them as we see PNG rolling on from around the sub-box. That's Cattell, their captain. Looking for a drive was RY. Looks to scoop to the short side, does Cattell. Late switch coming to Brio. Looks to throw the short ball. And that is the 6th touch handover there to the Cook Islands team. And that's not a bad defensive set there from Cook Islands.
So Josh Cattell, former Sydney boy, played a few years with West and also Manly, and now he's up this way playing in the with Brisbane. He's just over 40 now, so he's doing quite well out there and taking these young kids along for the ride with him. And I think he's had the opportunity to captain this side, so that'd be a pretty proud moment for him.
Yeah, and how good is it? We've seen over the course of the first couple of games where teams do have those sort of 1 or 2 experienced members of their crew, but majority of the side's made up from young players, which is awesome to see. It just speaks to the efforts of the nations trying to get that longevity and getting a good player pool established. As Wood comes on the scoop, looks to throw short to Wong, looking for the tip on. Ball going to ground. PNG appealing for a recount. Nothing forthcoming from the referee. And Cook Islands will get the ball a couple of metres off their 7.
And Tiv, I might bring one of PNG's finest in, Ryan, because he'll know all the players and he might be able to give us a better insight into the names and the PNG boys. So I'll step out for a minute and I'll bring Ryan in.
And now Cook Islands, as we welcome Ryan onto the live stream. Cook Islands coming down to the 7-metre line, looking to scoot away to the outside. Great touch made there from Nate Wood. He's a very experienced member of this PNG outfit. He's really leading from the front for this PNG side. Hayden Wong goes first. And ball goes to ground, so a relatively cheap turnover there for PNG. They'll want to look to tidy that up as the game progresses. And Cook Islands looking to run a punish play. Just looking to step over the line there, Jaden Graham. And touches made from PNG. Ryan, who would be the ones to look out for in this PNG side? So we've outlined Hayden Wong. He was a real standout in the first game, but who else should we be watching out for?
Definitely their number 14. He's one of the older boys that's actually been selected in their PNG World Cup team. So Nate Wood's been around the game for a while now, representing PNG in almost all levels. I was lucky enough to play a World Cup with him back in Coffs Harbour. I think it was 2015, and we played there. So he's one of their experience. Another one is Tyrell Awai. Sorry, Tommy, you're going to kill me for not pronouncing your last name right. But yeah, Tyrell, also known as Tiny, he's just gone up to make the touch there. So he, Tyrell Awai, that's how you pronounce it. So the number 2 there. So he's lightning on his feet, and yeah, he's a real explosive young player, good to watch.
And as we're talking about PNG, I'll tell you what, who we should be talking about is the Cook Islands, as they've really opened them up on the right-hand side. They've scored one. The long ball went out, and they were patient in their build-up there, Cook Islands. It was Horatio Edwards, a real standout from NTLs recently, and Aiden Masters working in the middle before the long ball looped over the top, and they crossed out wide.
The Masters boys, they really connect well here for Cook Island. Such a good sporting family, so it's good to see that they can put together something on this attacking line. As we see that man Tyrell there, and a good long ball out by number 5, Raven. Now, Raven's from the northern New South Wales coast, so it's good to see him making the trek all the way to Brisbane. As that speedster, Tyrell, gets through dummy half. He was just unlucky there with that pass.
Yeah, well, he was lightning quick out of dummy half in the first game as well against the Indigenous. So we've got a couple of handy players there, PNG. We did mention earlier, though, they do have a reduced playing roster, playing with 12. So they're playing pretty much 6 on the field, 6 off the field. And how much of an effect do you think that's going to have come the back end of the tournament, Ryan?
Back end of the tournament, it's gonna really start to kill the legs and start to catch up on you. I feel like these first 3 games, you can get away with a few things. I think as you're accommodating for the fact that you've got lack numbers, it's more about playing smarter than harder, I feel. So let's see if a few adjustments that they can make leading into the back half of this tournament.
As Cattell goes in looking to run a rooster play, the phase was on. But now they'll look to sweep. Cattell coming around. Wong looks to scoop to the short side. He's managed to draw the attention of the Cook Islands link. He's popped off to Kani Adamson Palmer. And well-worked try there from Papua New Guinea.
That's a beautiful try there. And again, it was from that man that you were mentioning earlier on in the broadcast there, number 8, Hayden Wong. By all comments, he's had a blinder in the first game, so it's just good to see him step up here. He's one of the younger junior players coming through PNG, but he's really taken on a more experienced role just with his skills and abilities.
And we were just talking about it earlier, Ryan. It's great to see, while you've got the experience of your Nate Wood or your Josh Cattell, it's good to see the youth that are really coming through, because really they're the future of these nations. You can have a good team full of 25 to 30-year-olds, but if you don't have good 16, 17, 18-year-olds coming through, then it all comes to naught. As Cook Islands look for an opportunity out wide, there was Ruma Loset. And now Horatio Edwards will look to pull the strings in the middle, looking for the sweep to come around. Jaden Graham goes down for the dump. Masters return ball, the QB, and the pass not quite going to hand there. But they managed to pull the PNG defense across, but just the finish, not quite there.
Yeah, look, PNG was doing well in defending with him, but the ball movement from Cook Island was just exceptional. The way they went left to right and back across that ball, just unlucky to find the winger there, their mark. As we see PNG working their way out, trying to get some transitions on to get good field position for this last strike play.
And approaching the halfway line, they've got 1 or 2 more touches left in this set. Great drive there from Brandon Wong. There's 3 Wongs in action as Hayden looks to scoop through the middle, looking for an extra player. But
no.
The ball not going to hand. It fell into his lap. Hayden Wong managed to scoop through, but just the pass not quite sticking there for PNG. 1 left on the table there.
That is an absolute coach killer, wouldn't you say? That is an absolute, oh, you'd hate to see that. But as Cook Island jump on this quick transition here, let's see if, and they're just unlucky to give away a penalty.
Yeah, well, the speed and precision of the Cook Islands sub-box set on that one was just too much for the PNG defense to handle. Well-drilled side there, looked after from Terry Joe and Gary Harding as well, this Cook Island outfit. So we'll see what they can come up with on this attacking 4-8. Just happy to amble down to the 7-metre line. Ball comes back to the middle of the field. That's Matinga on the ball. Passing off to Te Amo, looking to run the rooster. 4-on-3, the big jumping dummy, looking for the second phase play. Long ball goes out to the left-hand side. They've run out of room, though. Great eyes from the sideline referee. He did step on the line in possession with the ball. That constitutes a handover, and PNG survived that one.
Absolutely loving the ball movement from Cook Island here. They've taken the ball, like in their previous play, they've taken the ball left and right, and this time they did connect with their winger, and they're lucky enough to jag a penalty just when PNG's just working their way out towards their sub-box, so they're back on the attack.
Yeah, it did start to look a little bit convoluted on that left-hand side of the field, close to their box, real congested, and as a result, ball goes to ground. And so Cook Islands now, they're about 30 away from the try line, looking to get some numbers onto the field. McBurney working in tandem with Riley Matinga. Ball goes across to Te Amo. Looking for a counties play, 4-on-3, goes short, and the ball was there, gets a ricochet. I think another pass would have done it.
Definitely, and Tobias there coming off the wing for P&G just to knock that ball down. I think a bit of a try saver.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, he was another one that had a pretty good game there, was Tobias Nona. And the first outing against the Indigenous, so good player out on the wing there as they look to run a sweep. The back door doesn't come. The ball goes out there. That's Jackson Tavai just running out of room once again. The ball movement really going from left to right. As the Cook Islands now looking to run a 4-on-3, but they go to the short side. Long ball goes over the top a little bit too high. I think he would have had to be about 8 feet tall to catch that one. And the turnover comes. That's a great exhibition of defense there from Papua New Guinea.
It definitely is. The middles were worked over a bit, and the scramble defense for the middles to get out and sort of help out, even for tap backs, because a lot of the wingers, you'll see with the lack of numbers, I feel like the PNG will have their wingers play majority of the game and not subbing. So their work to be able to come up with some pivotal touches at the right moments has been good.
And that's great work there from Hayden Wong coming out of dummy half, manages to catch Riley Matinga offside. And he's a live wire, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
He's not he's not easy to defend as Hayden Wong. And he'll look to just draw both middles up there. Gets the return ball quick. He had to reach to get that one. As the sweep comes around, that's Brio. Looks to get on the outside.
It's a big body diving for that line there, but he did well to get around at that sweep. He took off a bit late.
Yeah, a little bit delayed coming around, and that's probably what saved the Cook Island defense on that one. They ripped along. Wong looking to isolate one-on-one with Matinga. It's a great battle going on between these two. And not rolling forward is the call from the penalty. Was that the second?
I think that was the second. So they'd be hard-pressed to get a third penalty out here, the Cook Islands defending.
There's Wong, Brandon and Hayden working in the middle. Matinga diving to make that one. Touch called by the referee. And these Wong boys, there's 3 of them all up, and you'd have to be on your toes to be able to defend them as they rip the long ball out to Hayden. Pass not quite on the mark there from Daniel Wong, though. Looking to run a sweep. As they come, it's opened up through the middle.
And that's great covering defense there from Cook Island. The far link just coming across. And they're in 6s and 7s, Cook Islands, and they're doing a great job in keeping PNG out for these back-to-back attacking sets.
Yeah, they're hanging on by the skin of their teeth, aren't they? Hayden Wong looks to scoot over. Touch is made, and I'll tell you what, Cook Islands, they looked out on their feet, but they've managed to defend the set well there.
Definitely. That's a great confidence booster. And as you can see on the transition here, they're just getting momentum coming forward, and the players running on are just going to get pumped up by that defensive set, and you're going to see a good, clean 5th and last finish here. Oh, and as I say that, I think I've hit him with the commentator's curse.
It's a classic, isn't it?
Oh, my goodness.
It was looking good, coming over the halfway, probably looking a little bit too good, according to the referees. A forward pass is actually the call. I thought it might have been for 7 on the field, but a forward pass is the call. And yeah, they were looking threatening on that transition set there, the Cook Islands. Unfortunately, it all comes to naught as PNG get the ball in prime real estate right on halfway. Ball comes to Nona for a few buddies down the right-hand side before it swings back to the middle. It's Poa on the ball, working with Nate Wood, the experienced campaigner, looking to get a counties. The gaps there through the middle of the field, 4-on-3, ball goes over the top. The tap back was on, but nothing forthcoming there for Cameron Vele out on the left-hand side.
Now, with just under 45 seconds left, do you think PNG have a chance to... So you'd love to see them get one through, and as I say that, they've just extended that play over the sideline with a turnover for Cook Island, so...
Yeah, well, they kind of ran out of touches, didn't they? So I suppose to answer your question, on the flip side, how good would it be for Cook Islands to really pick this one back? They're looking to go expansive. They've run a bit of a loop.
You'd definitely love to see Cook Island score one here. It'd be a great booster going into the half. And they've got good momentum working up the field.
Yeah, well...
With 10 seconds to go.
Papua New Guinea, they're just rolling backwards, aren't they? They've got to strike soon, though. Horatio Edwards looking to run a rooster play, is it? They've just slowed it up. They just lost the strike dump on that occasion, so they're going to have to make something out of nothing here. Edwards, the back flick
with
pass.
the back flick. And
down to the ankles of Ben Tukahede out on the left-hand side. If that had gone to hand, Ryan, what a try that would have been.
Razzle-dazzle football. What a way to end the half as PNG, I think, get one last touch with him. They're just going to want to end it and get some breaks in.
Well, the way that they rolled back, I'm sure they'll be relieved to get to half-time, but that half went quick. 1-1 is the scoreline at the moment. Papua New Guinea and Cook Island in this fixture here, this Open Men's fixture at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. Join us after the break, where we'll be back for an exhilarating second half between these two nations. Come back. Between the Cook Islands and Papua New Guinea. A riveting first half there, Ryan. 1-1 is the scoreline going into the halftime break. If you're the Papua New Guinea outfit, if you're the coach, Georgie Skeen, what would you be saying to your troops there at halftime?
Look, I'd just be saying them to try and get to the end of their sets, try and completing their sets, but more importantly, on the fifth and last, just getting the ball down so they've got ample speed, ample brains and footwork and the rest of it to be able to create something. So I think just their go forward and driving on the fifth and last and getting a good clean plant for one of their strike players to take over is what I'd be really emphasising on. Obviously, with the lack of numbers, you are inhibited a bit with just how much energy you have, but I'd be really focusing on those things.
Yeah, they'll be wanting to, as you mentioned, just with the reduced numbers, they'll be wanting to play the game at their pace. But Cook Islands, I'd say they probably got the upper hand for a lot of that second half, but the momentum sort of came in ebbs and flows, didn't it? And Cook Islands were looking likely, and then Papua New Guinea were looking likely. So we've got a game on our hands as we get the ninja play between Wood and Wong. There were two that we outlined at the beginning of the game. The experience and the youth combining there. That was a brilliantly well taken try.
The young and old coming together, and again, with the age difference, what you can see from both of them is just experience shining through. So we've got the old experience with the young experience, but they're both playing at that same level, understanding exactly what their body position of the defenders are doing and be able to capitalise on that. So it's a beautiful try to see from PNG.
And what a way to start the second half. It was a well-worked one. I think what was also an underrated part of that play was that I think they were shaping for an ML on the right-hand side. So the link was threatening. That drew the attention of Aiden Masters, pulled him to his corner, and that really opened up the channel between the two middles once the pass had gone to Wood. And in return, Cook Islands come up with a turnover, an unforced error. They'll be disappointed with that one, especially after leaking one early, as Cattell crosses halfway for the PNG side.
As they're bringing the ball up, it's real good to identify that scoring on halfway, just not being able to complete your first touch isn't all that important. You do have a half to play, so not losing your cool earlier on. So it's good to see Cook Island keeping them up the field, not really sucking back to their line, getting some good full field position to strike again, to turn over the ball and ruck out.
Yeah, well, we were talking earlier, Ryan, in one of the earlier games about the importance of the orange zone. You know, the midfield, where majority of the rucking, if you can get the upper hand in that aspect, goes a long way towards winning the game. And we've seen in the first couple of games that the team that has dominated that part of the field have actually gone on to win. We talked in the Samoa and Maori game where Samoa were really, really passive on their defense through the midfield, and the Maori were just able to amble forward, really. They didn't have to do anything too drastic in terms of their patterns. So this one is a little bit tighter between the two teams. As we see, the referees pulled up something. Great communication between the sideline referee and the lead referee. 7 on the field is the call. You can see the lead referee there holding up his 7 fingers. So 7 on the field, which it can get you on those transition sets if you're not careful, and it's cost PNG there.
It's a definite coach killer, but it's also a testament to how good the referees are. You know, 7 on the field call it's a pivotal call, but it's also good to see that we do have elite refs here reffing our game and being able to see everything. As I'm saying that, Cook Island just snagged in another try.
What a pass there. I think that was Aiden Masters, but he came back on the switch and he wound up like he was going to throw long, and just the soft, delicate hands to throw short. As we see on the Strutties replay, there was Aiden Masters getting the return ball. It was actually Horatio Edwards there. He just looked to load up, but then the soft hands to throw short. And Jaden Graham crosses over to level the scores 2-2. 5 minutes gone in this second half. And we've got a bit of a seesawing battle on our hands here, Ryan.
Yeah, we do. PNG's now chance to attack with that magic man, Nate Wood again. Oh, and that's no. Tyrell, and he's just landed on that knee now. Tyrell has had knee injuries in the past, and he looked like he slammed super hard on that knee.
Yeah, it's not something that you like seeing, especially a non-contact type of injury, and he looks in a whole heap of pain. And it was just when he came off that left foot, he had the punish, he got on the outside, and he was just looking to jam off the left foot and dive underneath. And then when he came off that left foot, he just collapsed straight to the ground. I hope he's okay. It's never something that you like seeing, and that is sort of one of the side effects, if you can call it that, if you've got such dynamic feet, that you gotta look after your knees and your ankles, your joints, all those lower limbs. And it's good to see him up. Great to see the concern shown by the Cook Islands players as well. That's what we love to see between our Pasifika nations.
Definitely, and just seeing the amount of pain that's coming out of Tyrell's face at the moment, it does not look like he's good. So we might check in on him later and give a little bit of a report, just for any concerned families that are watching from home. But yeah, I hope that it's not anything too serious.
Yeah, and great duty of care shown by all concerned parties. You saw everyone from players, coaches, managers coming in to check the well-being of Tyrell. So let's hope he's okay. As we go back to live play, that does mean it's a static 5th and final. They look to run a second man. Wood threw out the back to Wong. And the ball goes to ground as Cook Islands on a turnover.
Great transition from the Cook Islands.
And Cattell, a little bit of experience there. He got the foot in. I don't know if you could pick that up at home. Yep. But not having your eye on the ball, it really does swing the penalty your way. A little bit of, as I said, a little bit of experience coming from the custodian for Papua New Guinea.
And that experience was shown 2 weeks ago. He's just come back from an NTL's campaign for Cobras. So he'd be coming off a bit of a high there. Playing, I'm not too sure if he competed in the 35s or the 40s. Josh, please don't quote me on that. But on the 40s, he did. He came back from the 40s. So a good campaign there. So he'd be running on a bit of a high.
Wood.
And they dived that.
Wood, they got the switch in. There was the 2 old heads. So we had the young and the old working for the previous try. We've got the 2 old heads working together for this one. Cattell and Wood, they ran a little late switch. And I was a bit surprised that he dove through the same hole between the middle and link channel. Martinga was caught. He got caught diving, and then they dove at the same hole. Cattell got over, and he manages to peg one for Papua New Guinea. That's their 3rd of the match. 3-2 is the current score. As Devan Teki looks to go over, looking to use his feet. He got superior body position at the previous ruck. And now Cook Islands. Up on the 7-metre line, Martinga looking to pull the strings along with Teki. They look to sweep around slow, play the ball.
Great read from the wing there, from PNG.
I think it was a 7 coming around to the link. Matinga looking to use his feet. Great defense there from Wong, and he's managed to pull a touch and pass. And I'll tell you what, I don't know whether it's by chance or not, but Wong and Matinga, they're having a good old battle between them. They seem to be marking up against each other each time they get down to the 7-metre line. It's an exciting battle to watch.
Definitely, and especially if they're both handy in attack, and one of them gets caught on defense, you'll be looking at a real rivalry start to show. As the two old heads are back on the field now, love to watch.
Yeah, Brio, misdirected pass. I think he was looking for a sinker ball and for Wong to run onto that one. But nothing really coming. It was Rima Lose that ended up taking the intercept, and on touch 0, that's the call. So they're going up over halfway. They've got a few more touches left in this set as they look to direct the play towards the center of the field, looking for a 4-on-3. Short ball, beautiful pass.
Great
soft
ball.
hands there from Tamatea Maniapoto. And great pass there was the soft hands. They came on a 4-on-3. A shot should have been there. It was a little bit delayed from Nate Wood at link. He's used to defending in the middle, so I wonder if that played against him there.
Yeah, I think even the misdirection of the ball carrier there to sort of, he wasn't shaping up like he was going short, and I think that just held up Nate's also held up his commitment to shutting in that hole. But yeah, as saying that's you got to look at those and learn.
And now Papua New Guinea, they'll be looking to strike back, looking for that sweep with the ninja. But Cook Islands well up to that. They read that like a book, didn't they? It was Aiden Masters and I think Horatio Edwards in the middle. They saw the sweep coming, closed that hole quick, smart, and now they'll look to approach halfway. 5 minutes left in this tussle. Pass dipping, it looked a smidgen forward, and it has been picked up by the referees, I think.
I'm not too sure what that hand signal actually means.
I think
if you could give the viewers at home, I'm not too sure if that was a bit of a nay-nay or was it a dance move or something. I'm not too sure. They wiped the glass one from the ref there, so
we'll be looking for that at the after party tomorrow, I think. So it ended up being a forward pass was the call there. So yeah, just another unforced error for the Cook Islands. Gives Papua New Guinea great real estate to try and attack this Cook Islands defense, which has looked pretty rock solid in this second half. Both defenses actually, as Wong looks to scoop through on a second phase play. Great diving touch.
That's an excellent touch.
He stuck with him there, Kalani Te Amo, and that's the sort of effort that you'd like to see on defense, isn't it, Ryan?
100%, not giving up. And normally as a coach, you'd say you don't leave your feet if you're chasing from half. But with Tiani just backing himself there, Te Amo just making a great clinical touch there.
Yeah, and then they've undone all of that hard work there, Cook Islands, by giving away yet another penalty. And I'll tell you what, if they give away a few more, PNG won't need much invitation to extend their try tally to 4, as we see Wong looking to get the open side quickie. He's very evasive as Hayden Wong. Ball goes back to the middle towards Javan Poa. So those two looking to work in tandem in the middle of the field. Brandon Wong looking to sweep now straight down the center. And Matinga not quite there on the shot. Beautiful play there from the Wong boys and Javan Poa. And they've extended the lead 4-3. This is a really seesawing battle. As you see on the Strutties replay, they set it up well, didn't they, Ryan?
Definitely, definitely. And I think that's just off the back of multiple attempts of striking their line, sequencing the defense. And as you can see, Wongi, they're just... The defense was there, but Wongi just getting the ball down, and normally those calls will go your way if you've been sequencing that defense.
Yeah, well, it's the superior body position on the dive, isn't it? As we see Edwards lobs it over the top, ball drifts forward. Did come backwards out of the hands, I thought, before it drifted forward, but the referee has called something at the roll ball. Something has spotted his eye. I think it might have been perhaps not rolling forward or something similar, but Cook Islands managed to get a repeat set. And with the current score of 4-3, they'll want to get this one back so that they can tie it up. Cook Islands looking to work it out to a 32 channel. Middle link as they get the punish play. Diving, and yeah, that was Rico Masters on that occasion looking to get that pass off, but Ball goes to ground. I think if they could have their time back, they'd probably want that whole set over again, wouldn't they?
Definitely, definitely. You take chances. You're more likely to take chances on your third and fourth touch rather than the early ones. So they definitely would rather that back. And as we're saying that, they might get that chance back with the turnover. PNG just before halftime, trying to scramble to get the subs off.
Yeah, well, this game has really come in loops and roundabouts. The momentum of Papua New Guinea going one way, and then all it takes is a couple of unforced errors for the momentum to swing the other. And Cook Islands looking to attack the 7. They had both middles up. I was wondering whether they'd be able to capitalise, but nothing forthcoming there for Aiden Masters. Ball goes to Graham, running a counties play, looks to lob the long ball over the top, and there it is. The long ball going out to the right. Lucia picks up yet another one. And 4-all. Great try there from the Cook Islands.
And that's just a great left to right pass there. As he sets up the counties play, as you were saying, Tim, and that's just a beautiful ball. I think he had a couple people up in the office here just on their feet applauding that pass. And what about the flick back to halfway?
Wow, that was better than the try, wasn't it? I mean, if there was... we've got sponsors on board for Player of the Match and Player of the Tournament, but if we could get one for the best flick back to halfway, I think Rima Lucia might be a shoo-in for one. As we see Wong, let's see if he can peg one back. Great touch there, great defense by Devan Teki. We'll see if they can peg one back. There's just under a minute left. Penalty has been called. And with a whole set of 6 and 45, just around about seconds left on the clock, they've probably got the final opportunity to have a say-so in this game as they go off the left foot. Ooh, it was open there. Poa just losing his footing, though.
Young Javon Poa showing us a bit of that left foot. And we've got both Wongs in the middle of the field again.
Running that rooster play. Touch was called by Matinga. He was a little bit loose as that saving middle. Running the risk of the ball beating him to the line, especially with someone that has the dive of Hayden Wong looking to run another counties play. The pass very misdirected. They look disappointed there, the two boys at middle and link. That was their final chance to try and get one and take a 5-4 lead. And as the hooter goes, both teams happy to take the touch. 4-all is the final score. What a riveting battle that was between two very well-drilled sides there, Ryan.
Definitely, definitely. It was a back and forth match for a bit, and Cook Island there just coming up with a bit of brilliance in the end to level the score to finish this game off. So a lot of we've been having a lot of draws lately, which is good to see. It's a bit of even competition across the park for our Pacifica Cup this weekend. So that's always good. Yeah,
definitely. It just shows the rise in level of competitiveness, doesn't it? And as we wrap up this game, 4-all is the final score. Papua New Guinea get their second draw of the day. And join us as we come back for another live stream game after the break. On field 1, we have Cook Islands and the women's open grade against the Maori on field 1, and Indigenous versus Niue on field 2. So come back after the break for more coverage of the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. huge Pacific welcome to you from wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, where we have an open women's fixture between the Maori and the Cook Islands. And we saw in the earlier match on field one, Tony Rasmussen really stamping her class all over the Maori outfit with some abled hands of Marama Thomas and Serena Albert as well. And they got the win in that first game relatively convincingly, so there should be another good matchup between two well-drilled sides. My name is Tivoli Guthrie. I'm joined in commentary by my good friend Ryan. Ryan, how do you see this one playing out?
I think that you will see a whole bunch of class, but I do feel that New Zealand just have a bit extra firepower with the Maori women. They, from all accounts, just of hearing that their first game was a bit of flair in there. As I'm saying that, then number 13 just crosses for their first try, Skylar Sampson.
Yeah, Skylar Sampson. She skipped over and just managed to kick the feet up and evade the touch of the defender there from the Cook Islands. And they take an early 1-0 lead in this one. It was just a sweep. Oh, sorry, no, it was just a quickie. Step back off the right foot. They try to go man and just managed to evade the touch there of Coco Masters. And 1-0 in the early minutes of this half.
Coco Masters being one of their strike players as well, Cook Island. She's in some of the earlier games, she was their go-to. So I'd be keen to see a bit of a battle here with a couple of the superstars from each team.
Yeah, a couple of prominent names. When you're looking down the team list of the Cook Island Women's, you look at the likes of your Berrymans and your Masters and your Puckies and your Nathans. So very strong names. It's great to see them adding a little bit to this Cook Island outfit. They go for a 4-on-3. They skip to the short side, run the late switch back, and it was quick hands to put that down. Cook Island strike back. It's 1-1.
Definitely through that girl, Coco Masters, who we were talking about earlier. Just finding the ball to ground very, very quick and being able to catch the link in middle, sort of just snapping there.
Yeah, as we see on the Strutties replay, it was Peyton Ozols coming out of half, and then the late switch, Marama Thomas just a few feet behind the try line, and that's what opened up the distance between herself and Coco Masters. As Maori looking for a bit of expansive play off the tap-off, coming to the right-hand side. That's only touch one. As they swing the ball back to the middle of the field. Kea Hillman working in tandem in the middle of the field with Anika Tinamu. Going the long ball, great pass, but just not quite going to hand. Jade Kingi puts it down. And a try gone begging there for the Māori. It would have been 2 for 2.
Some of these passes, though, the precision of them have just been phenomenal in the men's game and in this women's. So it's good early starts for a bit of a treat we got here in this women's fixture.
Now Cook Islands, great pressing defense there from Hillman. Looking just to work it towards their sub box. As the subbers are coming around. Looking to attack the middle of the field, coming across halfway. Couple more touches up their sleeve though. That's Shanice Nathan. Looking to switch into the middle. Talia Berryman. Popping off to Chanel Berryman. There's a couple of them in this Cook Islands outfit. And how good is it, Ryan, to see those family connections? And it's not just in this Cook Island women's team, it's across all teams and all grades.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see a lot of the last names the same, especially when you've got them through the men's and women's team. Some siblings you also see play for the Niue team, some of the Cook Island teams, but especially on this Cook Island teams, I mean, some of these names, the Berrymans, the Parkies, the Nathans, you hear them not only in touch, but in rugby as well. And just for them to come in and showcase their skills as a footballing family, I should say, or just a sporting family, it's exceptional.
Now Rasmussen looking to engage the short side, can't quite complete. And a turnover there, that's touch 0. Great reaction times there from the Cook Island winger. And Rasmussen showing early the sort of skills that she's capable of. She looked to scoop to the short side. The pass didn't quite go to hand, but a warning shot early.
Yeah, definitely. Also, Tony Rasmussen, former New Zealand Women's Open. She competed at the World Cup. I believe it was the one in Malaysia. Yes. So a lot of skill and experience shown by there. She'd be one of their senior players as well.
Yeah, and just talking about footballing families, it was also good to see, while you're speaking of Tony Rasmussen, it was good to see her brother, Henare Wells, trotting around for the Brisbane Cobra 30s on the weekend. He managed to pick up player of the final in that one as they ran out winners over the Sydney Scorps. So when you talk about footballing families, these Pacific nations, they're not shy to show their skills on the stage, on the world stage. And now as we see, coming back to live play, Rasmussen looking to get on the scoop. Great corner profile there from Shanice Nathan, although manages to draw the ire of the on-field ref, of the lead referee. Just a shout out to our referee contingent. There's 3 in action on this field, but there's 18 across 2 fields throughout the day. So awesome to see, looking pretty in pink as well as Rasmussen goes down for the strike dump. Callanan trying to slice through the 2 middle defenders there. This Cook Island defense, it's looking pretty solid after letting a try in early.
Yeah, definitely, and that's a good signs earlier on. If you can put together a good solid defense, especially after repeat sets. And as I say that, I tell you what, I have to stop giving some of these teams compliments when I do, because as I said that, New Zealand just happened to stretch the middles apart and come through with a dive play.
Yeah, I think it was just the class there of Rasmussen. She came around on the sweep, and we were talking about it in the open men's fixture as well. When you've got someone with the threat, especially on that sweep of a Tony Rasmussen or of a Jermaine Dayberg-Muir, that toucher really has to try and pull their corner, but in doing so, it opens up that channel between the 2 middles. Definitely. And Rasmussen, when she came around, she really opened up the middles, and if you're not tight through the middle, then there's signs of I wouldn't say a weak defense. It's
tries can get leaked if you aren't as tight through the middle, and it can cause a bit of there's a word I'm looking for, but it'll come to me.
As now we see Cook Island on defense, double pump hitting the link. It wasn't quite there. The hole was there for a very short period of time, but it was closed pretty quickly there by Kaya J. Dean. The young lady there for the Maori out on the wing, and she'll look to ruck the ball up the field as well. So looking to do some work on both sides of the ball, Maori. Great yardage there, great drive. Just couldn't quite get the ball down though. That was Michaeli Robust, and she'll take another one going forward too. As Albert approaching the 5th and final touch. Robust looking to work out a half, goes to the short side. And Brianna Nathan with the touch there on the dummy half. So that's a handover there to the Cook Islands. And yeah, a little bit of end-to-end action here.
Yeah, definitely. And as we were speaking about families earlier, just in playing, Serena Robust, number 14 for the Maori. Her son is Kalis Brown, who's for the Maori men's. So that's also good to see. Bit of mother-son playing out here. We've got brothers and sisters playing out here, husbands and wives playing on different teams, and it's good to see just such a family affair of people coming out and turning up to play, represent the nations. Yeah,
I was just about to say that's it. It's a great exhibition, isn't it? And it's just a great showcase that our sport, touch football, it is for all people of all ages. It's a real whānau, real family, social aspect to it. So great to see so many of the family members getting involved. There's now a Maori work to their box. A little bit slow getting their troops on. Callanan will take the touch. Rasmussen subs on. She'll look to inject a little bit of energy. A good drive going forward there from Hillman. Hints of a forward pass, but nothing forthcoming from the referees. It's a static class play. Hillman will look to make something out of nothing. The late switch comes. They've got numbers now back on the left-hand side. Diving touch.
Great diving touch
from Shanice Nathan, and I'll tell you what, it had to be made because there was nothing doing on the right, so they swung it back to the left, and they almost managed to poke some holes through.
Putting her body on the line just to save a touch, and it looked like there was something bubbling there for the Maori women's, and she's just come down and shut that whole play down.
And just looking a little bit congested, I think, the Cook Island women's, when they are looking to sub, it is looking rather packed down that sort of really narrow 21 channel, link wing channel. But a great drive on touch 4. Trying to get the tip on play, touch 5, and they've managed to draw the penalty as well. That's a bit of a coach killer if you're the Maori coach. And player coach, actually, Jaya Callanan, I don't think she'd be happy with that. Those 12-touch sets, they can really stack up against you, and giving a good attacking outfit like the Cook Islands, a whole set of 6 on the line is relatively dangerous work. So As well as that one, they've drawn another one. The ref holding up 2 fingers, signaling that is the second penalty. And incur a third one, and they'll get someone excluded from the rest for the rest of the attacking set. So playing with fire here, this Māori outfit.
Yes, and we can see Coco and Brianna just in the middle there dictating terms, and they run the sweeper play and slide through for their second try.
Yeah, probably a little bit of miscommunication between the Māori defenders there, because it's really opened up, and Cook Islands have managed to just stroll over. As you see on the Strutties replay, there was a bit of back and forth between the players and the referee, as Hillman just got caught in no woman's land. I don't know whether she was caught offside, but really opened up, and Waimarie player manages to go over for the Cook Islands. And with just over 4 minutes left in this half, this game is hanging in the balance.
It definitely is, and it's a bit of a tit for tat, and I wouldn't have picked it like this at the start of the game. I thought that New Zealand would be coming out with a bit more firepower, but the Cook Islands have done exceptional both on defense and attack.
And they had the numbers out to the left-hand side, but Navara Te Amo caught in possession of the ball. Now she looked to drive Thomas. She was pulling a few strings in the earlier match. As she looks to go through, she does manage to poke her nose through, finds Jaya Callanan, and Thomas just showing her class there, the Māori All-Stars captain from the Indigenous clash back in February. She goes through on a 3-3 scoop, and a little bit loose there, the Cook Island defense.
Yes, and as you can see, just not staying tight, and that's forced them to actually revert back to a sort of like a man-on or woman-on defense, because the middles weren't tight, and it's just given the ball player just a bit more room to run through in the end goal. And when you're running for that long in the end goal, it's just a matter of time before you can find a free player. So they've managed to put their third try on the board.
And now Cook Islands in the shadows of halftime. 3 minutes left in the first half of this one. If you're just joining us for the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, we have an open women's fixture between the Cook Islands and the Māori women's sides, as Masters looks to dive over. If you are watching on the Strutties TV YouTube channel, there is also another open women's fixture between Niue and the Indigenous on field 2. So 2 fields being streamed simultaneously, which is awesome for our sport. More games on display, as Cook Islands get a recount. Yeah, there was nothing really doing there, but just the young winger for the Māori just putting the ball down, putting the intercept down. Now Cook Islands get a full set. Ozols looking to jink off the left foot. Beautiful play.
Footwork.
She got the quickie shape to go back in field, and it was just a little skip and a left foot step. And she's dived over the line. What a piece of individual brilliance there, Ryan.
That's beautiful. And she's just caught that defender thinking that she's coming back in on the inside, and then just caught her with that left footwork, which is just excellent footwork. And that's excellent individual brilliance too, because yeah, her teammates probably didn't know what was happening, so just to come up with that.
And really getting some yardage on that first touch, the Māori. It's happened a few times in this half. 3-3 is the current scoreline, as Albert comes around on a sweep. She'll look for a phase play. Hillman looked to go down, but didn't quite have the half in place. And Albert really directing traffic. They'll run another sweep back to the same side. Te Amo steps back, quick hands. Hillman dives over. Beautiful play there from the Māori. They ran a sweep around to the left-hand side, and it was catch pass. Hillman will cross over for the Māori's 4th of the afternoon.
And they actually ran back-to-back sweepers, so you could just tell that a bit of that sequencing was happening there, where they said a sweep around this way, and then before you know it, they swept around. They just got the numbers.
Yeah, and
but too many sweeps for me to keep up with, to be honest.
The Cook Island defender, the link defender, did put her hand up to say, sorry, I was in a bit too tight there, as the gap really opened up between the link and the wing, and Hillman, she had about 10 metres of open pasture to put it down, but she gets the Māori's 4th of the afternoon. 4-3 is the current scoreline between these sides, and Cook Islands will look to level the things up in the shadows of halftime. 30 seconds left to play in this first stanza. Looking to Goosey on the outside was Waimarie player. 5th and final touch is called though, so they've got a static 5th and final. We'll see what they can come up with, if there's anything that they can do. But that Māori defence really pushed up and really forced their hand on that one, didn't it, Ryan?
Definitely. Loving the urgency going into half-time here for the Māori girls. Just seeing, and they're also choosing to stay on, which is also brilliant to watch. It just shows another bit of urgency that they're really looking for this last try before the half.
Yeah, ball going to ground. They were looking for a little for a long-range effort. Nothing forthcoming though. They do, however, take a slender 4-3 lead coming into the halftime break. And what a half of football there, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely. It was. It's definitely not what I expected. The Cook Islands are they're a bit unlucky on a few border grounds and a few missteps here and there, but they're just in this game and they're showing beautiful skill and keeping up with this Maori outfit that's just stacked with talent.
Yeah, we've got a tight tussle on our hands, so we'll cut to a short halftime break. Join us after the break as we continue with second half action between the Cook Islands and the Maori. And welcome back to the second half of the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup Open Women's fixture between the Maori and the Cook Islands. We've got a tight tussle on our hands. There's one try in it. It's 4-3 to the Maori. And if you are Edith Nathan, the coach of the Cook Islands outfit there, Ryan, what would you be saying to your ladies at halftime?
I think just take your time, slow the attack down. Don't rush into it. I mean, their transitions on the ball, especially when they get it back after a defensive stop, is excellent. But getting down there, I think rushing through their plays is a bit. But taking your time and getting your strike plays in the right places, like your Coco Masters, with the ball in hand now.
Yeah, and we do see Masters looking for that return ball. Yeah, it seemed like something was bubbling there, but just ran out of room. And now Masters will look to step to the short side. They scored one in the exact same fashion earlier in the first half, looking to run that 4-on-3, scoop coming out of half, going to the short side, and then running that little late switch back down the middle link channel. And it's picked up there, fourth of the afternoon. Great work there from the Cook Islands, Ryan.
Definitely, and it's both girls, the same girls, combining again for their fourth try. And again, it's just their strike players in the right place, just identifying certain weaknesses, and it's the exact same two defenders as well that they did that exact play on. So that's also good to see.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I've been impressed with the play of Peyton Olzols in the number 9 strip for the Cook Islands. Brianna Nathan, my apologies. But yeah, she has been in great form for this Cook Island outfit throughout the match. So my apologies, Brianna. But as we go back to current play, the Maori looking to sweep. That's Rasmussen coming around, going man on as the Cook Island defense. She's been caught offside there, Camille Berryman. Rasmussen playing to the whistle. Number 1 rule in any code, really. I was going to say any football code, but any code, any sport worldwide, you've got to play to the ref.
Definitely, and that's good. They say eyes up footy, but I'd like to say that's good ears up footy as well from Tony Rasmussen. Just recognizing, having a look at the linking, recognizing that the ref was probably still screaming out middle off. So just recognize that and reacting to it and finding the line quick.
Yeah, she's regained that 1 try lead for the Maori, 5-4 currently. As they approach the 7-meter line, that's Talia Berryman with the ball. Working with Chanel Berryman, so the sweeper coming around, approaching the 5, and it's just opened up through the middle of the field. That was why Marie Pleo looking to split the two middles, went for the dive, but it was a great touch in the end. And yeah, just dying with the ball out on the left-hand side. And that's probably the next best result if you're not going to score, isn't it, Ryan?
Definitely. Definitely. If you can get it as far away from your opposition's boxes, it makes it real hard for them to get across to their sub box. Maybe they've got to kill one extra try, which also pays to help you in the back end when you have to defend coming into their last sort of touches.
Yeah, it does expend a couple of touches as Albert back to Thomas, on to Hillman. She pulls out of that touch. The call was made, and I suppose that's probably something that doesn't happen as often in the men's game. But the long hair of the ladies, if it's not tied up, you do run the risk of a touch being made on the hair because they all count at the end of the day.
Definitely.
And that's exactly what happened on that occasion.
That's just unlucky for the long locks.
And now Cook Islands. It's a great first couple of drives, but just going a little bit sideways, caught there. Heading up towards the box, down the narrow channel. And now looking to swing it back towards the center of the park. There's great momentum, holding up the defense, appealing for a 6 again call.
That's Brianna and Coco coming together as well again. Oh, and they're not getting the 6 that they wanted.
Yeah, we're trying to pull one over the eyes of the referee. Nothing forthcoming though, and so they'll try to kill it here. Just trying to extend the play and run something out of nothing, although at the expense of yardage, they are going in backwards fashion. And then on the final touch, yeah, Cook Islands just losing their way, probably trying to appeal for that penalty and then just losing all of that forward momentum that they had built so well at the start of the set.
That's right. And they're doing a good job of cutting off this channel for the Maoris to get to their sub box. And just in saying that, they do a good job to turn it over. And now they get good field position coming into their attacking set.
Yeah, well, it's what we talked about just a couple of minutes ago, isn't it, Ryan? If you can turn the ball over on your own sub box side, then the opposition are going to have to spend 1, 2, even perhaps 3 touches just trying to get to the box, let alone going forward. So Cook Islands there forcing the error. And as a result, they get the ball back. Here's Camille Berryman. Play on is the call from the referee. Te Amo was called offside. Great communication and great ears, like you said, playing to the ref. Great eyes, great ears. Chanel Berryman manages to go over for the Cook Islands.
That's right, and as what Tony did on the other end, Chanel's just copied and done the exact same. Had a look at the defender and then just paused for a second, heard the ref still call her off and play straight through.
Yeah, and that was actually, in fact, Camille Berryman. It's yeah, it's tough to keep up with the amount of Berrymans and Nathans and Puckies in this team. So
our apologies up here in the commentators booth.
Definitely showing their wares as Rasmussen pushes forward in the middle with Tenamu, and sweeping a little bit earlier there was Robust. So Rasmussen pulls it back, looks for the open side. Quickie going to the short side.
Fires off a perfect left to right.
Just a looping ball over the top, although the refs have seen something. I think it might be a forward pass in the end. Yeah, it was indeed. Picked up by the sideline officials, so the ball drifted forward out of the hands of Tony Rasmussen. And that's a chance gone big in there for the Maori.
Definitely. And that's good. A good play too, sequencing the defense through a couple of quickies from Tony and then recognizing that the wing was just a bit too tight. Unfortunately, the ball just traveling a bit forward there on the pass.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering whether they're a bit too close. They were flirting with the sideline. And the referees having a discussion with the coach there of the Cook Islands side.
They don't miss much, hey, the refs. It's good to see. They're onto it.
Eagle-eyed, and shout out to our refs, especially some of the ones that are preparing. You know, the referees have goals just as players do. Some of them want to get to the World Cup. Some of them want to improve their badge level. And opportunities like this give them the platforms to do so. So shout out to our referees as a cheap turnover comes the way of Maori. It was a little bit clunky in that attacking set. Ball went to ground, and now Cook Islands looking to ruck off their line. They're looking to get fresh legs on. And another bobble at the roll ball.
Lucky with that. That's also, there hasn't been in like the last maybe 2 or 3 minutes of play, there haven't been really too many crisp subsets being executed by either team. So a bit of piggyback for each teams. hopefully if they can get their subset and add a bit more structure into their flow coming up the field, they can capitalize on that with a couple of tries at the end of it.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, Ryan, and especially when the game is in the balance such as this one, it's 5-all. So you've got to say that the team that scores next, if they can score and then defend the next set as well, that's probably key. They're going to have the upper hand approaching the last 5-6 minutes of this one, as Albert and Hillman, they're looking threatening here. They're looking likely. They caught the link defender. Oh, but a drop ball has been the call.
That is unlucky to get that call.
Hillman looks perplexed. She didn't look happy with that call. Ball to ground was the call from the referee. I thought she had regained control of it, but as you say, play to the referees, and that would have put them up by 1. 5-all remains the score.
Definitely, and Cook Island weren't waiting around for the referees to make their mind up when confirm that call. As soon as they heard the ball to ground, they jumped on it straight away, and this is better work from getting up the field from Cook Island as they set up for their strike.
Yeah, you just wonder what sort of impact that's going to have come the back end of the game, and whether the Maori can sort of flush that, rather than dwell on it, because as we know, that mental battle when you're out there on the park, it can play just as much of a role in the outcome as a physical battle.
Definitely. As we see a better roll-on from the Maori women coming up the field as they work their way into their 4th or 5th touch.
Yeah, Thomas, great drive, and the scoop goes through. Te Amo, dummy half is called, but what a set there. They rolled right into the 7. They marched from halfway right down to the 7-metre line, plugged the ball down the other end of the park, and now are going to back it up with some big, strong, tough defence.
Definitely, and Cook Island working their way over to the box now, and what they want to do is get a bit cleaner and crisper on this transition, as I'm sure the Maoris would want to put some full field pressure on there to also keep them away from the halfway line by about 3rd or 4th touch, and they're doing a good job of it.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, the fatigue, isn't it? As we see, no dummy half. Thomas, she got up.
Work.
She got up but couldn't make the touch, and Berryman managed to evade. There was great body control and great patience shown there from Chanel Berryman. And they've managed to extend the play when probably they had no right to. They've managed to pick up an extra 10 to 15 metres, and the Maori managed to get the ball on the 10-metre line, 10 metres inside their own half.
100%. They were, one would say lucky, the other would say skillful to get that ball down as far as they could. But as you can see, as the right of reply, the Maoris just worked their way into comfortable attacking position again.
Yeah, I just wonder how much gas has been taken out of the tank of this Cook Island side. They're looking a little bit sluggish when they're coming off the line. As Rasmussen looks to pick out a half, looks to double pump, the ball goes over the top. No link hole there.
Those type of passes, the sinker passes, have been real fashionable lately with ball carriers. They sort of loop it over the top there. So maybe Tony was looking for one of those sort of passes as well, and it just came out of her hands wrong. There's a method to some of these ball players' madness. You never know, and so some of it, when it pays off, you just never ask questions. You just accept the try. So, and that's good pressure there to turn the ball over as Cook Island were coming out of their half. So Maoris have it right in front of the 7.
Yeah, and just as we mentioned before, the fatigue potentially coming into play. So let's see if they can hold their own on the defensive line as they look to run a quickie play. There was a Nika Tinamu, and I'm a big fan of that, playing it close, nice and early on touches 1 and 2, maybe even 3 and 4, and then look to go a little bit more expansive as Callanan looking to pull out the defenders of the Cook Island side. And yeah, they were appealing, weren't they? They were appealing hard, Callanan and Tanamu.
And the quick tap.
The referee says that she did make it onside, but yeah, if you're new to touch, you do have to keep rolling forward as defenders. You can't just hover off the line or even roll backwards, as Rasmussen looks to come up with a bit of a miracle play. I don't know whether she tried to force that pass or whether it came out of her hands due to the knees of the defenders, but the ball ends up going to ground. And we've had a bit of a dry spell in this one. There have been no tries, so the game's really in the balance. Turned into a bit of an arm wrestle. And at 5-all, the game is still waiting for someone to take it by the scruff of the neck.
Definitely, Tim. I think what you've touched on before with the fatigue playing, and you start to see little errors like this, and just a bit of pressure will slide it your way, because when fatigue takes over, you just need a bit to tip the scales in your balance. So Maoris have had a lot of field position and attacking position in the back end of this second half.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, the fatigue, as well as probably what's a little bit more important, for the Maori is the pressure that they're applying, and caught up at the ruck there. She had nowhere to go, Talia Berryman, and gives away another penalty. So the compounding sets of 6. They are going to take its toll on this Cook Island side. That's about 2 or 3 sets in a row. And it's been a good 4 or 5 minutes since the Cook Islands have seen any sort of territory in the Maori half. So they might want to have to... Oh, shot up from link there and a little bit winded Rasmussen. I was going to say the Cook Islands are going to want to really stay on task here and just get some focus into their set, especially when they're coming off the try line. Rasmussen's going to come off for a breather, just copped a knock to the ribs.
It definitely looked like she got winded there by the shooting defense of the Cook Islands. Oh, and they've just, by their shooting, they've just created a bit of an overlap, and they got 6 to go with just under a minute and a half. Can you see a try coming? Can you see the Māoris cracking this Cook Island defense? Because for 3 sets straight, they've just been on their toes. Frantic left and right defense.
I suppose, you know, one would say, especially if you're a fan of the Māori, it's only a matter of time. But the Cook Islands, yeah, it's become a little bit scrappy over the last couple of minutes, but I suppose that shows the desperation of the Cook Island defense. Ngāpoko Kamana on the previous touch coming in to shut that one from the wing, really saving a try. So Māori are looking likely, but it's whether they can capitalise. But the Cook Island defense, I'll tell you what, this will be about their 4th set in a row, 5th set in a row perhaps. And they've managed to get the turnover as well.
That is brilliant. And jumping on the ball, and the transition there from Brianna Nathan was just unbelievable.
And the compounding penalty. So another set of 6, a 4 sub from the referee is the call. So just under 30 seconds left. I'll tell you what, with the Māori side having done all that attack and coming up with naught, how much do they have in the tank in this last 15 seconds? Can Cook Islands pull one out of the hat? They've got the right players on the field. They've got Coco Masters. They've got Camille Berryman.
They've also got 5 seconds left on the clock, so let's see what they can do.
Great touch
less
there.
than 5 seconds, as I say that.
Yeah, that really stifled their momentum, didn't it? That touch there from Anika Tenamu really snuffed out that strike down. They couldn't get anything going. And in such a seesawing battle, it ends up being 5-all. Another draw, yet another draw showing the closeness of the competition. Cook Islands and Māori, I tell you what, they're putting their best foot forward to say, hey, I should be here come semi-final time tomorrow.
Definitely, definitely. And as the tournament sort of progresses throughout the day, I feel like Cook Island can really take some confidence out of that back end of that second half with their multiple attacking sets on their line, holding grit, and then when the turnovers came, they transitioned well and just staying focused on their game plan, running through their processes late in the game when you're fatigued, you're tired, and you're frustrated. Maybe a couple calls haven't gone your way, so Cook Island can take a lot out of that game. So that was a real good contest to call.
Yeah, well, they're not the defending champs for nothing, are they, Ryan?
That's
so we'll
exactly
see them
right.
later on today, but stay tuned as we have yet another Open men's fixture coming on next. We have Samoa versus Niue on field 1 and Papua New Guinea versus Māori on field 2. Join us after the break.
back to our coverage of the Struddies Australia Pasifika Cup, as we have got our next feature featuring our Island of Samoa versus Niue on Field 1, the Premier Men's Open Grade. I've called a couple of the Niue's game, and what I've seen from them just been exceptional in terms of defense and resilientness coming out of Niue. And so I'm keen to, this is the first one that I've called from Samoa, so I haven't really get to see too much of Samoa play, but my offsider Tiv, welcome to the commentary, Tiv. We're going to try and bring you as much knowledge as we can through this Men's Open fixture today.
Yeah, appreciate that, Ryan. Yeah, I was catching a little bit, we called the Samoa game a little bit earlier on, and I tell you what, when you talk about a baptism of fire, you know, Norfolk had one because their first game was against the dominant Maori side, and then Samoa were in the exact same position. So they had a bye in the first round, and then their first game was also against the Maori. So two pretty dominant displays from the Maori side. Samoa ended up losing by quite a bit, so we'll see if they can peg back that deficit. If not, try get on top of this Niuean outfit. So you see a long ball going out to the left-hand side. Recount is the call. And I'll tell you what, just as an aside, these two have got to be the prettiest outfits on display this weekend. Like, they're all looking good, but there's something special that catches my eye about this Niuean and Samoan uniform. Yeah, they're just pretty to look at, aren't they, Ryan?
100%, 100%. And not only the uniforms are, well, especially on the Niue, we've got a few hairstyles there that are a bit, you know, head-turning as well, with a few cornrows out there. We've got a few afros, a bit of the bowl cuts, everything happening.
I'll tell you what, when you're talking about the flair of the Pacific nations, that's sort of what we're on about. You know, the ability to just express themselves and the individuality, as we see Jesse Leituvai, the Samoan custodian.
Oh,
brilliant
footwork.
What about the left foot step out wide? Jesse Leituvai was able to put over Tyrell Tuimaleli Whano, and what a try out wide for Samoa, Ryan.
Yeah, that was excellent. I think it was their second repeat set, and it's a bit of a nothing play because Jesse came into numbers there, and so there was just excellent brilliance, individual brilliance from their number two, Tyrell, there.
Yeah, well, the left foot step, he just stopped, propped, and got on the inside of the Niuean winger, the Tyrell Tuimaleli Whano, and what a try to open the account here. Samoa take an early 1-0 lead as Niue get their first attacking foray into the Samoan half.
This ball carrier, Taimana, he's just been exceptional for Niue throughout this whole carnival. He'd be one definitely to watch. They've got a few secret weapons as well, a few pacemakers on that Niue, but I've been very, very pleased with number 7. Hopefully I'm not giving him too many props too early, but no, from what he's shown so far this carnival.
Yeah, well, you've put a few commentators' curses on in the previous games, Ryan. So you don't want to bag the kid too early. But yeah, Taimana Tatanasimi, he also played at Nationals back in New Zealand for Auckland a couple of weeks ago as well, which was the same weekend as NTL. So while a lot of these players that are on display would have played NTL, his build up to this tournament would have been a little bit different, playing in Nationals in New Zealand. And he was a standout in the. Yeah, well, the commentator's curse, what's the opposite of that? Because that's what you gave him. I was just about to say he was influential in Niue's run at the Pacific Games last year, and he's carried that form into this competition. Taimana Tatanasimi just dummied the quickie, went to the short side, Samoa caught going across the line, and it was just simple hands in the end.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, a play like that works when you've got someone running the quickie that's also dynamic, so the defense has no choice but to stay that extra bit tight. And then when you've got someone like Taimana who's got a absolute crisp of a pass, he can deliver it with pace, and it just beats the defense, and you've got to work extra hard to stop something like that.
Yeah, and Jesse Leituvai, well, anything you can do, we can do better. Leituvai gets the open side quickie, throws the long ball, and that combination again between Jesse Leituvai and Tyrell Tuimaleli Whano brilliantly are able to get Samoa their second of the match.
Yeah, it's that Jesse and Tyrell combination again. Again, it was a bit of a nothing play because he scooted, he sort of split onto numbers, and again, it just brilliant work from Tyrell, the quick hands to get the ball down.
I just wonder if it was the little goosey that held up, not so much his on-ball defender, but the outside defenders. The little goosey that just held up the defense, and then they got caught in maybe half a step too tight. And then the long ball went out. I'll tell you what, Tyrell Tuimalele-Whanau, he's finished off 2. And if he can carry that form on for Samoa, then he's going to end up with a lot more. Now Niue looks to throw the short ball. Touch is made though.
And one of our Niue's, the secret weapons, a bit of an old head, a young old head, I should say, is Joel. Currently with the ball now, he does love a bit of attack, and he might not, if you're defending him, it might not seem like much, but he's got the smarts to put himself in good body position and just attacking prowess.
Yeah, and we talked earlier in the last game about the family combination, so that's Joel Holomotutama that you're talking about, and we've also got Connor Holomotutama, so again, just brilliant to see so many family combinations out on this field. As a little bobble at the roll ball from Leituvai, he puts his hand up for his teammates, and now Niue going down the left-hand channel.
Definitely, Tim. And just speaking on that, Holomotutama, brothers playing on this field, both sisters play on the Women's Open as well, in Jamie and Brooke. So again, with the family combination there. So that's just awesome to see when you see siblings playing on one, and then husband and wives, mothers and sons. It's just great. It's a good day for footy out in the Struddies Australia Pasifika Cup.
Yeah, good vibes here as Samoa looking a lot more lively in this game compared to their last outing, as Pati Sialapai drives in for Leituvai. He dummies to the short side, looks to throw long over the top. It's a combination once again, although Niue up to the task on that occasion. Samoa extending the plate. Leituvai comes off the right foot, and now it's numbers and another finish. What a try there from Samoa. Brilliant effort on the first play. Niue were able to defend it, but then they just extended the play, and brilliant eyes up footy there from Samoa, Ryan.
That was great. It found its way to Tyrell on the wing, and he sort of showed a bit of brilliance left foot, finding it back to Jesse to compliment him back on the wing, and he's just, to be fair, there was no need to dive like that, but we love to see it, and if you could score every try like that, Tyrell would be happy people commenting this game. I tell you what, mate, he's just been on an absolute tear this first half.
Yeah, and what was pleasing as well is that it wasn't just Leituvai and Tuimalele-Whanau that did all the hard work. There was some work done in the Lincoln middle there from the likes of Mark Kitiona as well. So excellently well taken try from Samoa, and that, in my opinion, is probably the try of the tournament so far, but it's still early days. So
it's a very good call.
Great snipe defense there. Coming from the link position, that was Gabriel Setu.
And that does take a fair bit of experience to be able to call when to snipe and when not to, especially from your defending, because you're essentially leaving your winger posted with 2 people to defend. So that just shows the level of experience there from the defending link.
Yeah, it does sort of leave him high and dry. So if you're going to snipe, you better be sure, isn't that right, Ryan? And now Samoa, after just a reset of play, call from the referees. He's up very early out of the line. Onside was the call from the referee, Demetrius Taneora. Just shot up out of the line and managed to steal a touch from Samoa. As Rameka Pariki, they're struggling to get over halfway on this set. Looks for the sinker ball over the top, kind of floats into no man's land, and that's a great defensive set from Niue.
Definitely. That's what you want to see from, if you had multiple attacking sets on the line and you haven't scored, to turn that around and apply that same sort of urgency in attack as to your defense, and turning the ball over just over halfway gives the next lot of troops coming on a perfect platform to maybe put points on the board.
And that's definitely what they'll be looking to do here as the ball comes to Ingalimoni. Great drive. He's stepped off the mark a little bit. Ball rockets into the back of Pariki, and it bobbled up in the air for half a second. And I thought the choppers coming through, they might have had an opportunity to get their hands on the ball and put it down, much like the try that they scored last year. I don't know if you've seen that one, Ryan. Them half scooping through and getting a ricochet back to himself. So
yes, I did catch that one.
Now Samoa, offside was the call. Yeah, you can see they're trying to really push this, push the pace on their defense. Is Niue as the ball comes down to a middle channel. Seth Weaver, Goosey's to the outside. The late switch comes from Leituvai. Probably should have just held his line for a little bit longer as the hole was there. It wasn't quite shutting, so sort of forcing the issue there. Jesse Leituvai, I'm sure he would want his time over on that one.
Definitely, as we see Niue with a brilliant defensive stop. They sort of stopped them about 10 off their line, and as I say that, they turn the ball over again just over halfway, trying to get the transitional troops on, and I think it's an over the mark call.
And as a result, Samoa going to get the ball just inside the halfway line, so they'll have pretty much a full set of 6 to attack the line. Leituvai happy just to jog up the field. Sefuiva comes into half. Pass goes off to Johnston. They're looking to pull up both middles. They've got them both up. This is dangerous for Niue. And it was looking threatening. Ball goes to ground. Leituvai coming down on the ML.
And we've got the number 2 on the wing, Tyrell, just ready for the ball to hit his hands and for him to take care of the rest. So we've got that combination, the 6 and 2 from the middle to the wing.
Sefuiva sweeping around to the outside as he managed to dot down. No, offside is the call from the referees. Wonder if he would have benefited from a dive there, Wesley Sefuiva. He told me last night his old man hammies aren't working quite like they used to, so I don't know how many dives we're going to see from him this weekend as they look to run an ML again. Leituvai looking to rocket the ball over the top. Tyrell.
And there it is.
Maleli Whano. There it is, the 6 and 2.
The
we
6
talked
and
about
2
it.
combination.
And what a ball from Jesse Leituvai. Great finish again from Tyrell to Maleli Whano. And Samoa, they're firing on all cylinders here.
Definitely. Just speaking on the off-the-ball work there from Wesley, there's been a couple times from the number 9, Wesley, there, his pace changing off the ball and on the ball. It's very deceptive. You think that because he's approaching the line, a couple of the players do it where they're approaching the line at a slow pace, and right before it's go time, they pull the trigger down. It really does throw the defensive off and allows Jesse to attack it with pace as well and catch them napping.
Yeah, well, it's not always about the strike player, is it, Ryan? It's the work done from off-the-ball players, or the players going in for the strike dump. And, you know, what you see on the back end is just a byproduct of the work done beforehand, as Taumana Tatanasimi coming out of half, just running that same thing, just scooping out a half to the short side. He threw it to the chopper, and that was a great read and defense from Samoa.
Definitely, and good transition here from Samoa. They're going to want to get some more clarity in their transition coming up through the field, just setting up a good platform for their strike players. And it seems like one of their players that are hot at the moment, that has a hot hand, is that number 6, Jesse Lateve.
Oh, beautiful hands out to the right-hand side. It came from Pariki to Pati Sialepai and out to, I think that might be Prince Lima out on the wing. And they've gone over again. That was a long-range effort that time, Ryan, and Samoa extend their lead out to 4 tries now.
That's right, and as soon as they change their pace in that subbing set, just to get all the troops on, they've just caught the overlap through the middle of the park, and then just simple hands. And sometimes simple footy's the best footy.
Oh, and out of nothing, Niue have managed to sneak one down the left-hand side. Just a little bit of individual brilliance there. They got on the outside of the try scorer, Prince Lima. And Niue through Vaughan Pahiva. Watch this, off the tap. His coach says, use all 6 touches. Vaughan says, no, thank you, I'll score in 1. And he's just scooted around the outside to grab Niue's second. In the shadows of halftime, how important is that going to be, Ryan?
I think that's good. It's also just to remind the boys, hey, look, we can't score here. It does seem like they've been playing defense for the whole. And as I'm saying that, excellent work there from Samoa with the second phase play.
Yeah, Luka Matawaina, he was just waiting out on the left-hand side. And I suppose it comes down to the earlier work done, isn't it? So they look to set up Jesse Leituvai on the ML coming from right to left. And because he's thrown long over the top, it's really tightened up the defense. And as we hear the halftime hooter in the background, that's an all-important strike for Samoa. And they're looking a lot better in this game than they were in the first half. Niue, they just haven't had the opportunity, have they, Ryan?
No, they haven't. And I think a lot of it has come down to their field position of getting their transition. They've just been unlucky getting a few calls with the sideline call, and maybe there was a 7 and an over the mark call there. So they can definitely score, but they've just got to get the ball down the other end, I think.
And as we get to halftime, we'll be back after the break. We'll let these teams enjoy a bit of water and a bit of a rest. Join us after the break as Samoa lead Niue 7-2. And welcome back to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, where we have a great battle on our hands between Samoa and Niue. The scoreline probably doesn't indicate it, but that's just due to Samoa taking the opportunities when they can. 7-2 is the current scoreline, but Niue, when they've had their chances, they've at least looked threatening. They've only managed to get 2 so far in this match, but look for them to extend that come the second half. Ryan, if you were in their box, though, if you are wanting them to sort of pick up the pace, or if you are wanting them to look to convert all of their opportunities, what would you be saying to them?
I'd be saying better communication just coming off the line, just a better communication between the players, just saying where the bodies should be going, because I trust that they've been running through their processes, with the coming weeks of training, and just understanding that better, just communicating with the boys. I know if you're tired, you just want to get off, but just saying you're exactly where you're going, and Luka coming up with a brilliant interception.
That's a heck of a play, isn't it?
He's going to score one to stopping one.
Yeah. Well, Luka Matawaina, because he came in a long way, and there was a lot of open pasture out on the right-hand wing, but he managed to pluck it out of the air. What about the hops on him? As Samoa crossing over halfway, looking to scoop as Jesse Leituvai throws the short ball, gets the peel play in behind, the tips ball.
That is flashy footy.
Beautiful long-range effort there from Samoa. Jesse Leituvai, in this game, he has had the ball on a piece of string. And Luka Matawaina, he stopped one at one end, and he's managed to pick one up at this end.
And that's great work from Samoa there, just finding the right strike player, recognizing where their strike players are, Jesse, and that fancy footy at the end, the old bump play we call it. You love to see those sort of plays, don't you?
Absolutely. It's funny, I was trying to think of the name of what they call it here, because back home we call it a tips, or a bit of a peel, but the bump ball, where you throw the short ball and wrap in behind, and it creates the extra numbers. And Leituvai and the Samoan outfit, they work that to perfection on that try. Now Niue looking for another opportunity. They almost scored actually in the previous set. It was just that piece of defensive brilliance.
I think they've got him here.
And it was threatening, wasn't it? And in the end, it's Cohen Pahiva that manages to go over. And Niue, they finally managed to peg one back. It's 8-3, but that was actually a well-worked try there from Niue.
Definitely. Again, off-the-ball movement. As when you can see the passes out of dummy half, he just puts on a jink there with his left foot, gets on the outside of his player, another off-the-ball movement, and makes it easy for Cohen to cross for that try.
Yeah, Samoan defender Eddie Johnston there just getting caught. Turning his shoulders and lost his bearings around the try line. I wonder, he was playing link in the earlier game. I wonder if that's been a ploy by the Samoan coach, by Adrian Arfook, to get him closer to the middle, just to shore up their defense, because they did leak a few tries in that first game. As Pati Sialepai, that's Tyrese, seems to have shaken off an earlier injury, which is great to see. Fifth and final coming. And they'll get the ball on a static. The two Pati Sialepai boys working on the right-hand side. Ball comes to Tui Malele Whano. Back to Pati Sialepai. And they'll kill the ball on the right-hand side, close to their box. And Niue now will have to work and maybe spend 1 to 2 touches getting to their box.
That's right. And if you're Samoa, you want to see them apply a bit more pressure here. Just try and stop that ball movement getting towards their sideline, because troops means fresh legs, and that's not what you want on the field coming on towards your 4th and 5th touches.
It's
especially that danger man, number 7.
As we find, I was going to say, I think the referee might have lost count there. He did go to signal that it was 6 handover, to the opposition. And in the end, it's all come to nothing. Is a handover there to the Samoan outfit. And they'll look to box their set. I like this, where they take it sort of 10 to 15 away. That's just a lazy pass from Ryder Arfook, just looking to flick the ball out the back of the hands. I think a regulation pass would have done him a world of good.
I know there's some coaches out there that strictly just hate flick passes, so they'd be hating to see that transitioning out of your half.
Yeah, well, it comes down to the fundamentals, isn't it?
Definitely.
So Niue now, Tatanasimi, he'll look to skip to the outside. Reset, sweeper, threatening around the back of the ruck, creating numbers. Tatanasimi looking to get on his outside. I thought he was short. Aramia Kaparaki, the referee says he was onside. It was a Tell you what, if he wasn't 7 meters, it definitely wasn't 6.99 either. So, yeah, I think lucky to escape that one, Samoa.
Yeah, definitely. The game sort of opened up a bit now with a few sets of sixes have gone by without tries in between. So it's good rucking work from the Samoan boys. And as they set up here, just unlucky to get the ball down there for their strike.
Yeah, just lost the momentum there, did Eddie Johnston, and now they're going to have to attack off a sixth touch or final touch. Where's Sefuiva? Putting him on skates. What a try. You just went bang off the left foot. It was 1-on-1. And Samoa, that's one for the highlight reel there, Ryan.
That definitely is one. And whereas you could take your hat off to this, creating something out of nothing, just recognizing who's in front of him and just pulling out the dancing shoes.
Well, I tell you what, he told me last night his hammies weren't working. They looked absolutely fine just there. Gabriel Setu, the beneficiary of a piece of individual brilliance from Wes Sefuiva. And now let's see if he can back it up on defense. Niue approaching the 7-meter line. 9-3 is the current score. We're approaching the halfway mark of the second half, so they'll want to get on their horse if they want to get back into this match. Ball is down. Ngako Perry goes over, and he manages to peg one back for Niue.
That's it, and he caught the try scorer. Wes on that play, just not staying tight in that middle there. I'm not sure if the call was to stay out or not, but just not getting in that fraction bit tight. And when you got footwork like that, you have to be as tight as possible, because some of these kids can make you look silly in an instant, as we just saw in both those plays.
Yeah, this game, I'll tell you what, it might not be that close, but it's definitely entertaining. Samoa, Jesse Leituvai again threatening on the right-hand side, running the splitter option, and just over the fingertips of the defending winger. But Samoa, the ball not quite going to hand, but it was open pasture out there on the left-hand side.
Yeah, definitely. And again, Jesse coming off his right foot with that preferred right to left side pass that he likes. It's always threatening, so as a defensive line, you kind of have to be on your P's and Q's.
Yeah, and 7 on the field again. There's a call from the referees. Nothing gets past them. And unfortunately for Niue, the subbing is something that they'd want to clean up. Their transition, yeah, hasn't been what they're capable of, definitely. And then another call for 7 on the field. So Coach Jason Silimaka, you might want to have a talk to his troops, get them just to tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. With the Samoan men's attacking this side and showing a bit of brilliance here, it's hard to say which way the momentum's swinging in the game now, because it hasn't really opened up too much for both teams. You've just seen individual brilliance, I guess, from either team. So it's making for an entertaining one for this for the second half of this second half.
Yeah, entertaining for sure, as Niue breaking that first defensive line. Great drive there. If they can convert on the back end of this, they've got the momentum. Tatanasimi scooping out a half, opting to get the ball back, but they were on the back foot. They were on the ropes there, Samoa. And now Tatanasimi scooping to the short side. They're looking to run a bit of a screen. Maya Makavili Tongia try to come back underneath, and that's a hard pass to throw when you're scooping and all your body momentum's going towards the corner of the field, having to turn, stop and prop, and give back to the winger coming back underneath. That's a tough play to make.
That definitely is, especially if you've got some pace behind you like he did.
Now Samoa through Leituvai, rolling up the sleeves on the yardage. As the ball comes back to Patisialepai, and they're looking like going to the middle of the field. Paraki, he scored, he set up that one try coming out of half in the first half, just losing their way on that occasion though was Kalani Sione. They'll give the ball to Ramika Paraki, and he sliced through. Brilliant off the ball work and brilliant sleight of hand there from Ramika Paraki. And he's got a big smile on his face, and why not?
That will be disappointing for the Niue coach to see, because both tries have just come off dead plays, fifth and last, and a bit of individual brilliance. Just there, we just saw the little goosey with the dummy fake switch, late switch there, and just sliding between both defenders. So not to get disheartened away, there's still time, but also time to develop processes and that, because there's still games left in the day, and there's also tomorrow, so you can always build.
That's exactly right. The result perhaps maybe arguably out of hand, but definitely to build on the performance. This is the time where you're wanting to do it if the game's out of reach. It's about keeping those standards up, isn't it, Ryan?
Definitely.
As Niue, they look to run a quickie in the middle. The holes there through the middle. Paraki was caught a little bit too wide off the ruck. And brilliant try, brilliantly taken try there from the Niue outfit. It was Inga Limoni, and he's worked hard, Inga, so a well-deserved try on that one.
Yeah, and again, they've just caught the middles for Samoa not staying quite tight, as tight as they should. So even though the score margin is, there's 5 tries in between, and maybe if you are Samoa looking into furthering, your campaign throughout the weekend, identifying those little weaknesses and maybe strengthening them or correcting them.
Yeah, 10-5 the current scores. Samoa work their way down to the 7-metre line. Ballers with Johnston in the middle. Seth Weaver looking to run a 7 out to the link. He's got the numbers beautifully held up there. Seth Weaver, he got the draw and pass, and Tuimalea Li'ifano has crossed, but as I say that, the referee has seen a forward pass. I think it was off the ruck. I've seen plenty of those let go, Ryan.
Oh, that was just brilliant. I'm a big fan of that play when you don't think that there's any space, and he's just held the ball up. Wes has just held the ball up at the perfect time and just released it. But unfortunately, to get that forward pass call, that's just unlucky because that is entertaining touch.
On the other hand, Niue, they'll be breathing a sigh of relief for that one as they've broken through. Can they finish off? Seth Weaver comes across to make the touch. They had a touch in hand. They do manage to finish it off in the end. Tatana Semi, when you're talking about deserving recipients of a try, he is another one of them. He's worked hard for Niue. And he scores Niue's 6th. It's 16 tries all up between these two teams. Seth Weaver yet to get on his bike there. And brilliant poise and calmness under pressure there from Vaughan Pahiva to get the ball down. Exactly right, Ryan. And crossing over there for Niue.
Definitely. It's an unexpected one. As a defense, you're sort of rushing back to get back on side, but you don't expect someone to get the ball down that clean.
Yeah, when you've got all the momentum going your way as the sweep comes around. Touch is called there from Moses Paukofe.
And that's brilliant. If there was maybe 2 or 3 more minutes left in the match, it wouldn't be such a wide open game because there's definitely enough time. There's definitely enough margin within the scores. So 4 tries isn't that much to come back from, or at least to make it a closer game. But I think the time is, Niue will also have to battle the time as well as Samoa in this later end of the second half.
As well as the deficit, isn't it?
Yeah.
4 tries between them. And they've definitely coming home with a wet sail, Niue. So as they approach the halfway line, just looking for a little bit of energy, and that's exactly what's happening here once again. Vaughan Pahiva, he's been shot out of a cannon. He did one on the previous set where he had the patience to set one up, and that one he didn't need no patience at all. Absolutely shot out of a rocket. Broke the line, and that's just effort, energy, and persistence, isn't it, Ryan?
Definitely. And if you were to look at this game at the end of the game, or the score margins right now, it wouldn't depict of how the actual game flow was going. It's been all Samoa, all brilliance attack, but this second half has just been individual brilliance, tries sort of coming out of nothing. The 5th and last plays, or just the one that we've seen previously, were just off a normal ruck. He's just put his foot down off the back fence and created a good opportunity to score there.
Yeah, well, when you talk about the style of play of our Pacific nations, it is that sort of individual brilliance that you're talking about, that flair that kind of does separate our Pasifika players from other nations around the world. So it's just a matter of getting that structure as we see there and getting that balance right as Ramika Paraki puts Kalani Sione over the line. They came off on a scoop from a middle link ruck and ran a 4-on-3, and it was just the deft hands there from Paraki to put Sione over.
Definitely, and you can hear the music pumping in the background. They're bringing this Samoa team home, I think, with the score margin just extending to 4 tries now.
Yeah, I think maybe holding off a little bit more might have been the defensive decision there from Niue. 11-7 is the score. We're approaching the end of this match. 20 seconds left. Let's see if Niue can finish with a further flurry. They've managed to get a couple in the last few minutes, so the sweeper comes around. looking to run that late switch back towards the middle. I think probably pre-planned as opposed to reacting to the defense. In the end, it doesn't matter. 11-7 is the final score. What an entertaining clash that was between Samoa and Niue. Probably one of the funnest matches we've had so far.
Definitely.
And Samoa managed to come out on top, Ryan.
Definitely. And that was, like you were saying, Tiv, that is one of the most entertaining I've seen so far. And that's only been the start. It's only early days. So hopefully we see a lot more of those, and a lot of the skills from our young Pasifika players shine through for later on during the day and as we continue on with the tournament.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And speaking of later in the day, we have a couple more matches up our sleeve. In fact, we've got more than a couple. We've got a handful. So there's another 5 games to go. 5 rounds. In the next round, we'll have the Indigenous versus Norfolk Island in the men's. That'll be the only game live streamed for this round. So thank you for joining us for our coverage of this game, and thank you for tuning in throughout the day. We've still got a half a day left at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. Day 1. Join us again after the break.
Yeah, oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mind and they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something. My focus is A1. Every dog has its day. It's been mine since day 1. This is real grinding. I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding. And I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you and I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard.
Coming close to me, flow is on atomic. I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we balling out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring. Don't try us. Ain't no in between. We go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym. This is target and practice. Yeah. And I'm just getting started, get my feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt.
Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard.
Welcome back to the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, where we are live from Bill Norris Oval. Thank you for tuning in to our coverage today. We've got another half a day left, as well as finals day tomorrow. And in this open men's fixture coming up, we've got the Indigenous up against Norfolk Island. My name is Tivoli Guthrie, and I'm joined by my very good friend Ryan in the commentary box. Ryan, we've got...
Tivoli, how are we?
We've got what promises to be an exciting match. The last one was entertaining. I think this one might match it. What do you reckon?
100%. With obviously the Indigenous boys coming out, they've got a lot of firepower, a lot of flair, and this new outfit, the Norfolk boys, really giving everything into effort, and the effort plays being led by that guy, Benny Wezerak, or you will hear us referring to him as Benny Alphabet, which is very well known around the touch football circles as. Definitely.
Affectionately known, isn't he, Benny Alphabet? Benny Wezerak, as he corrected me on yesterday, as the long ball goes out to the wing, just didn't quite have the power on it. And a touch there. And I'll tell you what, this Norfolk team, it's been a real feel-good story over the last sort of 12 to 18 months. It's great to see ex-Queensland and Australian representative Ryan Pollock really take the reins there, and led by the likes of Benny Wezerak and Ruben Big, and they had a great showing at the Pacific Games last year in the Solomon Islands, and it's great to see them keep that core group together. And a platform such as this, where they're able to just compete year after year after year and really build and flesh out their playing roster, it's exciting for them. It's exciting times.
100%, and you've got special players on there that are fairly well fairly unknown, I should say, around the rep scene, which is also good because when they come out here and showcase speed and lightning footwork, it just opens your eyes and just makes you amazed.
Oh, I thought there was ball down there. Chase Shaw, the captain of this Indigenous side, I thought he snuck over and got the ball down before the touch was affected. Referee, though, has managed to pull a penalty, so they'll get a repeat set, the Indigenous.
As we see the Indigenous getting the tap off, who would be their strike player, Marlon Doak? I'm not sure if he's in the opposite link.
The try is called there. I'll tell you what, when you've got Marlon Doak, you've also got Arthur Butler, who's managed to dive over there. And it was set up well. They just ran a simple sweep, that's all it was, and then managed to complete on the back end. As we see, Butler came around, created the extra numbers, and then stepped back and dove right through the middle. Cameron Christian on the Norfolk side put his hands to his head to say, sorry boys, that was my bad, but managing to dive over the line and take the first try of the game. It's 1-0 to the Indigenous.
Yeah, and it's good seeing Arthur Butler sort of have his crack in the middle. He's played on the wing for South Coast Sharks or the Gold Coast Sharks over at NTL, so it's good to see him give a good crack in these couple days.
As Wazorek looks to flick it out the back of the hand. Ball goes to ground, though, between himself and Jordan Big. And that's a heavy touch, heavy-handed. Referee says play through. I don't think you want to let too many of those go through. As we see another collision down on the left-hand side. Now the Indigenous looking to work the ball back towards the middle of the field. Here's Taylor just skipping around, trying to attract defenders. He just needed to get the ball down, I think, on a strike dump. They didn't have a full complement of 6 players on the field. And Nalawa Fox Knox will die with the ball.
And that's great end-to-end football as well from Norfolk Island, getting it down their end, but then also defending the set. And now they're working in their transition. And they're getting troops on very, very well as they set up for this strike dump.
And he's managed to break through the line here. Brilliant piece of play there from Norfolk Island.
Nathaniel.
That was Nathaniel Calstrap that went through the defensive line out of dummy half. Managed to find Saxon Snell, for Norfolk's first. And great play there from Norfolk Island.
Yeah, that was. And again, that deceptive speed and I guess the liberty of not being known, either for your speed, and that can come into play when you are defending. And, you know, he was just able to come out and, I guess, sort of catch the defense.
Yeah, definitely. And he's managed to draw it up at 1 apiece in the early exchanges of this one. Coming on a sweep, throws the link ball. Beautiful catch and pass there from Matthew Taylor. And the ball, all the work was done in the middle of the field. There was Chase Shaw coming around on the sweep through the cutout pass. And the catch and pass, which is a difficult thing to do when your body momentum is going that way. Is that danger of running into that shut side winger, but they managed to get the pass away. And they've gone over. That was Grayson Morgan out wide.
Extends the score to 2-1. The Indigenous just sticking to their structures, running sweepers, and both tries sort of coming off good structured play, so that's always good to see. And then with the injection of flair, as we say that, and that's a beautiful link hole.
That was a well-worked play. The sweep came around, attracted the defensive attention of the link there for the Indigenous, and they threw the beautiful short ball. But unfortunately, the refs have spotted a forward pass, so the Indigenous will come off their line.
It's good, and if you can see from the live stream here, a few tents and a few parents and a few supporters have gathered along the side of the field. So if you're in the Brisbane area and you are watching this, or in the Logan or Southside area, make your way down to Bill Norris Oval in Beenleigh. Come watch. They've got plenty of food here, plenty of drinks to go around. And it's a good day of footy to come and watch some entertaining and freestyle footy, but also mixed in and thrown in with a lot of young talent to come through our Pasifika.
100%, Ryan. And there's also a whole half a day left, so you've got plenty of time to get down here, and as well as finals tomorrow, as Norfolk Island looking to squeeze through down the short side. Touch was made, not much doing down there. Got finals day tomorrow where we've got semis, and then the best 2 nations will go at it in the men's and women's, as Norfolk Island looked to run a little bit of a nothing play. They try to pull something out of the hat, and the touch was made by the Indigenous side, so 6 touches have been completed, handover, and Indigenous will just look to go forward with the ball. Working their way to the box, trying to get fresh legs on, and they've just got such natural ability, don't they, the Indigenous outfit, and they can read each other so well. As we see Shaw and Norfolk Island, on the other hand, they may not have the natural flair, but I'll tell you what they do have in bunches is plenty of effort, plenty of energy, plenty of learning in them. As they're approaching the last touch of the set, they just got in behind, just got caught up at the ruck there, I think, did Carl Quintel.
Yeah, I think as the Indigenous are sort of working their way in, a bit of fatigue might creep in for these defenders. So just getting the body position in the wrong place, and just which equalising in the Indigenous getting an overlap.
Chase Shaw looking to dive in underneath. Warford moves into half. The ball goes to the middle of the field. There's Shaw now just toying with the defenders. He gets both of them up. It's danger times here for Norfolk Island. The pass not quite going to hand there. Jordan Big defended it well out wide, but Travis Simpson unfortunately just put the ball down. And Indigenous not able to extend their lead. 2-1 is still the score about halfway through the first half. If you've just joined us for the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, we're running with 15-minute halves here. Straight out of dummy half was Calstrap. Fifth and final is the call. He's dangerous coming out of dummy half, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the try scorer, showing us that speed to set up their first try for Norfolk. So he's definitely one to watch when it comes to the pace on the field. And I'm pretty sure he's got a lightning right foot as well. So he'd be keen to see when they get a good attacking set on the Indigenous line.
And there's 2 of them in this Norfolk Island outfit, 2 Calstrap brothers, Nathaniel and Markey. Markey, unfortunately, not playing in this one, but when you've got a full complement of 16 players, as Norfolk Island do, 2 people have to sit out as a long ball goes out to the right-hand side. It has floated forward, according to the lead referee. Thought it came backwards out of the hands, but as we see on the Strutties replay, it was a beautiful pass, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely by that number 13, Matthew Taylor. Now, Matt and Travis Simpson, both for the Indigenous, are just coming off a NTL 30s win 2 weeks ago for the Brisbane City Cobras, so they're coming off a bit of a high. Their campaign was successful out there, so they'll be playing with a lot of confidence throughout this tournament. As you see, a bit of speed being picked up, and it's play through.
Morgan has managed to go through and offloads. Their dangers coming out of half, and the referee has stopped play, so the try not officially awarded yet. We've got 1 referee at halfway, as we see on the Strutties replay. Wazorek, great strike down, managed to get in behind. It wasn't quite onside, it was Matthew Taylor. Morgan scooped through and offloaded to Jordan Big. And it has, in the end, been pulled back, so that one officially not counting for Norfolk Island. 7 on the field was the call.
Wow.
Yeah, big call in the context of this match, especially with just under 5 minutes left in the game. But referees, they don't miss anything, and there was great communication between them to pick that up.
Yeah, definitely. Great communication with the referees. I would definitely love to be a fly in the box to hear Ryan Pollock's response after that 7 call and denying a try there. So that's...
Benny told me that's why he's got no hair. But it is great to see characters like Ryan Pollock being able to give back to such a young developing nation. Obviously the Queensland and Australian legend that he is. So great to see him lending his expertise. As Norfolk Island, they've managed to clean up the subbing on this attacking set, but if it ain't the subbing, then it's the control at the roll ball, because the referee has managed to pull a little bobble in there. And yeah, just not quite getting to the back end of their set at the minute, are they, Norfolk?
No, they're not. And I think what's really good to see is that when they are defending their line, they are defending with purpose, and they're showing a whole lot of character getting out of their line. But yeah, just like you said, Tiv, that extra bit of finding the correct player or getting to their spots to be able to strike and strike well is just what they're lacking at the moment.
Yeah, and if there's one thing that I love about Norfolk Island, it's their body on the line sort of attitude, and it's their effort and energy that's gonna pay dividends for them, because as the saying is, loose skin for the boys, isn't it?
That's it. And I don't think any of these Norfolk players have not had a chance of either diving to catch a ball or diving to make a touch, because effort is everything to them, and it's just a pleasure to see, because it's a great balance between the different sort of teams here. As there's almost a runaway and the ref's going to pull it back. Oh, please get me down to hear what Ryan Pollock has to say.
Just stepping on the line, unfortunately, as we see just there. You can't see it from this far side of the box, but the referee spotted it straight away. If you caught it in the background, he had his hand up to say, yeah, there was a foot on the line while he was in possession of the ball. And as a result, the handover comes, and Indigenous have prime real estate now. They're holding a slender 2-1 lead. Chase Shaw, he's set up a couple in this first half. He gets the middle and the link up, looking to run the punish. He'll offload the ball back to the... No, he'll hold on to it, looking to run a punish again. Simpson at half. He's got them offside. And just too quick there, Chase Shaw manages to dive in and underneath. And they will indeed increase their lead. That's 3-1, Ryan.
Yeah, and that's great work from Chase. As you can see, he did the punish first and he recognized what the defender was doing. And instead of going back to the middle, he said, no, give me the chance again. He recognized exactly how the body position of the link defender, and he said, I'll have him here. So that was just great identifying of a defensive player there by Chase, and awarded with a try.
That's just fantastic IQ, isn't it? As we see on the Strutties replay, some of Chase's highlights. Beautiful identification, and that's high touch IQ for such a young player. He's he's got some good game on him, doesn't he, Chase Shaw? Is no wonder why he's been signalled as the captain of this Indigenous side. And then Norfolk Island, unfortunately, just coming up with a little bobble at the roll ball. I think if they tighten the screws a little bit, they'll get a little bit more opportunity come the 7-metre line. But at the moment, it's just a little bit too loose for them.
100%. They're just unlucky to get that turnover there. As you don't see Indigenous go to the... As you see Indigenous, they don't really go to their sub-box, so that they'll be staying on with a few of their attacking powers there with Matthew Taylor and Marlon Doak there with the ball.
I'll tell you what, you probably couldn't pick it up on the live stream, but Nalawa Knox has lost a shoe and a sock, so he had to sub off, and that's a great defensive effort there as we go back to live action from Norfolk Island. Saxons now coming up with a huge play defensively. They had them stretched out on the left-hand side. He managed to get in the lane and knock the pass down. But it was looking threatening out on the left for the Indigenous. Matthew Taylor's really pulling the strings for this Indigenous side.
Yeah, he really has. And that's the luxury of having a team that's skillful right throughout the park, is that you've got attacking players at every end. You'd normally go to Marlon Doak on that occasion, but Matthew Taylor just seeing the right option and calling for the ball back and setting up another try for the Indigenous.
Yeah, and he's managed to set up another one as well. And Grayson Morgan has crossed for, I think that might be his second. He's got a first half double. But Matthew Taylor is really showing his skill out there on the field, and he's done it since the first game of the day as well. And now Norfolk Island with 15 seconds left. They'd love a try. What they'd do for a try, I wouldn't know, but we'll see if they can peg one back. TK Morgan is threatening, coming around on the sweep. They're a couple of metres off the 7-metre line, does a little dance, can't get around the clutches of Chase Shaw though. And they'll enter halftime down by 3. It is 4-1. The Indigenous lead Norfolk Island. Ryan, what did you make of that first half?
I thought it was excellent. I thought the Norfolk did well, considering that they didn't have much field position, and considering that they had to attack with such a star-studded outfit in the Indigenous, they really held their line well, and you can really see that their gameplay is all surrounded around effort plays on everything. So it's real good to see the contrast of plays between both teams. I'm looking forward to the second half.
Yeah, and speaking of the second half, we will be back just after the break. So join us after halftime in this exciting clash between the Indigenous and Norfolk Island at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup.
We've replaced seventh touch with GS7 here, so the commentary won't be as good in the second half, Ryan, but we'll just give it our best shot, mate, with the Indigenous team leading 4-1.
We've swapped out one superstar. We've swapped out one superstar for another superstar. And in how do you pronounce it, Gary? What did you say earlier? I was just trying to roll on with that. The
seventh touch.
Seventh touch
for the GS7.
GS7, okay, for the Garys under 7.
So we're away. I can't hear anything.
Sorry about that technical difficulty for the people at home. We're just experiencing a bit of playback issues here on the mics, but we're back to it.
So 4-1 to the Indigenous team, Ryan. The first half, it looked like Norfolk hung in there for long periods and then just leaked 2 right on that halftime, before that halftime break, which has seen them trailing 4-1. But plenty of spirit.
Yeah, definitely. And I just want to, if you're just joining us in for this second half, we've replaced our other commentator, Tivoli Guthrie, with Gary Sonder. So one superstar for another superstar. And as Gaz likes to say it, it's the 7th touch for the GS7.
Yeah, unfortunately, viewers at home, you've got me for the second half and you miss out on him. A great commentator, very knowledgeable, and I'm just here doing my best, mate.
Oh, look, that's all we can expect you to do, to be honest, Gaz. We're all just battlers out here battling. And so what we've, as Norfolk come in with they get a repeat set, I think, with a not moving forward penalty. So they'll get a fresh set of 6 on the line and they cough that up. And that's just unfortunate to see, as they were just settling into their sequences of attack. As Indigenous get it back and they'll work their way through to the box.
Yeah, there's just there's a few little errors that they're making at the wrong times, which is really crucifying them. So they had a repeat set there and they dropped it on the first touch. And it just invites the Indigenous straight back down the other end.
As we see QJ Matthews here on the wing with a bit of dancing hot feet there as we bring the ball back to the middle. Oh, no. Goose has just come through with a bit of a magic play to try to create something out of nothing, or Adam Butler.
So I think Coach Pollock would have said in the box, get the ball to the other end, complete your sets, let's go forward, would be what I would be guessing that Ryan has said. So here they are, following his instructions now and going direct through the middle, and good fast feet.
That's from the man TK Morgan there.
Oh,
and he's
well,
just
the
collapsed.
kind of just said, play on. Nah, no try, but maybe a penalty there for, offside.
My apologies earlier. I called Arthur his brother's name of Adam, so I'm sure I'll hear that back from him when he's watching this commentary back. Old Goose, please apologize. Accept the apologies. As they're just going back and forth with the refs over certain calls.
So a little bit of frustration then from the Norfolk boys, giving away a penalty for a hard touch after they felt harshly done by in that last decision.
Yeah. As we see a good inclusion here, this number 9, Ryan Shibasaki, plenty of skill coming from the northern regions of Queensland. Fancy footwork. We haven't really got to see him much attack and show a bit of that fancy footwork. He loves to get on the punish. Very, very quick to find the line. Very, very skillful. So he's also another attacker that the Indigenous have got up their sleeve.
And a Queensland origin rep.
Definitely a Queensland origin rep. Very skillful player, as we see him on the ball there. and just catching his player offside, not quite making the line there. Sean Ellard defending there. So, yeah, Ryan Shibasaki just noticing that, hearing the ref's call and then diving at the field.
Are you wired to Ryan? Because the moment you said to him to run the quickie play, he did it and scored.
I think it's just a Ryan thing. I think all Ryans in the world have this familiar connection. So, yeah, it's good. Also, Ryan Pollock down in the sub box.
So you might want to talk to Ryan Pollock a little bit more at the moment.
Well, I have, and the only feedback I'm getting is yelling, so I've sort of blocked him out of my head.
No, but great man, Ryan Pollock, and doing good things, helping out the Norfolk Island boys.
Oh, and that's a good little flick pass there from Benny back on the inside. As we see that speedster TK Morgan. As Indigenous hold off Norfolk Island for this one set, and they'll be working it off their line through Ryan Shibasaki as Matthew Taylor team up with Chase to get the ball to the sideline for Grayson Morgan. Back to Matthew Taylor. As we see the Indigenous there approaching the Norfolk line, it hasn't really been too much high pace. It sort of looked like they're just traveling in second and third gear, but there's a method to that madness. As you can see, there's a flip of a hat. They just switch it on and turn the pace on, and that's just what these teams tend to do, Gaz? They're operating at a pace that you think is very, very manageable, and then at the drop of a dime, it's just flipped on you, and it's a whole nother pace, and it's looked like they've kicked out about 7 gears in 1 second.
Yeah, they just dawdle up the field, and then when they get to the showtime, they put the foot down, and obviously puts you in a bit of a false sense of security in defence when you think you're just cruising along, and then bang, next minute they're gone.
Definitely.
Ryan, you might be able to fill us in here. Travis Simpson. You know much about Travis?
Yeah, Travis. So I was just saying earlier to Tivoli Guthrie on the commentary, Travis and Matthew Taylor, or Matthew Radica, they both have come in off successful NTL campaigns 2 weeks ago, both playing for the Brisbane City Cobras 30s, and they actually took it out. So, and Travis Simpson, his development and everything has been happening on the wing, but he got the call up for Cobras due to injuries and that to come in and step in on the link, and he really stepped up and got a couple coaches award as well when we were down there. So
yeah, and I did notice him. We were in the field next to him. I did notice him during your grand final, which was played at the same time as the boys' 20s, and he looked super fit. And looks like he spends a bit of time doing having on arm days. Yes. Trevor's known for a arm day specialist. I believe that the right arm gets more work than the left arm, but we'll leave that up to Travis on why that is. But and is it true that when they selected the side, he said, "I'm only playing if we're wearing singlets"?
Yeah, he did. That was one of the stipulations, and then the other one is I've got about 2 tries and 1 flex in me. Oh, as we see, brilliant pace and deception there from Montel Butterworth.
So the number 9 then for Norfolk had him covered the whole way,
James
and then he
Big
just didn't want to touch him. Look, I think he got distracted thinking there was a pass inside, and then
away he goes.
Again,
that's what I was saying earlier, guys, with the whole deception of them. I mean, Montel's just tracked down the field and given James a false sense of security, thinking that he has him, and then Montel just turned on the afterburners, and
good work, Montel. Great finish in the corner there.
Definitely good stuff. As we see, the score margin now improving to 5, making the score 6-1 to the Indigenous. So they are starting to pile on the tries, but Norfolk still going through their processes. As we see some fancy footwork coming back on the short side with a flick pass. And could he get that ball down? Oh, no.
He's not having much luck with the put-downs, is he?
No, not at all. Cameron Christian just unlucky there with the putback. And that's TK Morgan from earlier on showing us his pace. And, just through the whole Norfolk boys, from 1 to 16, the amount of pace that they have, the amount of pace that they have to show is just exceptional. And I think what they may be lacking is just the 1%, but you can always improve on that as the tournament goes.
It's been electric in this game, and he finds an unmarked winger there. Beautiful play then.
Yeah, that was exceptional. Just catching the defense lacking a bit, and I think that was Chase, the
Chase
number
Shaw,
one. Yes.
Yeah, he went through from half.
And he's just had a stellar of a game, old Chase, just involved in everything almost.
Be good to see next year the Indigenous team bring a few more young players through like Chase, because he's obviously been a great inception into this team, and he's put on quite a few tries in this game.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously that last name ringing very true in the touch world. The Shaws being a very big influential part of the touch community, so it's good to see one of their young'uns just come through and start to shine like he is.
So you've got one Shaw in the Indigenous team and one Shaw in the Maori team. So,
and you know what you say when you don't know where the other one's playing? I'm not sure. As we see Norfolk running a rooster play with a switchback. Oh, that's very creative. Has he got this ball down?
Oh, no, the ref's pointed to the hand.
Arthur's just coming across with a clinical touch, but that was pretty to watch. They ran the rooster set up, and then they've just done a late switch back on with that same rooster play. So Benny's just switched back the opposite way. And a bit of fancy passing there from Ruben, a bit of a no-look pass over the shoulder, and they were just unlucky to get that play. But excellent to see this Norfolk boys trying everything, you know, just throwing it up for and just playing a bit of footy. As we see the Indigenous bring it over halfway, as Matthew Radica's just getting them a bit of go forward, and he's their engine room man, old Matt Rad. As Marlon Doak, their strike play, and what a ball, Marlon.
Good touch on the back of the singlet there.
That's just an absolute pearler of a pass. You don't really see many passes travel that far, that flat.
So you've played a lot of touch with Marlon, and obviously freak of a player.
Exceptional talent.
King of the cash comps.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't say king of the cash comps, but you know that's dealing with a whole different. It's not a full 7 meters at cash comps. It's about 3 meters. So it's anyone's game for that.
But he doesn't seem to go. You never see him in a Queensland shirt or an Australian shirt. Is there a reason behind that? Or
I'm not sure. I think
it's playing with the boys.
I think because he's also a very, very skilled footy player as well, and so the timing just doesn't align. As we see the Norfolk boys set up for a sweeper, and he rips one out to the wing, but unfortunately it just isn't able to be brought in. But great play, great setup there for the Norfolk boys. And that's good work.
They're still throwing shots, aren't they, Ryan?
Yeah,
still
definitely.
Throwing punches.
Definitely. And even how they're throwing punches, so that, you know, the setup is right, and they're getting the right players that they want on all their sweeper plays. So it's real good to see from the Norfolk boys. And yeah, like I said, I think from their first game that we call this morning, guys, to the game right now, it's been an exceptional difference in seeing how their plays developed, especially in the couple games that they've played.
Yep, so they got just over a minute and a half left here. Oh, that's downtown Johnny Brown out there.
That is number 14, and
look,
Chase.
Here we go again.
Cutting the defense open again. And that's the young man Chase. Was that Arthur again? Yeah, finding old Goose.
Looks like Chase Shaw will be off to Grubby's Burgers tonight.
If he keeps this performance up, old Chase will look like someone who ate Chase with the amount of Grubby's vouchers he'll win. But that's excellent IQ. Just noticing a bit of lackadaisical defense there and scooting straight through, and happy days for the Indigenous boys.
And good composure once he got into the in goal as well.
Yeah. And so Benny Wezerak, or Benny Alphabet, getting the Norfolk boys started off with this attacking set. That's been their danger man, number 7, the TK Morgan. He's been a real speedster, as well as combining with that number 11, Nathaniel. Just unlucky to get on the outside of John Brown there, Nathaniel.
I think we just got to get those two in the right positions a little bit more, the Norfolk boys.
Yeah, I feel, and the difference between the first game that we called to this game has been seeing a lot of those players. And that's just that was very good work from Arthur to stay. If I tell you what, if I was one-on-one with TK on that link ball, I'd be nervous of what he's going to do to my ankles.
And he defended it quite easily.
Yeah,
really,
he definitely did. That was good work there. But good setup as well. That 69, or the black play that we call, where you fake the quickie and hit the opposite link on an out ball, was read very well. But it's good to see the Norfolk.
The last play of the day here, Ryan.
As you can see, Matty just whipping it out to the wing. And as we conclude this game with the score margin of 8 to the Indigenous and 1 to the Norfolk, you know, watching this game over at Corliga, Gaz, it really doesn't depict, it looks like a blowout, but it really doesn't depict it as the Norfolk we're in there the whole time throwing everything at them, but also the effort plays is just something that stands out for these Norfolk boys. So it's brilliant to see and awesome to have them part of the Australia Pacific Cup for 2024.
All right, we'll take a break and we'll be back soon with the girls' games. And here we are back. What a day it's been so far. And now we see the women's on. And, well, there's no flags, Ryan, but there is a tunnel for the Niue women's team. Does that guarantee them a win?
You know what? We have been speaking about the supporters being influential in some of these teams win, but nothing goes past the flag. It's the harder you fly the flag, I think the harder your players play. So as I can see in the background there, the flag is making its way down. So hopefully...
If you keep your eyes peeled to the left-hand corner of the screen, viewers, you'll notice the Niue flag. But this should be a cracker. Samoa needing a win and Niue chasing one as well. And this game could be crucial in seeing who makes the semi-finals.
Definitely, guys. As we see some of these familiar names in the Samoan women's, and a couple of them we see a few cousins and sisters on this team, which is also good to see. It's a bit of a family affair, which we love seeing at the Australia Pacifica Cup. This Niue outfit as well.
Who are you looking out for as one of the danger players, Ryan?
Oh, for Niue or for Samoa?
Probably Niue.
I haven't had a chance to watch Samoa play too much, but I have seen and called a couple of Niue's game, and I'm really, really liking the Holomoto sisters, both Jamie and Brooke. I think that their poise throughout attack and their leadership has really shone through in the two games that I've called. So it'd be good as we're underway with Niue starting and slowly making their way through to the Samoa's defensive line.
Okay, I'm going to tell you who I'm looking out for in Niue. Number 11, Harmony Perry. Gold Coast player, coached her when she was probably 15, I think, and a player that is plays above her age, and I'd just like to see her back herself and put on a clinic in this one.
Definitely. Also, 2 more to look out for in the Niues that I've seen are the Bates sisters, number 9 and number 11, Tay and Renez. They're both exceptional footwork and passing abilities as well, so that's also good. But I'm keen to see some of these Samoan women's play today as well. I just haven't had the chance to have a look at them play or really see them shine, so this will be a good one for myself as well, guys.
Indeed it will.
As we see, it's been a bit of a lackluster, slow start as both teams sort of finding their way to the line. As Niue just making their way through to 5th and last, about 15 out. There hasn't really been too much go forward. They're going to look to just kill it on the opposite side of Samoa's box. Oh, as Brooke just with a bit of a show and go. And there she is, number 14, Brooke Holomatu Tama, one of the stars I said to look out for. Her and her sister just combining, and I believe that was Jamie that passed her that ball, so maybe it was a bit of a sister link. And Brooke just with the show and go, just showing a bit of pace there at the end, just to sneak away with that try. So
wow, it came from nothing, didn't it?
Yeah, it definitely did. And sometimes that's just what you need to spark up everyone, and maybe that'll spark up the Samoan girls to bounce back with something. Guys, the option for the little tip on was there as the link came over to cover, but they're getting their attack sorted as they bring it through to the middle with Isabella playing the ball there with Ella.
I'd like to see the Samoan team try to play a little bit more up-tempo and bring in players like Ella Watkins and that out of half. Look, here's a foot speed now.
Yeah, definitely, as Ella Watkins just goes towards that short side. Unlucky to get that ball away.
And she was put off by the flag in the background.
Ah, yes. For those at home, if you did see the flag flying in the background, that is a big contributor to the team's performance. So we see a couple of the Niue flags out there.
If I was coaching Samoa, I'd be saying to Ella, run, get into the in goal, then look to pass. Use your speed, that's your strength, and then we'll worry about passing once we're in the in goal.
As we see Niue coming through with the 5th and last, looking for options there on the 5th, and Samoa's done well to keep them off their line heading into the 5th and last. So I guess what's worked for them is getting to the box early and just getting their transitioning their players off so they can have some fresh set of legs coming through as we see Samoa bringing the ball up through just over halfway as we inject a bit of pace into their line, and the pass is gone, so the refs are letting it play through.
Oh, she's away.
As a good diving touch has just come through at the end there from Niue. That's a great defensive effort from both girls there from Niue, as we see Samoa coming back with the restart for one last touch
to see what they can. Sweeper, run girl.
Oh, and I think that's a good touch there. Lee, our referee, the man on the spot there with the eyes.
She probably could have got the pass away to the winger there, who was unmarked right at the death, but much better football from Samoa and a quality play run then. Exposed Niue defence, but very good try-saving touch made in the end.
Yeah, exactly, guys. As Niue's a bit slow to get to the box here. I think they've expanded maybe a couple of their touches, coming into 5th and last just over halfway here, so they want to be scooting out a half as Jamie picks up the ball, rips off a left to right, finding her mark, but unfortunately the 5th touch just leaves them just shy of the halfway line. Samoa turning their defense into attack as they're working over to their box now to get fresh players on. As we see there, Isabella there, just unlucky with the ball. Looking to the refs for a bit of a penalty for assistance there, but unfortunately just doesn't get it as Jamie fires one off to sister Brooke, just to get the ball closer to the box so they can sub off. How important is it, guys, to when there's a changeover, how important is it to put the ball at your box side to make it for the opposition getting off when they have to transition?
I think it's what a lot of teams are doing. Obviously, it means the links on the far side have got a 50 to 70 metre run to get off, so it's better than just letting them step off, I guess. But, yeah, I guess it's all about turning the ball over on the try line rather than the halfway line is the thing that some of these sides need to concentrate a little bit more on.
Yeah, definitely, and I guess the urgency in coming off as well, as we see Samoa working their way up the field now to get more troops on. As Ella Watkins is just gaining meters, as you were saying earlier, guys. That's one to look out for the Samoa.
And I'm noticing on Samoa's sideline, they're down on troops. They've only got 5 subs, so they're playing with 11 at the moment. And it looks like probably their go-to player, Caitlin Fook, isn't playing this game. I'm not sure what's happened there, but that might come back to haunt them in the back end. So again, if you were Niue, you'd be trying to run this side around a little bit. So at the back end of the second half, they run out of steam.
Yeah, definitely. I think when you're having to manage with injuries as well as players, it does get a bit hard there to sort of go through your structures in the box. So as Samoa work their way towards Niue's defensive line and making late interchanges.
Here comes Ella on the sweeps, got her for foot speed.
Oh, with a bit of show and go as well, Ella. And has she gotten through there? Oh, then the refs have rewarded, and there's brilliant work there from Ella Watkins.
That's what she's got to do, Ryan, just get in a foot race.
That's it. That's it. As you can see, they set up and they sort of drift. And at the same time they're drifting, Ella's just continuing the play, getting the ball down, getting the ball in her hands. And just a diving touch, unfortunately, just didn't make it then. That's brilliant work from Ella.
So the scores are locked with 6.5 minutes to go till half-time at 1-1. Good strike back from Samoa.
As we see Niue starting the attack again from halfway. And again, it's not really...
Well, this is third touch, Ryan, and they're still on the 10-metre line.
And so with the strike that Niue possess as well, you really want to see that being utilised at the try line. But Samoa have done well to keep them off there and held them to 3 touches, as they have their first touch just shy of halfway. So their second touch will come over halfway. If they can continue this momentum, maybe they can get good field position for this Niue defensive line and maybe create something at the back end of it as they come into 5th and last. And we've got Delaney with ball in hand, unfortunately just finding the ground there. Delaney Arfuk, there's a couple Arfuk sisters on this team, which is real good to see. Throughout the tournament, I think maybe a brother or cousin might be playing for the men's team, which is awesome. We've seen a couple of these family combinations throughout the Australia Pasifika Cup for different teams. Even intermarried couples sometimes playing for a team and the other, as we got Jessie Latove playing for the Samoa Men's Open and Brooks, playing for the Niue Women's.
So if we look across the two sides, Ryan, it looks like the Niue girls are a little bit more experienced and the Samoan girls are younger. So Niue's got to use their experience and Samoa has got to use their foot speed.
Yep.
So again, if I was the coach, I'd be saying, let's go forward and let's just do the old-fashioned move called scoop out a half.
Yeah, why not? You know, it's worked for them before, and here we
go.
The
Foot
ball
speed
movement.
again.
And that's the...
Ella Watkins is in for try number 2.
Ella Watkins just running, and that just comes off the back of just great running and moving and a bit of ball movement. And that's real good to see.
She can smell that Grubby's cheeseburger for player of the match. And the flag flying in the background for Niue has gone down to half-mast, as you can see in the background.
It has, guys. And there, yeah, like I said, that's excellent ball movement there from the Samoa Women's. And let's see what their hit back is from Niue, as I'm sure they'll be thinking about tactics and how to hit back, as Brooke kicks us off with the tap, and they work their way down to Samoa's defensive line. They're just spreading the ball wide, finding their winger, or darting down the sideline, but the touch was called, so she has to take it back as they come back to Brooke in the middle here, and she'll be directing traffic a bit, just telling her players where to go and which players to look out for and where the weakness is. So keep an eye out for Brooke as she's sitting in that left link here. And the 5th and last approaches, and we've got a good pick up out of half. Unfortunately, it was just straight into numbers, so she wasn't able to capitalize on that. So Samoa's turned the ball back over as they're rucking off. A bit of pace now, so which is good to see, the transition, bit of urgency from the box. A few animated characters as well. That's always good to see from the box. Hey guys, when you see everyone getting up and live, and this this subset. They've found some success with this subset. Samoa has.
Yeah, they're dragging him to their box and then they're fanning out and doing like a fly play on the way back. But unfortunately there, with 2 minutes 50 to go, they've turned the ball over at probably the wrong time.
That's right. So hopefully Niue can capitalise on this turnover, get down to the defensive line, to the try line. Sorry, and see if they can create something. So just outside the 7 metre mark. And as we were saying, they've got a few generals on the field, so hopefully... Oh, no, and they've just turned the ball over. Niue has just turned the ball over with a off-the-mark call, so I think that's a bit of a coach killer, Gaz.
Yes, so I was just about to say Samoa need to complete this set of 6, but the referees found something there.
Yeah, so Niue will have another chance to even the score up a bit with just under 2 minutes to go in this half. As we see Jamie bringing the ball up here with her middle, connecting there nicely with Rosalina. Oh, and Rosalina trying to thread the needle.
Thought she was going to dump it 30 centimetres out there, but she realised how close to the line she was and pulled it back. But this is an important set of 6 in the scheme of the game.
As we see Jamie slowing it down as fifth and last approaches. And it's a bit of a dead play, so this is where you can see a bit of brilliance come. Bit of individual brilliance, and they just choose to take it to their side, their box side, which makes it extra harder for Samoa to
a little bit of
obviously
disappointing set there, considering that might be close to their last set of the first half, on the proviso that Samoa can hang on to the ball here. Just go forward, girls.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as they get to third touch, just next to halfway, as they plant the fourth touch just before halfway.
Get out of half, girls. Get out of half.
You'd be looking at someone scooping out of half. And unfortunately, they've turned the ball over. So there hasn't really been too many completed sets from both teams. I think the 2 completed sets have resulted in 2 tries from Samoa. So maybe that's a bit of a hint that the coach could see and make an adjustment to, and just saying, if we just hold on to the ball, we could, increase our chances of scoring. As we say that, there's been a ball to ground, and that's a penalty to go Niue's way.
They'll probably get about 3 or 4 touches here, so maybe not a bad penalty to give away.
As we see Brooke there combining with Aaliyah.
Good time to give away another one here, I think.
Yes, as they slow it down coming into the 7. And Aaliyah's crossed over for that. And that's Brooke and Aaliyah combining again for a try right on the hooter to even up the scores going into half-time. So as we see a 2-all draw going into half-time, the scores are neck and neck. And so there'll be a few adjustments to be made from both coaches, I'm sure, to kick off this second half. So join us back in the commentary for everyone watching at home to kick off this second half between the Niue and Samoa Women's Open.
And we are back for the second half. What a clash it's been so far. Samoa versus Niue. Niue getting that try right on half-time, Ryan. And I don't know if the viewers at home could hear the disappointment in my voice because it was pretty soft, to be fair. But it has put Niue back on the map. And we've got 2-2, so 15 minutes to go here. And this could be for a place in the semi-finals, Ryan. So very important 15 minutes ahead of us.
Yes, yeah, and you could definitely see with the score being neck and neck at 2, it's definitely been a back and forth sort of game with neither team giving anything up, and they've just caught Niue napping here with a overlap, and that's great. Excuse me, that's great coverage defense there from the Niue girls.
Play on.
Oh,
Try.
and they've just fixed it through the hands. And that's great ball movement there from Samoa.
Geez, they really squished everything to this box side then because the wingers scored about 20 metres infield, so didn't really make the touches in front, as you can see there. And just good hands here, the old netball pass there.
And I don't know at home, folks, if you can catch the type of music that we got going on here between tries, but it's an absolute party. If you are in Brisbane and around the Logan area and you want to come down and watch a bit of touch, join in on this vibe, make your way down to the Bill Norris Oval at Beenleigh and take part in the festive vibes of our Struddies Australia Pasifika Cup for 2024. As we see Niue take on Samoa on our field 1, and with Samoa leading 3-2, Niue have the ball with both sisters combining here in the Lincoln wing. The Holomotu Tama sisters really know their way around a touch field, and they can combine for something special. And unlucky there to just get the 5th touch to get that ball away, so someone will have it with the transition happening just outside their 7.
Good set of 6 there after scoring. Oh.
Yeah.
This is the thing where the Samoan girls are letting themselves down at the moment. Just complete your set. You've scored. You've done a good set of defence. Just tuck it under your wing and go forward. No time to play expansive football. And here we go. Niue on the attack again. Will they punish them for that? Is this the sisters here in the middle, Ryan?
Yeah, this is the sisters here. Brooke and Jamie, as Brooke plays the ball down and connects with Jay. Oh, unlucky to get that pass off. I think it was just over eager to recycle the ball back there. So Samoa's done well to defend this set again. So hopefully they can get this ball out. And as I say that, I think I've just hit them with the commentator's curse. So we see
big
Jamie
numbers
and Brooke
out this side
colliding for their second effort together. And you know who I haven't seen on the field? The Bates sisters. So I'm keen to have a chat with their coach after, just to find out where, because they're another 2 attacking weapons that we're not really seeing featured.
And I mentioned before, Harmony Perry doesn't look like she's on either. So they are short on numbers in the box. So not too sure. We're missing a few out there.
I think both teams would be a bit short on numbers. So that's it'll be interesting to see what sort of tactics are applied to both teams here, just to adjust for those lacking numbers. Oh, as we see Niue just turning their back on the play there, not really knowing the ball awareness coming back to them. So this is Samoa's 3rd time of trying to get off the line. Hopefully they can get a good, clean set and finish the set off, at least complete the set, I should say. So I stumbled over my words there for a second.
Well, with numbers down on both sides, completing sets and field position is going to be super important in this last 10 minutes. And again, Samoa not completing a set. So very important that the coach just gets them together, gets them to be a little bit more composed, and just give yourself an extra metre in. Step back a metre and give yourself a bit more depth and give yourself a bit more time on the ball and just complete these sets.
Yeah, it does get hard, guys, with how do you manage the lack of numbers as well? Because obviously fatigue's starting to creep in. So simple processes, I guess that's why you train so hard, is that when you default, it can fall back to your simple processes.
Well, the quickest way to get up the field is going forward, Ryan. If you go sideways, you're spending more metres. So just tuck it under the wing, go forward, find a half, and the next one follow.
As we see Samoa working their way towards their box for the second touch. hopefully they can complete this set here as they come to touch 3, just behind halfway, and that's great shooting defense here from Niue, trying to keep them out of striking range.
Here we go, scooper. That's the way you play. Look, Ella Watkins again. Can she finish off? She can indeed.
And that's beautiful work from Ella Watkins, and that's what you've been saying for this game, Gaz. I think she's caught wind of what you've been saying, and that's just run, Ella, run.
She hasn't caught wind, Ryan. She's caught fire. She's put on 3 of the 4 and scored one herself, I think. And again, a simple game. Everyone's got all these moves, but her new move is scoop, run fast.
The left foot follows the right. Sometimes that's the easiest way to get the complicated stuff done, isn't it, Gaz? Just keep it simple and just run.
And one thing they did then, Ryan, they completed their set.
Yes. And I think just connecting those 2 dots, will be very pivotal going forward. Is that, look, we'll come off the back of just completing our sets, getting to our box, and settling for a strike dump for one of our weapon players to take over. As Niue dart out of half, and they just get stuck there on that 4-on-3 lines that they're running with the 5th and last.
Yeah,
Ooh,
so very important
was there a hand in that?
Samoa keep nice and tight in defence and show the wing option, because it's not something that they're looking at throwing the 4-on-3 double cutout. So as long as they remain tight in the middle here, Samoa, they shouldn't be leaking too many tries.
Yeah, and despite the errors that they've made to come out of their half, they've held a good, comfortable lead here. So the defence, their line defence for Samoa has been what they've relied on for this second half.
That was a good set then. They held back the fly play and just went direct, because at the moment they just got to complete sets and get field position and take a bit of wind out of the sails of Niue.
Yeah, for sure, Gaz. I feel that Niue has. They're starting to look a bit more fatigued than the Samoan girls coming forward here, but it could just be for the lack of numbers that they've gotten on the field at the time, as they come into 5th and last, and a enthusiastic dart out of half there from Terry King. But Samoa have done well just to butt that out. And they restart it there, just working their way to the box, trying to go through their process. The last 2 complete sets have been good, one resulting in a try, the last resulting in good field position. So hopefully they can get themselves into further down the park where they can improve on their scoreboard. And there we go again, just run, and they create an overlap there with the wing and make it a beautiful touch for Niue. That's a great cover touch there, almost try-saver-like.
Another good set of 6, completing the 6. It's all about letting the clock wind down now for Samoa with this 2-0 lead, defending, driving, and just watch the clock tick away.
That's it. And I guess for Niue, I think they need to adopt that sort of principle as well. Getting on quick, getting their strike players in the right position, and then attacking from there. And it's all, based around running. And as I say that, they dart down the right-hand side of the field. They're in good field position. They're getting up the field good, which is good to see for the Niue. But if I feel like if they added a bit more urgency to their running, they could get a few more meters down the field and might be in striking range of the 7-meter. As we see a little wraparound play from Samoa coming through, and as you go there, Ella Watkins, she's been involved in pretty much predominantly all the running and the try scoring for Samoa. So as she subs off, let's see what Samoa can.
Let's get someone out of half again here, Ryan.
Their other little weapons, yes. Delaney just shoots out of half there. She's just been caught unlucky. And I don't know if she's copped an injury. No, she hasn't. She's back on her feet, running into defense. But she shows some good pace early on, young Delaney.
That was a great touch there by Brooke. And nearly turned it into an ankle tap in the end. She thought she was through, and then boom, the sniper got her.
Definitely. And I even thought that she was through. The space between Delaney and Brooke was getting further apart, and then a good dive just happened, a good dive touch. That's some good speed work around the ball happening from Niue. Let's see if they can transition this into a good 5th and last platform, just for one of their strike players to take off, and that is Jamie attacking that right side. Oh, and they just numbered off wrong in the attack, or they didn't really know that there was players switching back inside, but they were running through to have a good play to be attacking Samoa's left defensive edge. And
as Samoa bring it back, and that's good work to divert back to the middle, and unlucky on that drop ball. The small little errors will kill you if you are trying to come off your line, especially after you're fatigued, because it gives the opposition great attacking field.
Well, they just spent the last 3 or 4, Samoa, just going direct, completing the sets and
Yes.
nearly locking this game up. But now they've come up with an error with 4 minutes to go. And if Niue get one here, they're right back in the game with the experience they got.
Definitely. And they are running 1 sub, so currently they've got 5 on the field as they're working in towards their last touch. That was the last touch, sorry.
Niue's trying to do everything from a standing start and dish to the next person instead of someone taking them forward and letting the others follow them.
Which is, especially if you line attack, it's kind of hard to, because the line's just there, it's kind of hard to build momentum with running, but you can move the ball laterally as well to sort of build that momentum. So that's good field position from Samoa as we see them darting out of half, finding the link back on the inside, and that's just a great setup try.
Margaret there, showing that she's a very experienced player, just noticing that someone had fallen asleep inside in defence and just dish back inside and bomb.
Yeah, with the catch and pass, and I think that was Isabella, the try scorer there, as Margaret got it, and then just back on the inside. The no-look pass even, I'm not too sure if she was looking, but from the back here.
The hair flick back after the pass? You know how the men's teams flick past it?
Yeah.
She just hair flicked it.
Hair flick back. That must be the women's thing that they're going. But again, that came off the back of great rucking from the Samoans. So hopefully they can keep this momentum going and really close out this game. But there's still time in it for Niue to conjure something up. So we'll see what they have.
Here's a chance.
Oh, and there's some numbers out wide, but that's great cover touch there coming across from Samoa from Tila.
Look at the flag, Ryan. It's dropped down.
Look, the flag hasn't been that enthusiastic in this game, and I can't blame them. There's still a flag in the background that's still flying high, so hopefully that's giving the team a bit of
it's all too static, isn't it? There's no real running involved in any of this, so the defence is not put under too much pressure, and that's making it very hard for the scoopers and ball players from Niue to have a good platform to work off.
Yeah, that's right, guys. And on top of that, I think the enthusiasm from Samoa's defence as well is providing to make it an even hard time for Niue to attack. As I say that, Samoa have just coughed the ball up again. So I think one of the things, even though this might be a win for judging by the score line so far and just it being under 2 minutes left, this could be a win for Samoa. That you do want to be going back and fixing some of these errors coming off your line, because they can tend to bite you in the important games, can they, guys?
80% speed, 100% completion, Ryan.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
We're trying to, there's times in the game when you get fatigue, don't have to go at 100% because the odds of you make a mistake are greater. As Ella Watkins takes him forward again.
With a good dish on the inside there, Samoa gets a halfway by their plays, and hopefully they can conjure up something close, coming close into this 5th and last touch, and she's been caught out of dummy half. There was a bit of a, what do they call it, an enterprising play, scooting out of dummy half that early, guys?
Yeah, well, I guess the thing is they're at the other end and they're up by 3, so it's just about playing out the clock now and turning the ball over at the other end so that Niue have got to go the length of the field to give themselves a chance of scoring.
Yeah, definitely, guys, and that's what Niue are doing. As they're approaching, they're about 10 metres outside off the try line. So as they come into good prime attacking position on the defensive 7, they use all their 5th touches. And I'm having trouble actually keeping up with the touch count. To
Seemed
be honest,
a few too short there.
And as Margaret's
I was waiting for another hair flick then, which she could have dished back inside.
Look, this has been the spot where Samoa have come up with turnovers just through simple errors. So let's hope that they can put something together. And as she puts her head down to run, unfortunately, couldn't get away from that last defender. It was a good coverage touch coming across from Niue.
It's a great set to finish the game, but...
Yes, and they've got their speedster in there, and Delaney, the number 11. Oh, and she's fooled him. She's done a quick party trick.
Good touch.
Tila.
That ends a great game, Ryan. I think the youthful legs of Samoa got them home in the end. They were able to keep running a little longer than the Niue girls. Fantastic effort from both sides, and the country would be proud of them.
Yeah, definitely, guys. And it was a good show out, and that's great skill from Samoa. Really sticking to what worked for them, which was just their running, getting out of half. A few errors there, but they stuck to what was working, and they got the job done. So, yeah, looking forward to for everyone at home. Please join us soon for our next feature, which will feature our men's open game, which will be the Samoan men's versus the Indigenous men's on field 1 for our Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. We'll see you soon.
And we are back. Samoa versus the Indigenous side here. Promises to be a cracker on field 1 as we get later on in the day. Samoan side waiting to come on the field here. They've got a little bit of a tunnel formed by their women's team just to give them extra momentum coming on. But Ryan, who do you see as the dangers here?
From what I saw in Samoa's last men's game, I'm picking them to be favourites in this game. I know that just by looking at the star-studded squad from the Indigenous Men's Open, it isn't. You'd be hard pressed to look past them. However, from Samoa's last performance, I just really like the way they gelled and they went to their strength and they picked their options well. And there was the combination there between Wes and
Jesse.
And Jesse, yeah, sorry, Jesse. Between Wes and Jesse through the middle there was was elite. So I'm really liking Samoa, and I'm really liking Samoa's chances in this game.
And for the Indigenous, the guy who shone in the last game was Chase Shaw.
Yeah, definitely. So hopefully Chase comes back with...
right on cue. There's your boys there.
As we speak, there's the two of the man of the hour just combining for a bit of brilliance in the middle there.
I think it's important that Samoa keeps working off a 4-on-3 platform because, so they've run an ML play, which is turned into 4-on-3, and then Jesse can just pick whether he's bombing or going short, which he's done there. The Indigenous team would have peeled out a little bit then to stop the 4-on-3, and he mixes it up by going short.
That's exactly right, Gaz. As we see the Indigenous chucking their way forward, and they've got 3 of their strike weapons on the field at the moment in Matt, Chase, and Marlon. So Chase there just attacking the line, just seeing the options there. I'm really liking how this young kid Chase is developing into one of the senior players on this field, on this team. Sorry, rather. As we see Marlon there picking up from half and running that sinker pass, as they call it these days, Gaz. What's your take on?
It's funny how they come up with these names and then it just sticks like mud, isn't it?
Yeah. It's what's your opinion on the sinker pass? It always seems that an attack is always developing because the defense is just getting better. It's almost getting harder to score.
What they're trying to do is that the links up in the channel, they call it. So they're trying to stop that intercept. So what they're doing is a little, lollipop sinker pass over the top. I like to call it the Harbour Bridge pass.
The Harbour Bridge pass is good. As they try a little cheek play down here.
He's got him.
For Arthur going down the sideline. Oh, my goodness. And he is taken off. And you could see that bubbling from up here in the stands, guys. As you just see old Goose getting the legs firing. They've just really utilised him, which is so good to see because he's got real untapped speed and just underrated speed. The number 5 there for the Indigenous, Arthur Butler.
Yep, he's got his hammy heavily strapped, but he still managed to stride down the sideline there, and that play is becoming as prevalent as the sinker pass, Ryan.
Yeah, it is, and I was fortunate enough to be in the room when the person that made that play up, old Chris Loth, and I'll take that to my grave, from the Redlands area, a quite insightful coach out there, so I was lucky enough to be in the room when he came up with that one.
And the Russells run it quite a bit, don't they?
Oh, yeah, they do. They're just consummate professionals.
Here we go again, 4-on-3 platform, boom.
And that's beautiful work there, getting the ball down for Prince Lima. As you can see, they were setting up for a open side play, and it just happened to be the sweeper. And he's just identified that the defense have just stayed a bit too tight. Old Edward, the number 4 there with the ball in hand, and they connected with Prince Lima to find their second try. So it's starting to open up for both teams now.
Well, to be honest with you, Ryan, that was pretty sloppy defence. Eddie Johnson just strolled through then, and there was no urgency to pick him up or the defenders. So we've only had a couple of sets here, and we're at 2-1 already. So I think a bit of effort needs to be put in the defence here, otherwise we could have a cricket score.
Yes, and we see the first mistake of the game, which gives Samoa a bit of an assistance in their field position, being able to work it and get the third touch by just about halfway. Excuse me. Just at about halfway, as we see the Magic Man there, Wes, stepping on, setting up a beautiful platform for Kalani.
It's a good recovery there from Matt Rad. He was in a bit of trouble there and recovered really well.
Yes, and Kalani Sione showing a bit of footwork there. And I guess when you're a player like, when you're one of the senior and strike players like Wes, it's good to see that you're giving the young boys a bit of a chance to strike, because you do recognise, as Wes would recognise that Kalani does have a bit of footwork and a bit of passing prowess about him. So that's real good leadership as well, seeing from some of the older boys.
Here's the danger man again, Chase Shaw.
Yes. And that's excellent footwork. And he just loops one over the top, and can this winger get the ball down? I think the Samoan...
he's made a good touch then.
Yeah, and they were defending. They took one too many steps behind the line there. So Chase did find himself in the in goal there earlier than he thought he would. As the Samoa is rolling up through halfway with a bit of a suspect pass there out of half.
How many passes do you think you see that are forward these days coming out of the box?
I think I don't see any of them. Oh, and that's a perler of a pass there from Rameka. I think that was Rameka, the number 3, that delivered that pass.
Was it?
And it's a phenomenal pass here. Correct me if I'm wrong. Apologies if I am wrong. Yeah, that is Rameka Paki.
Again, what they're doing is going onto that 4-on-3 platform, Ryan. So giving their ball player a 4-on-3 option, and the Indigenous team aren't guessing right in their reads in defence yet. So stick to it. If it's working, keep going to the well until the other team figures out how to stop it.
Yeah, definitely. And we have seen the Indigenous start off slow before, so it's not something that they're not used to doing. It takes them a bit to sort of get into gear. So it's something that they're not used to doing. So it's not something that they're not used to doing. It takes them a bit to sort of get into gear. So it's something that they're not used to doing. It takes them a bit to sort of get into gear. So it's something that they're not used to doing. It takes them a bit to sort of get into gear. So this is probably them just going through their processes and working out their feel for the game. So it's only early stages as Travis Simpson throws a big dummy, and as he comes out and finds his winger with a 6 to go assist, and finds Montel Butterworth there to complete this try. And that's excellent work there from Travis. I think everyone's sweating their strike players. Travis just took it upon himself to dummy the open side, go back the short side, and back himself with a pass.
Just the winger there didn't have any faith in his inside men there. He was dummy half, so he could have just stayed on his winger, and instead he's left the wing and gone for the intercept instead. And unfortunately for, special name, but Prince Lima, he couldn't get his hands on that. And the Indigenous side is back, and it's 3-2 Samoa.
3-2 with Samoa attacking the boys. They set up for this ML platform for Jesse. It's been his bread and butter with the right-to-left pass. Oh. And just like that, they sweat the pass, and he's just dove at the line and taken home the cookies.
Again, Ryan, that 4-on-3 platform, and they're just... Now the Indigenous team have held off for the pass. They didn't know whether to go the cutout, the short ball or whatever, and he's just said, well, I'll throw nothing and I'll dive myself.
That's right, and when the first time, Jesse, when they ran this platform, he hit short. And so that'll condition the defence into staying that fraction loose within the middles to accommodate for that short pass, which has allowed Jesse to dive at the middle there.
And so when he is on, he is on. He's very hard to stop.
He definitely is, and I saw that in the last game. So looks like he can have a right of reply for him and Marlon Doak, this number 4 for the Indigenous. He's been on fire as well this whole tournament. It doesn't take much to light him on fire. He's like a walking gasoline. Look at him, and as he dives low to get the ball down, and just unlucky there to find the line. That's brilliant defensive effort there from right Norfolk.
I'd like to see that on the replay, Ryan. I reckon he might have had that down, to be honest.
You know, Ryder is a big boy, and for him to get that low as well and compete for that touch was a fantastic effort. So Samoa really playing good on both ends of the field, Gary.
Yep, they are, definitely. And they're playing smart. They've gone to the same setup every time. Their defence has been reasonably good, except for that one error when they shut down short side. And they've done pretty well at getting to the try line to give their big boys a shot on the 4-on-3s.
Yeah, definitely. And they, apart from their attacking set, they've really split up their attacking powers in regards to Wes and Jess. And that is a fantastic diving pass there from Tyrese.
That's a good touch from Goose there. Thought that was going to be a try for sure.
That's super athletic for a big boy like that to pull a pass off like that, or Tyrese with the flick pass. The athleticism from some of these boys is just through the roof, don't you reckon, guys?
Yeah, unbelievable.
As you see Chase running an away set and maybe eyes up footy, which is good. It's exactly what the boys might need here to G them up a bit. They've got the second touch and they're over halfway now as John Brown is telling the boys just to go forward and now looking for a half. And we see Ryan Shibasaki coming on the field now, sweeping around. So perhaps they can all come together with Chase barking the orders around. Perhaps they can all come together to put something together. Oh, they get a penalty.
Yep. And I'd say that Johnny Brown will be dumping here or feeding a quickie. There we go.
To Chase. And as the refs look over to confirm that touch, it's gone. I think the link that shot up to strike that play might have just missed. The link being Mark Kitiona.
Pretty soft try, Ryan. The first touch of a set, and they haven't even been able to hold him out for one. And again, you knew something was coming with Chase Shaw, had the ball in his hand.
Yeah, definitely. But Chase does do a good job in getting to the ball.
They must have got both those middles up then, because Eddie Johnson should have been the saver, and he got stuck on the try line then, and the link had to come in and help.
And guess what the platform we see right here, guys, is that ML 32, and it's short again. And Travis Simpson coming up with a brilliant touch to save it. He's just having a word to the ref now, and the ref's just looking.
So
and
the ref had called him offside and was about to award the try, and then we've got the sideline ref coming in with a forward pass.
No, the sideline ref actually came in with a jersey hold.
Oh.
And so that was brilliant work there from the refs to pick that up.
It's doing good from the sideline to see a jersey hold.
Yeah, so that's always good that the refs are not letting anything past the eagle eyes. As we see the Indigenous barking orders towards the Indigenous boys, and we see Arthur there running with a flick pass through. And he might have found himself in the passing lane, favourable for the Indigenous to get a 6 to go, but no, it's not.
No, it looked like he played at that to me.
Broke
his position, and the flick pass was going to land in an Indigenous player's hand, and instead he left his spot and got in the passing lane. But anyway, we move on. The Indigenous side starting to gain a little bit of momentum in this comeback.
Yep. You can slowly start to feel it's a bit of the, as they say, the arm wrestle now, as some more dart out of half, and they struggle to complete their fifth in with an imminent threat, but they finish the ball on the other end as well, which is also just as good if you're not going to score. So
Goose chewing the meters here.
Oh, that's brilliant work from Arthur Butler here. Goose.
Watch that hammy, champ.
Goose with the goosey. That's just awesome. As you see, he's just getting the boys up the field. It might not look like he's doing much, but what he's done is just play touch to 10 metres out from the opposition, from the try line. So,
and it now brings Marlon and Chase into the game.
Yeah, so if they do get a try, that'll be heavily rewarded into the work that Goose has done for them. So put your hand up, Goose, if this is into a try.
I always wonder how that link can make that touch if he's moving forward, Ryan. Like, how is he moving forward, but then you dump, but he's getting back on side and he's still up that quick?
It's just the skill of some of these links,
I've
got to say. And that is just a
good touch again.
Good defensive effort from Samoa. The boys have done well, the Samoan boys. They've the Indigenous have thrown a lot at them today, for this game at least. And
I've liked the way number 3 for Samoa goes forward on those early touches for him too. He really gets their set started.
Rameka, yeah, the try scorer. Yeah, they've got a lot of strike power, Samoa, but they also have a lot of workers as well.
Oh, he's through the big man.
As Tyrese throws,
here comes the print. Oh,
that's
wow.
him. Oh, and that's a beautiful work from Tyrese.
Wow.
The athleticism for the big guy.
Beautiful football
from the big man, and that just
gets
the crowd
in the background.
And if you could sit up here at the commentator's booth, you hear the sounds, you can hear the crowd going wild as Tyrese picked up and took off. Look at the pace on the big man, as he shows, and the flick past the boot.
Definitely gone too. Nice
you just love to see that for a bit of Arvo footy, don't you, Gaz?
All right, here we go. We got about 25 seconds on the clock, I reckon, here. So 2 or 3 touches.
Let's see if Indigenous can put together something and can string together a little play just to finish off, just to cap off this half, as we just under 15 seconds, approaching 10 seconds into this half. So
really need one here with a 2-try lead now to Samoa. So this is it, last play of the day.
With Ryan Shibasaki attacking his...
Good touch there.
Listening out for the ref.
Good touch, and that's the sign.
And that's a great touch from Wes there, and that sign will wrap up that half.
I need a break, Ryan.
Gaz, what do you think? 5-3, you reckon Indigenous can come back in the second half?
I think they got some strike power, so I wouldn't write them off just yet. So we'll jump off for a second, and we'll be back shortly with the second half.
And we are back. It's a little bit of delay from the players coming out for the second half, Ryan. I think they're just sucking a bit of extra energy.
Yeah, you know, and the first half as well, guys. I think they were late to start the game, a couple seconds off. And the same will apply for the second half. It's a bit of a slow action start, they say, a slow pump action start. And so we've had a few late inclusions into this Indigenous team. A few of the players have rocked up. We've got number 15, Brendan Williams.
And also Jardy. Jardy Neen is back. I think he just went for a quick KFC bite and he's back. So here we go, first set of 6. Matt Rad doing the attack with Chase Shaw. It's pretty funny how such a young kid's become such a dominant player in this tournament for the Indigenous side. He seems to be everywhere.
Excuse me, folks at home. I don't know if you could hear, but I was sneezing my absolute guts out just before then, so I don't know if you caught any of that, and I apologise if you did.
Bless you, Ryan.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, as you were saying, we've got 2 late comers, Brendan Williams and Jardy Neen. It'd be good to see. Oh, that's a great work try from Marlon Doak there. The goose step high in the air, and then for him to get that high from the goose step, to get that low to slide in, it speaks to the athleticism of Marlon Doak. So,
yeah, and I thought Wes had him covered then, but probably got a little bit lazy. Just didn't dive properly, did he?
And that's good work there. So with that try from Marlon, just narrows the score down to 2, so making the score 5-3 to Samoa. With the inclusion of Jardy Neen, Gary, perhaps you could speak on how much enthusiasm and vibrancy he'd bring into this game. Oh, and as we speak,
down, I think. Bang, straight back.
Jesse again, just controlling the middle there.
Yeah, so they've jumped again. So Brendan Williams' first introduction into the game is not a good one.
Well, he was doing the right thing by staying tight there, and I think he was just looking for his link to sort of get up and cover a bit of area. But as I was saying before, guys, with the inclusion of the one Jardy Neen, how vital will that be as seeing him coming into the game, the number 3? He'll be very good for him if he decides to go on. He's a very good defensive link, and I wouldn't be throwing too many sinker passes on him because he loves an intercept. No, as we see Chase applying a bit of footwork and the big swan dive right at the end there.
What a great touch there, because that was very sharp.
Definitely, and that's Ryder again coming up with a brilliant touch. He came up with a good touch in the first half.
No,
and as I say that, Ryder's just let him through the...
I don't know if you noticed that, Ryan, but there's a big hold of the jersey.
There was a big jersey pull.
This could be a sin bin potentially. He's calling the player out, and he's going to say to him, what's he going to do? He's given him time, and I think that's the correct decision because he really had a hold of that S-Tech material.
Yes, he did, Gaz. And so can you just tell the folks at home just on how time works in touch football? So obviously we don't have a 10-minute sit. Oh, and Marlon Doak with the lightning footwork, just catching a sleeping rider, just coming up to make that touch, and he just capitalizes on... He doesn't really capitalize on the 5-on... Oh, it's the 6-on-5. He just shows a bit of brilliance, just beating his player 1-on-1.
Let's have a look at the replay here. He takes the tap, pretends he's dawdled, and then boom, see you later, alligator.
And that's just the brilliance of... I think we were speaking on it earlier of these players that can just change the pace of how they play. They're starting slow and just catches their defense a bit lackadaisy, and then within a drop of a hat, they're just onto gear 7 straight away. So... Yeah, Gaz, if you want to explain to the viewers what this time means.
Okay, so the Indigenous team will have 2 sets, which that's one of them they've just used. And the Samoan team will have 2 sets. Big forward passes here. So we're 1 set down each, so each team will have another set each, and then that player will be allowed to come back on. But, I mean, you've already seen that the advantage has already gone to the Indigenous team. They've already got one try with him out. So whilst he stopped the try by holding the jerseys, also let one in. And
there's a man, Jardine Neen. Sorry to interrupt real quick, but I just got to give a shout out to the number 3 there. Good to see him out there.
It was a bit late. He thought he was working today. That's why he turned up late.
Yeah, well, I think he thought that the game started tomorrow. So I think
here's a chance again.
And they just used the numbers to their advantage. Coming back on the inside there, but again started off by Chase, and then involving Marlon again to deliver that last pass. So
technically, Ryan, he should still be in the bin for one more Samoan drive.
Gotcha.
Right, and the referees have picked it up. You got one more set. So let's just look at this. We came in this half, and the score was 5-2 or 5-3.
5-3.
Marlon Doka's gone try, assist, and all of a sudden we're back to a draw. So, you mentioned he was a freak in the first half. He was a little bit quiet, and all of a sudden when the game's on the line, he's just gone bang, bang, bang.
Definitely.
And brought him straight back into it.
Obviously been heavily assisted by this penalty as well, but that doesn't take away from the brilliance that Marlon Doka has.
Okay, I was just about to say, Jardy comes a long way in making them touches, and he gets his body in what I'd describe as the wrong position. But in saying that, if they're diving back between the link and the middle, he's just made the touch for the middle. So I would have thought he would have wanted his middle to be a bit tighter there. Tell you what, he was nearly hard done by then. He was close to making it back on. But great strike back from Samoa. They now lead 7-6,
and it could turn into a bit of a try hit out now as the Indigenous have a bit more legs in them and a bit more firepower. As you see Arthur just getting it with pace.
Oh wow!
And just like that, they hit back as well, tying the score up at 7-all. And it's just an outside pop play. There's several names, so we call it a simple A, or just committing your opposite defender and then bouncing him out, getting on the outside of him.
This is a good old-fashioned game of ping-pong, isn't it?
It definitely is. And when they're on the outside, again, Arthur just showing that afterburners. They don't call him Goose for no reason. And it's real good to see him covering it up in the middles and links. As we see the man of the hour, Jesse, coming back. Now, he's been involved in almost every single try of
Okay, he's going to want to bomb this left to right to this winger out here.
Let's see what he can get. I think he's either stepped on his own foot or stepped on someone else's foot. But unfortunately, he's gone down. I think the sniper got him. Shooters are out this afternoon. Shooters are out. And I think that's
not too happy out there.
Yeah. Rameka just having a bit of an injured left foot. So they're going to play fifth and last now for the fifth touch. Getting an isolated defender there one-on-one, and then turning the ball over. So as we see the Indigenous, and he just sneaks away with Hercians and Tyrese trying to isolate that player, then coming in with a pivotal interception there and throwing up the big mana wave with plenty of energy as he flicks the ball back to, as he throws the ball rather back to halfway. And have a look at this for a piece of brilliance.
He's got a bit of skill for a big man, hasn't he?
He definitely does. He's impressed me this game, old Tyrese. Good on the big fella. Look at him, and we got the big
hand grenade. He threw the hand grenade back to the halfway there. So 6 minutes to go, just over 6 minutes to go, and Samoa have taken that lead back 8-7.
Yep,
Told you it'd be a shootout, Ryan.
It definitely is, and they got Ryan Shibasaki coming around this ML platform. They've got Marlon hugging out on the right link. I'm not sure if they're going to utilize him, but they've got Chase there, who's just taken it to the line, making it hard for the refs to come together, or perhaps it was an easy call, just having the eyes on the spot. Chase gets it from a static place. Oh, and he threads the needle!
Coming in there, short side. Very lucky then. And that was the experience. Jesse there, like, there was nothing doing, just stay on your man there. But maybe he was inspired by the last intercept.
Maybe. Perhaps he, just took a bit of inspiration for that and wanted to get in the passing lane. So Samoa has been started their set behind, and they're just unlucky to get a turnover here.
I think they're inviting danger here.
They are, especially with the likes of Marlon still on the field, and you got Chase and Ryan Shibasaki. You've also got Matthew Radica with the ball.
I think they've got to go to Marlon here. He's set up the last 3. He's got the hot hand. Let's keep going to him until it's not working anymore. I think he's earned a shot here. Let's see what happens.
And so with Chase being the general at the moment, let's see if he recognises that and feeds Marlon in. Oh, and no need. He's just tucked in between both middles. And that is just as easy as you'll see a try come for young Chase. But again, he's absolutely been involved in the majority of Indigenous tries. And this young kid has just got everything going for him for this game. As you can see, he splits both middles off the left foot. Jags up, sees a sniper from the number 10 from Samoa coming up, which has done the right thing, old Tyrell for Samoa, but Chase just too quick in the end there and gets the ball down there.
Okay, so viewers at home, 4 minutes to go, 8-all. You picking a score here, Ryan? I still think there's 2 tries each. Minimum 2 tries to win it.
I think Samoa's Jari just gets his hand involved in that ruck there. We could see it from up here. I wonder if the
Jari's done the me sir.
Wonder if the sideline refs have caught that. Oh, they have. So they'll award Jesse a penalty. I really do feel that the Indigenous can come up to score here, but I'm sorry, the Samoan. I really feel that through Jesse, if they keep feeding him.
Oh, that's good play. Good defence there, but they did smart there. They set Jesse up to run the ML platform and threw the dummy and went the other way, and Nelly caught the Indigenous side out.
That's right, Gary. As we see the...
Oh, Jardineen, what a touch. Oh, so we've got an injury here, and it's shoulders. Old Shoulders has been injured.
Oh, no way.
I think it's a finger butt.
The Travis Simpson has just come off,
it's like and he looks like he's in a finger there.
Looks like he's in a world of hurt, actually. As Jesse just catches him sleeping, and Marlon with a runaway try. Does he have the motor to go?
Oh, he's still going.
And he does it, and he finds Jardy.
He'll throw the dummy.
Oh, and Jardy puts on the afterburners as he settles for one.
Wow,
and Marlon, they're back on the attack here. Oh, and
wow,
they could put the nail in the coffin here, and it's a great runaway try. And talk about turning things over, both with flair on attack, but they've got flair on defence as well. The Indigenous, like for Marlon to come up in that passing lane and snatch away that interception out of nowhere.
We missed the replay there, but I tell you what, he's turned defence into attack, and they've just walked over, and that's the new inclusion.
They're definitely the new inclusion, the number 15, Brendan Williams. So Samoa will have the chance to hit back. Look, there's plenty of time left in this game, just over 2 minutes to go. So it could swing anyone's way still. Samoa still have their striking powers as they're sending the sweep around, and they're going back to the short side, and they're sweeping back, and there's Wes diving low.
Oh, that is a massive touch in the context of this game.
That is a very big touch.
And
very, very big touch.
It's probably the first time Indigenous sides led all game, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this might be the first time, and they've really stamped their authority through that defensive passage. So maybe they can stop it for one more touch. Oh, and they have thread the needle behind.
Late
Wes has just gone behind the Indigenous players. However, it is a fraction late, so that constitutes a touch and pass penalty. Now they're doing an away set, the Indigenous. I don't know if this is on purpose or if this is just the aim is just to truck it down the other end of the field. And if it is, it's quite smart, as you will have a higher chance of running the clock down. But then also you have you risk the chance of nothing.
Same people being stuck on the field in the last set.
That's exactly right. So it's Johnny and Chase.
Brown. He's created something here. He wants to get out of half here, so he'll go down and get a scoop here. Chase Shaw, can he burn him?
Oh, and that's just
it's not a bad set, but they just got to hang on for one. Now, will these players that have been on, they elected to stay on, will they have the energy to complete this last set in defence?
I think recognising that the time is running out and that they do have only 30 seconds might fire up a bit of urgency into them.
They're going to need a big scooper here. A big scoop out of half.
As we can see, Jesse's on the field, and they just get the turn over.
That's game, ball game.
That's with 15 seconds left. I'm not liking the chances in the ball in the Indigenous hands. I'm not liking the chance that Samoa have to come back with just 10 seconds and counting. We're coming into the 5-second mark, and there's the hooter there, as it sounds. And Marlon has a bit of a play and a dummy and a...
Wow. You'd have to be happy with that if you're the Indigenous side. Trailed for 90% of that game, and they've come back and jagged the win, and that's going to be very, very important when we get to the semi-finals. So
definitely,
go and get yourselves a drink, guys, at home, because that was a cracking match, and we need a little break, but we'll be back with you shortly.
And welcome back to the commentary of our Strutties Australia Pasifika Cup for 2024. My name is Ryan Enderheap, and I'm joined up here with my partner in crime, partner in commentary crime, the PCC, Gary Sonder, the GS7 Jubilee player. If you don't know what that is, then do your Googles, because the man himself is up here joining me, and I'm just trying to find a bit of answers as to why the Hooters gone, and the boys just haven't they haven't started yet. So it's a bit of a common theme running here.
Island time.
Island time. Now we've got Niue taking on Norfolk Island, and I've been lucky enough to commentate three of these Norfolk teams, and every time I've commentated them, they've just gone from level to level to level. So hopefully this could be another game where they've leveled up as well. As we see Benny Wezerak.
Got him for a forward pass in the ruck there. Not missing a beat, these referees today.
Exactly what you want. And hopefully we can see some more of these, the Norfolk boys, like your TK Morgans and your Nathaniel sort of using their skills, or just coming out of half a bit and showcasing a bit of that natural ability that they have.
They've gone direct with this set, which is good. And they've created numbers here.
The no-look pass for Saxton Snell.
That was great work from the winger there, holding off then instead of shutting down and giving his link a chance to recover, because they definitely opened him up then. Oh,
that's right there. And that number 11 that I was talking about, Nathaniel Kalsrap, he's shown a bit of toe throughout this tournament. And yeah, really opened up some defenses. And when he's on, he's got foot speed. Let me tell you.
The player that I'd like to see a little bit more of from the Niue is Naku Perry. Quality player, plays on the Gold Coast. Saw him start off the match from that tap-off move, but on the game I saw earlier, he didn't seem to get as much ball as I would be feeding him. Very good on his feet, good speed, and yeah, probably needs to find a little bit more ball. Oh, that should have been a penalty, but easy way to get the sub box when you get pushed to it, isn't it, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think he was doing Benny a bit of a favour. I'm unlucky there. You know, just guys, watching a bit of the Norfolk boys, a couple of their platforms have been good, and just getting out of half, just that little 1% of scooping up the ball one-handed and that sort of skill set. It doesn't really get talked about how much, because everyone in touch sort of does that second nature now, but it is a skill that you can only get better at by repetition, by sort of doing it time after time. So it's probably good this for them, doing it at high pace and just getting used to that sort of format of how to scoop the ball.
Yeah, and as you can imagine, there wouldn't be too many people on the island playing touch, so they're not going to get the hard touch week to week, like obviously a lot of the other players do here. I do know that Ryan and Ben have got a lot of these players playing in the Palm Beach competition, that the Norfolk boys that have come over or live here, just to try and give them a bit more exposure. I think he's got that down there.
He might have, and that is just excellent work from the Norfolk boys. Coming back across that open side, attacking that left edge, and just finding into numbers. As we see Kaya Snell there teaming up with Carl Quintal to set up, and Quintal just puts it on an absolute breadbasket for Snell, and the quick hands from Snell to get the ball down is just excellent. As we see Niue. Now Niue's been one of those teams, guys, that they've got strike from all over the park, but they really, really know how to use all bunch of their players to sort of get through their process. And there's the man himself there, that number 7.
Sure.
Tatana Semi, he's just been exceptional. Taimana,
I'd probably rather him feed the rapper there and let the rapper throw a 3-on-2 rather than him having to throw a... Oh, here's a chance. Oh.
If that link, I don't think that ball was intended for the link there on that attacking phase. So, but again, Taimana, he's got every defense that he attacks on. He's got all the and look at that brilliant footwork.
I think he's got him there for off the mark now. The number 2 for Norfolk there, instead of just pinning his ears back and did it, he showed a bit of footwork and didn't put his hand out properly, and he stepped over the mark. When just make it easy for yourself. Hand out, make the touch. The more footwork and the more plays you're doing, the harder it is. You're giving yourself jobs to do that you don't need to do, and it's given the Niue boys another opportunity on the line here. So big set of 6 here for the Norfolk boys.
And that's just excellent footwork there, as you were seeing from Le Morning. with ball in hand, the number 10 there. Let's see what he can create. He has been a bit of a...
Didn't go through his legs then, Ryan. I like that. There's a lot of that going on these days. It gives the attacking team a head start, so it's good to see that the referee's onto that.
Definitely, guys. And what are they pulling back up for here?
I think he just rolled it on the 8 metres out instead of on the 7, so he's just got him back to the mark.
A bit of pedantic call there for the refs, wouldn't you say?
Just trying to slow it down. Oh, this is the one that worries me when they try and do more than they have to coming out of this box. Just find a man to dump on, get a half. Now here they go with a bit of leg speed.
As you see the ball being worked out through the
6
hands.
again too. I thought there was a little intercept attempt there.
These Norfolk boys are running exceptional for this game. You can see that they're bringing everything together over the last couple games that they've been playing, and it's real good to see, especially for a somewhat quote-unquote developing side, that you can actually see the development through the different games. Guys, I think that it's very important to just give them credit there. Because
feed him. Oh, he hasn't, but he's bombed on. That's a great ball. I'm going to say that's backwards out of the hand. That's all
what
clear.
What a pass.
Let it go. Let the kids play.
That's exceptional there for Norfolk.
That's your boy again, number 12, I think, through that.
Yep, that's him.
Kaya Snell.
And the Snell boys...
I think they're resting.
Brothers.
Oh, and the Briggs boys, James Briggs resting this game, but they're 2-0 up, and this is unknown territory, and I can see the whole of Norfolk standing on their feet cheering the boys on here.
If you are over at Norfolk, please cheer the boys home. Get loud. Get physical. This is good.
Get your flag out.
Get your flag out and wave your flag as... Oh, and that's a great cover touch there from Nathaniel. The athleticism for him to sort of reach over for that step.
Isn't it funny what a bit of energy can do for you?
It definitely does. You know what does change a mood? Winning.
Oh,
and that's excellent footwork there from your man, the number 2, Naku Perry.
Told you to bring him into the game.
He might be a bit of a dark horse, as the plays have just been revolved around Taimana for the Niue men's, and now Naku Perry might just be coming in and finding his home.
See what happened then, Ryan? They've stuck to a defensive policy, and just then he decided, I'll try and man up on him. He gets beat short side, forces the link to come in. I'd rather them just pull the corner and force Niue to bomb long with a double cutout and hope that your winger can read it.
Ooh. Oh, and there's Marky going through.
Mark.
Yeah, seeing if he can find a bit of space there with...
I tell you what, he ran a lot further than I thought he would then. They let that gap just continue to open up, and it only just closed right at the death.
100%. And there's the man there, TK, firing that looping ball over the defence. It gets a touch there, so they could potentially see themselves to a repeat set on the line, which would be good for the Norfolk boys just to go through a couple more of their processes.
And so the number 16 out on this wing, Joseph Snell, looks quite young. He must be the younger brother of the Snell brothers. So their family they've sent the whole family over.
It looks like it, both the brothers and cousins. I know that there's a fair few cousins that are on this team. As TK with the ball in hand, finds Benny Alphabet.
They're throwing a few punches here, the Norfolk boys, that showing them what they've got, and Ben looking for... Oh, that's their new go-to,
and that's
the bomb.
a looping bomb there for Mark.
Good recovery. Well, this is an entertaining game, Ryan. 4 minutes to go, and who would have thought? Norfolk 2, Niue 1.
And look, the Niue boys, they have been throwing a lot at the Norfolk defence, and Norfolk have done well to sort of hold their own and complete their processes. The one time that they haven't gone to process, they've leaked in a try. So
here we go, release.
There's the magic man, TK Morgan.
Oh, that's a sin bin.
What would you be calling here, guys?
I'd be calling see you later. There he goes.
Time. So like the previous game that was just played, time. So that's 4 sets or 2 sets each.
Okay, this is what I'd be doing here. They've got to give the ball to Ben for a bit of composure. I hope these guys use the 6 and don't try and score on the first touch here.
This is where you look for your senior players to sort of just calm the nerves a bit, sit down, go through your process. Obviously, combining with some of your superstars like your TK Morgans, we'll see if Ben can string together along
play
a
live,
couple
son.
plays.
Play live. Counties, Counties and Roosters I want to run here, so you're live. They got the Oh, Benny. Oh, Benny. Oh, Benny.
And unfortunately, the most experienced player that they had on their team there's just coughed up a drop ball.
So just relax here and hold your nerve in defence here.
As Niue just worked their way over halfway, now getting subs
Still
on.
got 5 players, so they need 2 or 3 around this ruck. They've still got the numerical thing. Just man on still.
And they've got their superstar Taimana on the field, asking questions about where the pass went wrong, having a little chat with the ref. But they're going to see 2 more sets each for both teams, or a set each for both teams.
He's
and
turned it over on the first. There goes the advantage, the numerical advantage. So it'll be 1 more set here to complete for Niue with 5 on. I actually think they're going to get him with 5 on here.
Well, when you have the attacking prowess of someone like Taimana.
Oh, hang on. We've got the referees coming together. Oh, he's been penalised. He's given a little bit of lip.
Oh, no. Could he potentially be...
Hang on. I think he's calling him out of the sub box for back chat. And he's...
Sent him for the game.
Really? Oh.
And that's sent him for the game. So, guys, does that mean that they now play the full game with 5 players?
That's what it means in my rule book. But, geez, that's a big call. He must have said something... Well, he's effectively out of the tournament because I think normally it's a minimum 2 games. I'm not sure if we have that there, but geez, I wish we were mic'd up to hear what he actually said then.
And you know what, guys, that's obviously not the best situation for Niue, but you've got to respect the Lee and the authority that he has down there. You know, with the refs, they're commanding respect because they do a phenomenal job in reffing the game. So
run, Forrest, run! Oh, now they've got a whole 16 minutes of football here, 6 on 5. This is going to test the patience of the Norfolk boys. And this is going to take great coaching from Ryan to keep them composed, set them some plays to do, because your whole game plan changes now because you got 6 on 5.
And some would say it's almost
6
harder
is the man.
to stay
He's pretty
composed.
good on the thing, but don't bomb. Yep. So some good defence here from Niue, and there's 40 seconds to go in this half. And I tell you what, they'd really like a try here, running a sweep play. Numbers.
And he's just thread the needle there.
Oh, no, they've given away another penalty. Tell you what, the clock's going to beat them, but 1 more penalty here, and I think they're down to 4.
And so we'll if they freeze a player, guys, you just want to explain to the public, if they freeze a player, does they have to defend with 4 players
Yeah,
now?
they will, yeah. I think the clock's going to beat them here if they don't run a play quickly.
And they've just... And you can see the frustration for the Norfolk boys because they really can sense that this is their time to strike. As Niue make it to halfway.
Oh, no way.
And they're darting down that short side.
Oh, wow.
And Carl is coming across for the chase, for the cover touch, but he's just can't
6
get
on
there.
5, and they've got numbers on the short side. Wow.
That's exceptional work from Niue there to jag that one right on half-time.
And I just see all the fish on the Norfolk Island that was freshly cooked just being thrown at the TV right now. That's just crazy with 5 seconds to go. But you'd have to still think that Norfolk have an advantage here. It's 6 on 5. So we're going to take a break. I'm sending myself off for a minute, and we'll be back shortly. And we are back. I'm so looking forward to this. I don't even know how to call it. 6 on 5. It's going to be a whole new look to this game here. I just wonder what they do. I wonder what the coaches said. Their sweepers are so late, Ryan, and they're just wasting touches. So I'm looking for number 12 here to offer something.
For those of us that are
Feed him short and hit the winger. Feed him. Oh, no. Got to play live here. Don't run from half.
For those of you that are just joining us from home and that are just watching, you'll notice that Niue have 5 players, and that's because there was an infringement that sent one of their players off to what's sort of like the sin bin, and while that player was in the sin bin, he gave the ref a bit of back chat, which is constituted him getting sent for the game. So Niue are now forced to play with 5 players for the duration of this game. So hopefully he doesn't get any other game suspensions or bannings, and it's just this game. It'll for Niue, but it does give Norfolk a 1-player advantage going into the second half. So hopefully they can capitalise on this as Benny takes off from half and fires one over the top and hits his mark where a winger would be. A try is there now, guys.
Yep, and that's great play from the experienced Ben. But what they did well there, Ryan, drove the ball forward, found a half, and let him play to the numbers. Split the wrong way.
That's exactly it.
It's going to be a battle of the coaches here because Niue are going to have to, the coaches are going to be working overtime in that box. I still think that they've got some very sharp players in this Niue team, including number 7 here. So all's not lost yet. They're going to have, I think they're going to have to defend in packs of 3 here, Ryan. So I would be sending 3 in the ruck this side, and when it's released, 3 in the ruck that side. So we've always got an extra man around the ruck. So like that, I wouldn't be letting the link make it. So it should just be man on there. Oh, and he's come in. It's man on. You've got the numbers.
And they've scored with 5 players on the field, and that's just excellent. I was just going to touch on the fact that number 13 in the pink boots, Jodeci, one of their hidden talents that they've got here, a great foot speed that he's got. So he's combining with their magic man, number 7, Taimana, to get that try to even things up on the scoreboard. As we see Norfolk, and they're just rotating through their players. They're trying to set up, and they're sending a sweeper around in Markey. Let's see what he can jag, and they're trying to catch that overlap. Oh, and the winger just outstand himself with Blake Little.
I think, again, Ryan, don't run from half. Just feed the guy. He becomes live. You got an extra number, so you can take him on with numbers, or you can step back and create numbers the other way. Probably never seen a 6 on 5 in Norfolk Island, so this is all going to be new to them, and it's going to be new to the Niue side as well. It's new to us.
Yeah, well, it's not really thought of when you've got 6 players and you're attacking against 5. People think you might have full advantage, but sometimes it can be overwhelming on how to attack with 5 defenders because your numbers aren't actually accounted for. So getting lost in your own way can be an issue that comes to bite you in the back. So
I was just thinking then as they took it up the field, it'll make Niue play a little bit more direct, so they won't be wanting to throw it around because they won't have the numbers. And they did that perfectly for the first 2 or 3 touches, and then they got the halfway and started throwing it around. So release.
That's right. As we see the brother of Markey, number 11, Nathaniel Kalsrap, on the field, who's a bit of a strike play and got a bit of toe about him. Oh, look at that footwork, the brilliance.
Still going from half, Ryan. Still going from half. Half can't score. Feed the guy early. Let him be the live player. And I think 12 here, Kaya Snell is who I'd be looking for here. Just dive.
Oh, he points at the player just to confirm to the ref, mate, is he on? Keeping him honest. That's one of those plays we like to call that says, can we keep him honest? Shane Evans. There, keep going, Shane.
12 and 11, I'd like to see team up here.
And they're just...
Have they got the nous to follow the coach's instructions here? 32 back.
Oh, and he tries to thread the needle in between
the link in the wing there, but Niue have done a fantastic job of shutting them down with only 5 players. So as they work their way to the box and recharge the limited legs that they have,
They've still got plenty of numbers in the box as far as they've got the 14 players. So if those 5 can just get on and off quick, there just seems a little bit of rawness in the Norfolk boys here, where the last 3 sets they've gone from half 3 times. So just got to play smart. Like you said, Ryan, it is hard sometimes when there's 6 on 5 because you feel like, oh, you have to score every set of 6.
And again, that is a bit of a coach killer. Just not communication and not recognising player awareness that if there was a player or not. And unfortunately, that Norfolk have just tossed the ball up in the air hoping for the best, and it's found its way to the ground, unfortunately. So Niue will get a chance to attack the line with only 5 players.
So it's man on everywhere. You just have two defenders in the ruck and everyone else just man on that dummy half.
And so as they on the ref
set, we've got our coach Pollock. I don't know if the cameras are picking it up, but he's got them all on the sideline telling them how to do the attacking set, and he's praying that Ben can control these 2 guys. I wouldn't be letting the link make that touch. No need to expose the link for a punish here, Ryan, when you've got a middle to support him with the extra player.
That's right, Gaz. And if they're working their way up, trying to
he's done what we like to
through,
call ice, and oh no, he scored.
And that's in the numbers, and that's a fantastic work play. And what they've done is they've just caught the Norfolk winger just up in fraction and just napping and doing a bit of ball watching there, and the ball's just beating his eyes to the player, and it's a fantastic finish. As our man there doing the ice play.
A bit of ice baby in the background too, but again, it's not registering to Norfolk that they have another player, so there's no need for the winger to be in helping. They've actually got just man on there and let the 2 middles have the extra player. Anyway, here we go. Can Ben bring him back? Who would have thought? Norfolk have scored 2 tries or 3 tries with 5 players, have they?
I think Niue have crossed for 3 tries with the.
There's a chance.
Oh, there's the man there, TK, running through, and it's just touched their hands. Unfortunately, it is just gone dead there, so Niue will take it on their 7 and ruck it back. Now, Niue will take a lot of confidence over their last 2 tries, just recognising that the ability to score with 5 players is there, and they can pile up some points on this board.
Well, Niue has gone for 10 minutes, close to 10 minutes without conceding. Is that right, Ryan? With 5 players. Oh no, so Benny scored 1. They've let in 1 try in about 10 minutes with 5 players. So that's a fantastic effort. And see how they're just playing direct.
And this is their speedster, number 10, with the brilliant footwork.
He's missed him.
Oh, that's exceptional footwork there from.
He's fast too. Pushed off him. Hang on, I reckon he's pushed off him here. I think Lee will pick this up. I feel that the Niue winger pushed off the Norfolk winger.
As we see just in the corner of the
I think it should be a penalty
there
to Norfolk.
We've seen just the refs come together to.
It's like Lee's telling him what to do, but the referee doesn't want to listen. And let's get on with it. Make a decision, guys.
As time's running out, yeah, that's right. You'd want the refs to come up with a saying, and they've just awarded the try straight through.
They've dead set.
With
Stop
a bit
the
of
game for a minute there to come up with a nothing call. So
sometimes it's also about chatting to see where the refs are at as well, and how they view the game and how they view that sort of contact. Because from where we were sitting, there definitely was contact off the ball, and whether that hindered.
I tell you what a gutsy effort it's been from Niue.
Oh
they
yeah,
lead
definitely.
5-3. They lead 5-3, and they're playing with 5 players.
Oh yeah, that's a great effort from Niue, and hopefully Norfolk can learn from this experience, because it is pretty daunting when the opposition have 1 less player and you're trying to go through your processes, but through your processes you're used to counting in numbers. So it can get pretty daunting there. So hopefully that they can learn from this and look back on this and use it as a teaching
They still
exercise.
have time. If they can jag one here, there's 4 minutes is going to be an eternity with 5 players on, but do they have the smarts to know how to set it up?
Well, that's right, Gary. And they've sent a sweeper off, and they ran into numbers there, and that's great work from Niue just to identify that the sweeper coming around for Norfolk has just created them defending into numbers.
Feeding.
So they've set the link up.
Oh, wow, that's great defence.
That is great defence there from
Perry there.
Naku Perry coming across the toucher and the touch maker and the toucher in that set. So that's good defence.
I get the feeling here, I know there's 4 minutes to go, but I get the feeling here that Niue might have the experience to hang on here. I think they've had 10 minutes and they still haven't figured out what play they're running for 6-on-5. And Niue are just going direct, and they've got some fast feet here with the number 7 out of half. They're not manning up properly, and he's causing a bit of havoc.
What a pass there from...
Still man on. Oh, no, he's missed him. If he scores, he's in. There you go.
And Cohen just threading the needle for... Is that Joel finding himself on the wing there with the 5 players? And it's Cohen with brilliant footwork just to get on the outside. And it started off from one brother, number 12, feeding it off to Cohen, finding... that wasn't Cohen. I'm sorry. That was Patrick Lamb. They're number 8. Apologies,
and
Patrick.
There was Norfolk players sprawled all over the ground there, and who would have thought? Who would have thought with a minute to go they led 2-1 at half time with 5 players, and now they find themselves down 6-3.
You know, the best thing about this is just learning and understanding why the ability to score isn't coming as good with 5 on, and really dissecting that and finding out where to create even bigger overlaps and how to utilize that extra player. As they send a sweeper, as they send the sweeper around.
So again, they're sending a sweeper to the numbers, Ryan, and the sweeper's stepping back. Sweeper to where they're creating numbers, and he's stepping back to where he just beat them. Once you create numbers, catch, release, you've got an unmarked winger. Remember the early play that Benny ran? There's a winger with no one. He's going to get... So here we go, a minute and a half to go, and wow, I got to give credit to Niue. This has been gutsy.
It definitely has. It didn't shape up to look like that. And again, they found some space here. Niue beating his player back on the inside. And that's a great touch. That is a great touch.
But they're getting numbers. I'm not sure what's happening out there. The side with 5 is creating the overlap.
They are getting numbers, but that's one thing that won't leave them, whether they've got 5 on, 4 on, 6 on, is the effort. And you could just see with that defensive scramble there, perhaps maybe not getting in that position by understanding numbers, but the fact that they were in it and they scrambled. And there he goes, TK, the man of the hour.
That's a great touch there.
As we're just over a minute to go left in this game, and Niue have really, really turned this game around, scoring 3 tries to take the lead by 3.
And I tell you what, you'd be a proud coach, wouldn't you, if you're in that Niue box?
Oh, definitely. Being able to adjust to the calls and respond in the way that they have has been phenomenal for this game. Niue, big raps to yourself, guys, for this effort. As we see Niue coming, bringing the ball up with a bit of pace.
More?
Oh, and Norfolk have just tried to jump up for this interception. And however, it just hasn't gone their way. So
I guess experience, it shows experience is a big thing, isn't it, Ryan?
Oh, definitely. Especially if you are in a situation where you've never been in before, you'll definitely know how to handle it. And as in theory, people would think having one player is an advantage. Sometimes it can be daunting, which can be just a disadvantage. So as you can hear in the background, that's a hooter that's gone to sum up this game
6-3.
with Niue finishing the score on 6, Norfolk Island finishing with 4 tries. That has been our coverage for this game. You stick around and we will see you at the next one, where we will have a feature game between our women's category, and it will feature our superstar women's team of the Indigenous taking on
the give me 2
Maoris.
seconds. The Maoris.
Okay.
Indigenous versus Maoris on field 1.
Rattle. See you soon, guys.
Don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym. This is target and practice, yeah. And I'm just getting started, getting my feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt. Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
And welcome back to our Women's Open feature on Field 1 for this afternoon. We have with us our Maoris versus the Indigenous. So this should be a cultural battle. The Maoris always turning up in their last game. We saw them go into a bit of a nail biter here on Field 1. And I don't think I've had the pleasure of calling any of the Indigenous women's games yet, so this will be a bit of a treat to watch as a first timer. My offsider Gary Sonder will be joining us shortly. So just for the next couple minutes, you'll just be enjoying the luxuries of yours truly. As we see Indigenous taking a tap off and just bringing the ball up through their number 3, connecting there well. Some of these girls here are just coming off a fresh NTL campaign, so it's good to see the skill level on show. And she dives low to get over that line there, Rani Hegan, and she does get the try. Good on her, just burrowing her way through to the line, old Rani, and she set that up pretty well, identifying the sort of the weak middle, and that just their middle's not staying that fraction tight, and that touch player not pulling her corner just quite enough, so which allowed her to as we see the New Zealand Maoris work their way up to get into attacking range just outside the 7 here as they and the sweet long ball comes in for a beautiful right to left by Kaya Hillman. Unfortunately, it just doesn't hit their target, so we've got our Indigenous working it off their line, coming with their second touch.
They're going towards their box now late in the touch count. Third, they've just given up 3 touches to go to their box, and the fourth coming. So they'll have players running on fresh legs, hopefully just for one more touch to get this strike dump happening. And once the strike dump happens, hopefully they can get some go forward off the back with their fifth and last, with the ball in hand for Ella. Fortunately getting caught out of half there, so the Maoris will have a good chance to turn this over. Just 10 outside from their, about 10 or 15 just outside from their halfway line as they're working it over to their box to get on some troops. And with ball in hand, well, not so much ball in hand anymore with Tony Rasmussen. Unfortunately, the ball just slipping out of her hands there. And so the Indigenous girls have a good opportunity to attack with some great field position as they go all the way to the wing. And they double up on the wings. Hopefully she can get a pass away, and she has, and she finds her number 5, Reese Orcher. Bringing the ball up as we've got Reese and Elvie connecting in the middle there, seeing what plays that they can come up with. Sort of gauging the defense as Tony Rasmussen comes up, and there's a pearler of a pass which finds their number 12, Mel Orcher. So I believe that's a family connection there, and that's how sweet is that to see when you see 2 last names just connecting like that. That's just beautiful. And that's just a great, well-orchestrated try there, and an absolute beauty of a ball there. As we see Maori starting it off, and Indigenous have just hopped out to a 2-0 lead earlier on in this game. So let's see if Maoris can get together and convert some tries up on the board just to even this game out a bit. So sorry about that technical difficulty. Guys, with the mics just went off for a second, experiencing, and just right on time as Tony Rasmussen crosses that white line to score Maori's their first try. And as you see here, they're just controlling the middle of the park here, off the back of a repeat penalty, repeat set of 6, which is always hard to defend, and they just isolate both middles and catch the link, just staying not tight just by a fraction, and Tony capitalizes on that, getting the ball down. So they finally got a score on the board, just making the score margin between 1. As we see the Indigenous girls, a bit of a foot race there, coming up to the 7 meter mark, and the ball's just being rotated, played around now with Rani and Crystal Min. The number 8, number 6. And Rani, again, that same pet play that she went to open up the scoring. And it's phenomenal. Just the quick footwork, the recognizing where the middles are and diving straight at the line. It's good work from Rani there. As we see in the replay here, the 8 and 6 just combining, Rani and Crystal. Just asking for it back and just recognizing that the middle was just a fraction late to get there. So she's screaming a cover touch. And Rani just capitalizing on that and diving straight at the line. So it's turning into a bit of a back and forth here with the scores. Let's see if Maoris can keep that tradition going and reply with one of their own. As they come through to the link here with just a little punish play, and they recycle it back into the middle with Kaya. Kaya and McKelly. And Kaya burrows her way to the line. Quick diving, but that's good defense there from the Indigenous women's. As we have a 5th and last option just to run wide, kill it on the opposite side of the Indigenous women's, making it a bit harder for them to find some subs here going forward. And they choose not to use that option to run towards their box, as Rani, the try scorer, takes it as an away set. And they're coming back to find their box on this, which is good to sort of break up that pattern, just in case defenses are loading up to channel you into that corner. You can have an away set and sort of create some more meters, but then they get caught up. Just in the sub box, they're just unable to find a half, which holds up one play for them. So they're just finding it hard to get a bit of go forward, and they turn the ball over just 10 out from the halfway line. So we'll see the New Zealand Māoris with a better field position working their forward should be finding half by the second touch here as they work forward through the number 13, Skylar. And she's coming forward, and they get ready for Tony Rasmussen, and she's just shown a bit of pace here to dart through to the in goal. She's looking for a player, and she does find one in the one that played the ball in, Skylar Sampson. And that's just excellent work there from Tony Rasmussen to identify weak defense and slow to get back on side, and just using her speed and just dicing straight through the defense there. And then here comes the easy part, and that's just finding a player, delivering a pass, and try time. Bringing the margin down to 1 try, with Māoris now at 2 and Indigenous at 3. We see Indigenous there working their way through up to the line, trying to set up an attack, seeing if they can reply with anything as they send over the Ella on the sweep, and she's. I don't think that's actually touched the ground, but the refs deemed it so. So the ref's going to turn the play over, and Māoris have done well to hold out Indigenous for back-to-back reply sets. So that's good. Hopefully they can build off this and get the ball down, as the Indigenous are applying a bit of full field pressure there to try and keep the Māoris over halfway. Sorry, not over halfway, to make sure they don't get over halfway, I should say. Sorry about that. And they do a real good job of it too, the Indigenous. So by the second touch, they're well and truly over half, getting ready to put themselves in good attacking field position here as they come through to their number 3, Elvie Clarkson, teaming up with Rani Higgin, the try scorer. And let's see if Rani and Elvie can come up with something. Rani with ball in hand, taking it short side, whipping a beautiful right to left pass. And just catching the winger, maybe... Oh, no, that's a penalty. Oh, they've had a bit of an infringement here. I can't really make out what the call is. I'm not too familiar with my ref signals at the moment, so I'm just going to make one up and say that was a touch forward, no pass. And that was that signaled in a turnover. So as we see the Māoris attacking out from their line, as they're just trying to get troops on the field now. That's a beautiful ruck forward, and can she go all the way? And that's beautiful to watch as the number 8, Michele, puts a bit of the afterburners off as she came on with purpose, grabbing onto that and just getting some forward momentum. And just like that, she's equalised the score to get it 3-3. And now it's neck and neck with just under 4.5 minutes left to go in this half. And look at her just explode onto this ball. Just coming to get field position, but then the space just opens up and she just does not look back and showcases the pace that she has as Indigenous are looking forward, some go forward, and it touches the hands. Did she play at that? The refs will say she did, so they get a fresh set of 6 with good attacking field position here, heading up to the Māoris defensive line. Now you want to see the Indigenous girls going forward and trying to get as close to that line as possible, just on the 7, so they can utilise some attacking. And as they do that, and they set up for the 3rd touch, with the ball coming back to their playmaker here, which seems like it is Reese Orcher. Or they've got Lily out, or just finding a pass that just going to the ground on the right-hand side. So the Māoris have done another good job of defending that set after giving away a 6 to go with good field position. And let's see if they can ruck. And that's great pressure there from the Indigenous girls, catching them with a forward pass infringement, which turned the ball over. But that does come from a spectacular full field press effort from the Indigenous girls, as they start off with good field position, working their way into the line. The number 5, Reese Orcher, bringing it forward, combining with a couple of their girls out wide, looking to take it back into the middle, and then coming up with a play to strike on the last. And there's their superstar, number 8, Rani, back on. Let's see what she can come up with, as she has been involved. Oh, and she does manage to snag a penalty. So Rani will start on the 7, and restart the play count and see if she can conjure up some brilliance as she has for the majority of their tries. And the ref's just having a word there. Unfortunately, they were onside. So it's real good to see the 15, Katie Shaw, and we've also got Missy Shaw out there playing as well. Rani up just with the outside goose step, playing it back on the inside, wanting her to go down and running into the in goals, turning them back on the inside out, and just like that, they've scored. Just like that, they've scored again. And my offsider has just joined me back in commentary. Gary Sonder. The score is tied 3-3, and as you can see, Rani Hagen's just had a bit of a tear recently. She's connected up with Salu Man, who's really good to see Salu out there.
So
out there running.
3-3, Ryan. What a cracking first half.
Yes.
Everything we expected from this game.
Yes, it is. It is a bit of a tight contest here, guys. As we see Tony there punishing the wing, running out, trying to just get on the outside of Tia. Sorry.
So a minute to go until half-time. A try here for the Maori team would be very important. And Tony clocking up the kilometres, another sweep play, creating numbers.
And that's a beautiful play.
They've called a touch there, but yeah, the referees thought that was ball down, and I probably think he's right there.
And so now we're squaring up everything on 4-4. That's a beautiful work from our Indigenous, from our Maori, sorry, with Tony Rasmussen going with Tony Rasmussen doing the
4-3.
With Tony Rasmussen doing a bit of work there early.
So she stretches on one side by running a sweeper play to the left-hand side of the field, and then she runs it again back to the right where she catches them out. So can they jag one here? We've only got about one touch, I reckon. So I'd be dumping quick. Yeah.
As Rani gets the ball back, and just like that, she's found the line, and they've made the touch to hold him off for this first half. So it's neck and neck going into half-time. And it's a real good contest here, Gary. So keen to see what the second half has to give us. We'll go to a short break as well. We'll have half-time here in the commentary booth, and we will join you shortly for the second half.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah. I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah, oh yeah, the beast's back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mind and they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something. My focus is A1. Every dog has its day. It's been mine since day one. This is real grind and I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding. And I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you and I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. They ain't coming close to me. Flow is on atomic. I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out. Staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready. We balling out. Yeah. The coldest of teens, they know what we bring. Don't try.
Well, there's plenty going on, Ryan. So 4-4 at half-time, and there's a little bit going on in the background. So I'll be with you for a minute, and then I won't be with you, and then I will be with you again. So just bear with me. Ryan, after watching that first half, what's your thoughts? Who do you think's had the upper hand? I know the scores are level, but is there anyone, who would you be putting your money on now?
I think that in terms of go forward and field position, I definitely think that the Māoris have had a bit more than the Indigenous. The Indigenous women have just been capitalising on their field position against on the line. They have had a few cracks, but it's all been revolved around that number 8, Rani. So I definitely feel that Māoris have the potential to play the full football, the full footy type game, and get it up the other end and score. But you can never count out these Indigenous. They're just fantastic on their feet. And the number 8, Rani, she's showing so much skill there. She's
she's definitely a talent at a young age, and she's one of the dominant players in the women's division throughout the country at the moment, which is a big rap. Oh.
Definitely. And as we see there, the number 9 has just poked her way through Tyler.
So Ellis is, and then...
Oh, sorry, Ellis.
Took off, and they've got 6 again after that. I'm not sure if she was playing at that, but they've given away 6 again. So the 2 assistant sisters here trying to set something up. Sweeper's gone early, but the play of the ball wasn't too clear.
As they're just working that link over a bit, as they come across the Salu. Dishing down for Ella again.
Shot.
Oh, and that's
good defence.
Work there as Katie trying to, just having a few words back to the ref there.
The pass was late, definitely. She went into the line there, got touched, and then released after it. So correct decision there in my eyes. Good shutdown defence there from the Māori girls, and they move forward.
And as we're watching now, we just see the Māori girls just work their way to the sideline to try and get a few more numbers on, just so they can complete the attacking set as they hit 5th and last. We've got Tyler there. And then the Indigenous women just looking for someone to pass to the winger. They're just left a bit posted. Mel Orchard. As they just start out to the left-hand side here, and they thread the needle over. And can they work it over? Can she get to the line in time? And the ref are pointing to the spot. And that's a beautiful finish there by the winger for the Indigenous girls.
And like you said, Ryan, this Indigenous team's got flair across the park, so they can create something out of nothing.
Definitely.
Good hands there from the number 4.
That's a great pass there from Layla Hickling. And an even better finish.
Which one? Can you...
Yes.
Sure it's not Ryan's?
And as we... And sorry about that. Bit of white noise there, folks, as Gary has just got to... We've got a fair bit happening out here at the behind the scenes, so we've just got Gary just attending to other things, so I'll be taking you through the remainder of this game, what it looks like. Hopefully he can join me soon. As we see the Indigenous working their way forward through to find a good... And there's that number 8 again, Rani with ball in hand, showing a bit of fancy footwork with the left foot as Tony's Rasmussen's coming across the cover, but unfortunately can't get there enough, and the Indigenous women have crossed over for another try. And that's brilliant footwork there from the Rani Hagen number 8. And it's good cover there from Tony Rasmussen to come across for that cover touch. Just always scrambling. Unfortunately, the help back on the inside and support was just too much for her to handle by herself. So they've crossed over, extending the score margin to 7-4. As we see now the Indigenous, the Maori girls are just setting up a bit of an attack, just moving the ball around, trying to spread the defense over, seeing what they can create as we get a county set up here for Kayla as she throws a somewhat tall and awkward pass to Gather. As we see the Indigenous now with the ball. After defending a very good set, they're just working with their numbers, coming out of half, just getting to halfway. Oh, and there's been a call back here, and it might be looked at as stepping out of bounds, unfortunately, for the Indigenous girls. So the Maoris get to start from halfway as they push up for their first touch. Just threading it through the hands. Oh, number 4 just getting away from the Indigenous girls there. Kayla Hillman. Still with ball in hand. Oh, Kayla, she seems like she might be running a bit hot here, number 4 for Maori. She might have a couple of tricks up her sleeve. Kayla, she's a bit tricky with the ball in hand as they set up for their number 11, Anika, and she's through. And all she's got to do is find someone.
I think she was touched there. She did the old pretend she had spiders on her and just kept running.
Unlucky there with that one. So
what if I missed, Ryan? 5-4 and I blink and all of a sudden I come back and it's 7-4.
Yeah, it was just 2 quick ones from the Indigenous. They scored one right down the corner there that it was a great effort there racing down the corner, and then they
little sneak play or something, was it?
Yeah, then they just happened to capitalize on beautiful footwork from Rani Hagen again to split the defense. Speaking of Rani, she's setting up there for their number 4, Layla. As we see the Maori women, and that's probably the penalty that they need.
So 7 minutes to go, Ryan, 3 down. They still look like they're got plenty of energy to stay in this fight.
Oh, definitely. You never could count out the Maori women. I definitely had them from seeing them in previous games. I never got to see the Indigenous women. I saw them in previous games. I definitely thought that they'd have a real good chance in my book to win this game. It's definitely not looking like that in the scoreboard, but we still have 6-7 minutes to go in this game, and anything could happen. There's still plenty of time as we see.
I think they've got to start finding Rasmussen again out of half.
I really do. I think that Tony Rasmussen is one of their more senior players, but then also more experienced players, also campaigning in a World Cup back in Malaysia for the New Zealand Women's Open. So she takes in a wealth of experience, and also with that experience just comes everything else. But she's also got with her blistering pace, so hopefully they can see that on attack.
So they've done well there. They've taken off from half the Indigenous team and earned themselves a penalty on the last. And shortly they will be attacking the line.
And so we see the Indigenous come back through the open side of the second phase, and it's just easy pickings for them. And that's fantastic work there for the second phase.
So Katie Shaw then set that whole thing up. She sent the girls round on a sweeper. Then she was smart enough to get a quick dump second phase once the shutdown had come in. And boom, foot speed again. Let's look at this on the replay. Look, a good dump there. 14, Serena Albert's caught in the ruck, and they just walk over for a try there with Lily Searston, and that makes it 8-4. Very tough to come back from here.
That's right, Gaz. It's starting to pull away, but at the same time, I don't think that the Maoris have had a full complete rucking set just of yet, where they can find a strike player on their 5th and last. So I'd be keen to see what they can put together with it. With that,
I think their next 5 minutes is pretty important for the Maori side, because if I was a betting man, I'd say that these two might meet again in the semis or final, and pretty important that they, for their own headspace, that they realise they're as good as the Indigenous side, and also letting the Indigenous side know that they're a quality side as well.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, as the Indigenous are working up towards the Maori's line, and there's that.
She'll look to go here, Hagen, I'd say.
And there she is again, just going to the short side. Again with the switch back for Salu Mam, just getting the ball down quick and fast. And just like that, they're piling on points, and it's all revolved around the Indigenous number 8. She's really having a blinder today, and it just shows because it seems like everything's been set up for her, rightfully so.
Yeah, well, you can see there she knew what she was doing. She late dish back inside to catch the middle, isolated. There was no saver, and she just put the burners on and a late switch, and they walk over underneath the posts. There's no post, but if there was that spread, they would have walked over. So here we go, 9-5. It's really blown out here. I hope that the Maori side can strike back here.
As the girls are connecting in the middle, they're just looking for a inside play, and they've just jagged up a penalty for not moving forward. So this will be good for their second set of 6 crack in the line, and a bit of an inside play, or that quickie with an inside pop look to be on, but they go away from that, recycling it back to the middle, seeing what they can create.
She's going to try and run a punish on her here, I dare say.
Not
really much room to do anything there.
Jaya comes through with the ball, and a bit of playful banter between the girls there in that exchange. As they're just setting up for that sweeper play and going back open side. Oh, unfortunately there they've just run back into numbers. So
pretty good read then from the link. But I'd like to see a little bit more ball movement, a little bit more middle link stuff to spread the middles, and then you can run those trick shots. Here comes the
definitely.
second phase.
They try the second phase.
To the wing.
That's a great work. That's a great work by Serena Albert there. With the second phase, she really was spoiled for choice there, because she could have picked after that second phase, Gary. She could have scooped the ball up rather, and run through, and the options would have came out. But she chose to back her pass, and it's a pearler of a pass. It was a beautiful right to left to find our winger for that try.
We spoke before, Ryan. Very hard to stop. So the last two out of the last 3 tries have been through second phase, and once you're that link, reading it and shutting down, you often get stuck in that ruck, and it's very hard to recover. So bring on more second phase, hey?
Yeah, it's a very underrated play, I feel, Gaz, because a lot of the defense is structured to not bite on that second phase. However, if you can get a second phase, it just leaves the defensive line posted, really. So as they're coming just at a minute and a half now through this second half, it's about completing your processes in the Gaz, because as you were saying earlier, you could come across this team in about a semi, and
well, it could be the final.
It could be the final.
Probably the 2 most dangerous teams here.
And you do want to finish off with your processes a bit, just to conclude the game as you wind down. As we're just approaching the 1 minute mark.
Well, we get one more scoop out of Hagen here.
We see them set up for her on the M2, and they've got one more touch up their sleeve as she goes, and she looks for options, and they turn to the man on, a woman on, and she just can't find someone to get the ball down. That's Katie Shaw, I believe, that she just couldn't bring her hand to the ball, unfortunately.
But straight through again, set it up, went the first time, wasn't on, dished again, gave herself another shot at it, and sliced straight through the middle. They changed it up a bit then. They protected short, and she burned them between the 2 middles. So unfortunately, she couldn't get a finish on it. But probably a pretty resounding victory, especially in this second half. They've really kicked away, haven't they, the Indigenous team?
Yeah, they definitely have. They've just... What I like to see is if teams know that something's working, they just keep going to it and setting up for it. And in this case, the number 8's just been on fire for the Indigenous. So they've kept on setting up and going back to her, and that's just worked for them. I think if the Maoris could set up maybe a bit more for Tony Rasmussen, it might have bettered the chance of narrowing that score margin, but that's just footy. So we end this game with the Maoris at 5 and our Indigenous at 9 tries taking out this match. So stay with us and tune in soon for our coverage of our next game, which will be between Norfolk Island and Cook Island, coming to you shortly on Field 1.
Well, we are back. Just 2 rounds remaining in what has been a fantastic day at the Strutties Australian Pasifika Touch Cup. And the Norfolk boys are back on field 1 again.
Oh, the crowd favourite, guys. The crowd favourite. The
battlers.
The battlers. The effort play generals.
So it's going to be interesting. They've only had 1 game off after that, let's just say, disappointment of losing 6-on-5. They're up against the Cook Islands. And let's just see how they react mentally from the disappointment of last game.
And the Cook Island have got a few young and up-and-coming stars on their team as well. A few lightning rods. We've got a few names on there like Rico and Aiden Masters. A couple of notable players, and then we've also got number 1 Kingston Day, who's been pivotal in a lot of their playmaking as well. So it'd be good to see him shine. Speaking of the man, just with rocking the white hat in the left link there, Kingston Day.
Oh, it's good defence there from the boys. Because that was a pretty good setup there, Ryan. They got him to the other end. You want out? And here we go. We have Norfolk going forward. And we've had a change in commentary. Tibbs back in, the man, the voice, the Rabbits Warren of touch football.
Cut it out there, Gaz.
Well, I don't know if you know, Tibb, I'll just fill you in. In the last game, Norfolk Island led 2-1 against Niue with 30 seconds to go before half-time. A player was sent off from Niue, so it was 6-on-5. Yeah. They scored down the sideline to make it 2-2 at half-time. and Niue end up getting the win.
Far out. Yeah, it's all go here, isn't it, Gaz, at the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. And results like that, yeah, they play its part in this tournament, so we'll see if Norfolk can get the win over here in an all-important clash at the end of the day.
100%. Here's a short ball. They've created a lot of opportunities, Norfolk, in the last couple of games, but they just don't have the experience at the moment to finish them. So, again, here we go. Cook Islands, after a good defensive set, lead themselves up the field.
Yeah, the defending champions, Cook Islands, they won the 2023 edition, and they're looking to go back-to-back. No touch was the call there from Wazoric. Benny Alphabet, as he's affectionately known around these circles, so no touch was the call, and they do get the ball back.
Yeah, the Cook Islands have got a little bit of a different team this year. They're missing a bit of experience. Lucky and a few of the WA boys haven't come over this time. They look a bit younger and a little bit less experienced. And yeah, can they defend their title?
Yeah, well, that's the question, isn't it, Gaz? And when you're talking about experience, it's a heck of a name to miss out. Lucky Paulie, I know he loves representing his Cook Island heritage, and I'm sure he'll be bitterly disappointed to miss out this year. But in saying that, hopefully he can come back next year as well, and I'm sure these boys will do a job for him on this occasion, especially through the younger players that they've got. You know, you've got Ada Masters, Horatio Edwards, that have really been pulling the strings for this Cook Island outfit all day, and we'll see if they can get the result at the end of this one and put them in good stead for tomorrow.
It's probably been a bit too much travel with the NTL into this tournament, into the World Cup, so there's a few of the bigger names that have just held back this year and saving themselves for the World Cup. Obviously an expensive little campaign for them. So it's good that they're getting these younger guys in here, and as you said, with a bit of luck, they'll return next year.
Yeah, and it is a pretty busy tournament. Pretty busy season this season, obviously with the World Cup, and when it's on the other side of the world, it's not cheap. So you're looking forward to that when it comes in July, Nottingham, England. Be looking forward to that. Bit of a heavy touch there, but they've managed to get out of that quite nicely, haven't they, Norfolk?
If I set up a GoFundMe page, will you throw in a few dollars for me, Tiv?
Do you need some? Oh, man, if I can get someone to pay me for what I do, I'll be more than happy to throw a couple of dollars your way, Gaz. So,
nice.
There's Wazoric.
There's a few people out there I've seen doing the old GoFundMe page, and you know, as it is, it's good to get a little bit of help from friends and family. And we see Benny Alphabet, the man, the fireman. Look at him. What an athlete.
He's all smiles after that one. And it was a pretty simple one at the end of it. He just came in, off the switch, came back to a middle channel, got the open side quickie, and then just managed to dive in and underneath. What a dive there. 2 hands on the ball, safety first. And Benny gets him on the ball. That's 1-0. Norfolk Island take the lead.
And I'm telling you, all those people back in Norfolk Island who are watching their team should be very proud, because they have not stopped all day, regardless whether they've been in front, chasing their tails, or, you know, having the disappointment of last game. They keep turning up and doing the shirt proud.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's highlighted by their effort on the field, although it's not quite up to scratch on that occasion. Cook Islands have found a hole, and it was a pretty simple one in the end. Jimmy Edwards gets the try for the Cook Islands. It was just a bit of a sweep, and then they look to play short, the Cook Islands. As we see on the Struddies replay, there it is, and then it's a short ball. Jimmy Edwards dots down over the line.
And I'm looking down at Coach Pollock, and you're thinking, if they're going to let him score off a tap-off, make him score on the sideline.
Absolutely, yep. He's done a lot of work with this Norfolk Island team, and it's awesome to see Ryan Pollock in charge, and he's very vocal in the box. He's pacing.
So let's see if they could get... The number 7 here is quite dangerous, but I don't think he's got enough ball at the moment. I'd like to see him with a little bit more ball in his hand. He's had a crack there. I'm not sure that was the last touch there.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. I was having a chat with Benny Wazoric yesterday, and he was saying, yeah, young TK Morgan in the number 7 strip, that he was one to watch for this Norfolk Island team. He's got all the skills in the world, It's just a matter of translating that to the elite level. And I'm sure he's still learning and learning a whole heap on the fly as well. So playing against some of the best players from around Australia at this tournament.
And the thing is, in these games, you don't get the same time to think about it like you would in a park comp. So, like you just said then, you're trying to invent everything on the run. There's no time for thinking.
Exactly right. A lot of it's reactive, and you can try and plan as much as you can. There's a bit of back and forth going between the Cook Islands and the referee. Cook Islands claiming for a recount, saying that TK Morgan played at the football. Referee ends up saying, no, Norfolk, you get the ball, and you can start rucking towards your box. And as a result, yeah, just some decent rucking there through the middle of the field, and they pull a penalty.
That might have been a bit of premeditated from the back chat from the touch before. He's given away a penalty, so let's see if these Norfolk boys can get themselves down to the try line.
And he stayed on the field as well, has Morgan. Great yards going forward from Snell. Yeah, just a little bobble of the ball. I think those one percenters, it's been a story of today, actually. Just the attention to detail, not quite there yet, but I'm sure with finals day to come tomorrow, all of those errors will be corrected and will be treated to some fantastic touch on day 2. As the ball comes through Matinga, will they play the touch? Referee says that was a bit too hard. You got a hand in there.
Yeah, I think there was a hand on the ball, then accidental, but as he's gone to dump it, I think Benny's just got his hand on the ball then, so it gives Cook Islands a repeat set on the line.
Teki working the ball to the middle of the field to Matinga. Graham's looking likely on a sweep, but Benny Wazorek, I tell you what, you got to be a good ball player to get a pass around Benny Alphabet, because his long limbs, they make it extremely difficult as they find the short side winger, open pasture. The try hasn't been officially awarded yet. What are they saying here? The two referees, they've come together, and a penalty goes to the Norfolk Island boys. So I think it might be actually Gaz, yeah, forward pass.
I tell you what, but they've really got to stay alive on that short side. They shouldn't be, after all the hard work done in the middle, you look up and you see a cutout pass or just a flat pass going to the winger, and your winger not marking his man. So a little bit of a get out of jail free card then for the Norfolk Island winger, and here they go again.
And that's Evans on the ball. Touch and pass there, I think, with Christian.
I'd like to see Evans transition to be the worker and to be the one dumping for some of these other guys. He tends to go out of half a couple of times when it's not really in positions to go, and then he finds himself trying to go from half and have to be a ball player. So maybe tuck it under your wing for a bit more and, you know, try and get to the try line. I think both these teams are trying to score from a little bit too far out. Get to the try line and then play footy there.
Bit of theatrics coming from Jimmy Edwards coming through the midfield. And yeah, I can't remember when the last time we had a completed set, Gaz. It's sort of dried up.
You reckon Jimmy should concentrate on dumping on the right spot instead of the dancing, or save that for the after party on Sunday night?
I was going to say, that's what tomorrow night's for. There's Calstrap. Yeah, just another unforced error. It's a few cheap turnovers here going both ways, so both parties guilty of it. Now Cook Islands gets a start. Their set on the halfway line, punching forward.
First team that can complete a set here might find themselves getting a try out of it.
Yeah, and that's it. And what they do with that, especially with the game drawn up as it is that they'll wrestle the momentum and really place it firmly on their side. As Tokahere working in the middle, Tamatea Maniapoto. They go to the short side. There it is. The hole's opened up. He just needs to find a support player, and the bobble.
Good defence from the winger there.
Yeah, if it was a clean take, I wonder if it would have been ball down for a try. But yeah, young winger for Norfolk Island. I think that was Sean Allard out wide, it might have been, but great touch there. I like the range of ages that they've got in this Norfolk Island side. So as well as the experience of your Benny Wazoreks and your Ruben Biggs, you've got young players as well that are really keen to get stuck into this game and hopefully translate that to the elite stage.
Get out of half, son.
Here he goes. Was he in the ruck? He was too.
I think Jimmy Edwards thought that was the last then. He just went to pick the ball up and then realised it was only the 5th touch. So piggyback set here with the two main men on for the Norfolk team. And Kai Snell at link goes all right for Norfolk too. So let's see what he can muster here.
Running a county's double pumping. Is that the tap on? It goes forward though. I think on touch one, he probably would have wanted his time over again and just caught the ball, taking it to chest.
Yeah, not the play to run on the first, was it? It was an all or nothing play, score or turn it over, and geez, there's another mistake. Here's another little gift wrap present for the Norfolk. If they're good enough, they'll grab a try here.
Yeah, and after the first half that we've had so far, Gaz, whoever can score in the next 2.5 minutes leading into half-time, they're really going to have the upper hand in this battle.
So Ruben Big, the number 6, is on too, and he's quite handy.
Benny was
going to give it. He's going to give that.
He gets down low for a big man, and he uses
Run
that
to the
long reach
halfway,
of his.
throw the ball back.
Don't wait for him, Benny. Throw it. Oh, it has come back.
So I think what they've called there, is he given a penalty here? I think he's, oh no, he's calling just a touch.
Yeah, it was touch and go, part of the punt.
Benny running a sweeper. Look at it. Oh, there we go. Just little errors, isn't it?
Yeah, that's been the story of the first half. Just the bobbles and
sent Pollock just stalking the side.
Off to the far end of the box.
Had to walk away from it, but he's still pumping his team up. So with a minute, just under a minute and a half to go, this is big right now.
And they've got them on the back foot too. Edwards throws the link ball, draw and pass. There it is. That's the one that's managed to break through. Jackson Tavai goes over in the corner. And it was there on offer for the team that could complete the set, wasn't it, Gaz?
100%. So I guess it goes to show it's a game of chances, isn't it? Like Norfolk had 2 opportunities at the other end, gave it away on the first touch. Were lucky enough to get a repeat set, didn't score, and then Cook Islands go the other end and just before half-time get a try.
Yeah, and what they've done as well by scoring that, as well as taking the 1-try lead, they've left enough time on the clock for Norfolk to be able to peg this back to a draw. In the shadows of half-time, Calstrap's looking to sweep.
Sending a sweeper. There's not much doing on them sweepers for them, but is there? Not sure they're setting up on the right players or dragging. They're not really dragging that middle, leaning him in to be able to get that guy to get around him, but this will be the last play of the day. Or of the first half, sorry.
Yeah, just probably a lack of ball movement heading into the heading into the 7 metre, sorry.
Good penalty to give there. With the clock ticking, they don't want the Cook Islands to have a chance for a strike dump here.
Yeah, and don't want them getting on a roll as well, because what's worse than letting in 1 try before the half is letting in 2 tries, so Cook Islands.
This is it.
We've got a few more plays up their sleeve, the Cook Islands. And if you're seeing 0-0 down the bottom, just so you know, we are running on tournament time, so tournament clock running perhaps a little bit different to the time you see on your screen. Martinga, Graham going out a half, goes to the short side, and touch was made there. Touch and pass is the call, is it? It is indeed. Calstrap made an all-important touch there. And touch and pass is the call. He is appealing. And Norfolk Island. A few touches up their sleeve. Just approaching the halfway. Morgan looks to scoop out a dummy half. But puts the ball to ground. Referee's having a little bit of discussion there. The halfway mark. Ball ground is the call. Cook Islands looking to punch towards halfway. They're starting from 10 metres inside their own half. He's getting caught up in the ruck there. Yeah, big swipe there from the attacker. And that's what the referee's called. Yeah, big swipe. So calls a turnover. The hooter goes in the background, probably a half a minute too late. And the touch is made. So the Cook Islands managed to defend the set and take a 1-try lead going into the halftime break. It's 2-1. Norfolk Island right in this. In the first half, I think both teams probably will want to clean up their errors, and the first team that does that will probably have the upper hand coming into the second half, but it is 2-1 in favour of the Cook Islands. Join us after the break.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mindin' they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something, my focus is A1. Every dog has his day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grinding, I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding, and I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you when I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
They ain't coming close to me. Flow is on atomic, I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we ballin' out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. They know in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target and practice. Yeah. And I'm just getting started, getting feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt.
Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
The ball moving up through the centre of the field. Quintel to Snell. Bit of a modified 4-on-3 there. He split in for a counties and then came out with a scoop.
But we have seen more of Quintel in this game. He has tried to stamp his authority on it, and he's come up some nice plays. Just over a minute to go here in the Cook Islands. We'll just be trying to get to the ball the other end, give himself one last opportunity.
There's a nice strong touch made in
Here's
front.
the opportunity.
Shot from the short side there. Just can't quite complete the Cook Islands. Referee stops the time.
Oh, it looks like we've got a little kid on the field there. 7 on.
7 on. Give him a uniform. But it is great, isn't it? Seeing the amount of support for all the nations coming across today, coming down to Bill Norris Oval. And hopefully we can get a little bit more coming tomorrow, as well as you at home watching on the live stream. As we approach the pointy end of the tournament, Morgan working with Zurich in the middle. Morgan scoops out a half, goes off the left foot, looks to throw the flick pass. And 6 is called there. Just under 30 seconds left in this one. I'm sure both teams will be happy to see the back end of this game. Not the prettiest affair to watch, but Cook Islands, I'm pretty sure, would be happy to at least escape this one with a win.
We'll have to get an update soon on how that ladder's looking.
Yeah, well, I think it will come at the after the completion of the final game of the day. There is one more left. If you are watching from home, as the hooter goes in the background, they'll look to finish with the flurry.
Chance.
And touch there. Yes, there is one more match to come as we draw this one to a close. Cook Islands run out 6-3 winners over Norfolk Island. Bit of a scrappy game there, Gaz. And I think both teams will be wanting to improve upon that when it comes to the crunch time tomorrow.
Yeah, if they can just get their completions a little bit higher, they're going to give themselves an opportunity tomorrow. And even the Cook Islands, they got the 6-3 win, but they made a few mistakes as well, which the coach will be looking at. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back with you for the last game of the day shortly.
And welcome back to the very final fixture of the day for the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, where we have a dominant Maori side looking to make a clean sweep of victories for the day, going up against Niue, who are sitting just outside the top 4 currently, as the Maori looking to continue the way that they've had, the way that they've started this whole entire tournament, and they've really been dominant, haven't they, Gaz?
Yep, they have indeed. They're without their spiritual leader for this game, Drummy, though, and he's been bagging a few tries each game, so that might hinder him a little bit, but really, really important match for Niue here, who, as you just mentioned, find themselves just outside the top 8, and a win here will, the top 4, and a win here will put them in the top 4. So after a tough battle where they played the second half with 5 players, it'll be interesting to see how they can lift for this one.
Yeah, and they do have only the one game tomorrow, whereas some of the teams have a game in hand. So they've played the full allotment of 5 games for the day, both of these teams with this game. So both of them will have at least one bye round tomorrow as Skinner. But Skinner, a gap opened up momentarily. Hopetikihi gets a second touch. Here's Tyler Love on the ball. Just looking to toy with the defence.
County's cut out.
It's absolutely what it was. Yeah, pretty easy to spot there. And Bailey Te Haere, if he had $1 for every try that he scored so far today, he'd be able to buy himself a feed for dinner. As we see on the Strutties replay, Tyler Love just toyed with the defence, got them out of position, and then it was just a simple 4-on-3 off the Counties. Plenty of real estate out on that left-hand wing for Bailey Te Haere.
He's a good finisher, isn't he, Bailey? Although that one was made pretty easy for him.
All he had to do was catch and put it down on that one. But when you see some of his acrobatic finishes, yeah, exactly. He is a handy finisher as Niue looking to attack the line.
They've got to find energy here and a bit of belief that they can foot it with these guys. I'm guessing a few of the younger guys would be a bit intimidated by the side that the Māoris field. But, yeah, big match for them.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what a lot of the teams from today have lacked, because some of the scorelines that the Māori side have been able to put on the other teams, it's been quite lopsided, and I think one ingredient missing for those teams on the wrong side of the ledger is just a little bit of belief.
He's done well to get his hand in that. Yeah. They run that beautifully out of the box. It's like a switch and then a release, and those two middles are just in defence, just get tangled up and lose where they are. So earns them a repeat set here, and let's see what they can do here.
And Wanakore will be the leader for the team for this final fixture of the day. Probably the more experienced player within this Māori side. Touched in possession of the ball there, working in the middle. As the ball comes around on a sweep taker, looks to go wide to Bailey Te Haere, gets the pop back inside to Robson. And they'll look to extend the play. Getting their wires crossed just a little bit, but the long
really
ball goes back out.
This side of the field, aren't they?
And that's 2 tries that they've been able to just loop the long ball over the top. Bailey Te Haere, a worthy recipient. And they get a 2-0 lead early in this first half.
Okay, so straight away here we can see that a lot's going right to left, so might be an idea to shift everyone across the field and make sure that winger just sits on his winger and start forcing them to go left to right, and see if that's an option that they're prepared to take.
Well, there's got to be some calls made, isn't it? And it's whoever can... well, I suppose the good coaches are the ones that can coach on the fly, isn't it, Gaz?
Yeah, 100%.
They look for a little follow play.
I mean, the good ones now are nearly running it like the NFL style, where they're saying, when you're in the box, when I want you to go on, I want you to do this. I know that Traddy used to do it, where he used to tell Dylan the first 3 passes, I want you to hit the link, so that he'd get a read on the winger, and Dylan used to say to him, why don't you just let me get a read off the winger? But, yeah, so that's how the game's rolling at the moment. I think this Maori side's pretty much coaching itself, but like obviously Remus is there, but they've got a lot of knowledge amongst the players, so he'd just be sitting back and picking certain things, not having to overcoach.
Yeah, well, when you've got a roster the likes of with the likes of your Wanakores and your Loves and the Taker boys, you know, you don't really have to overcoach your hand. Kingston Lamberg's another one. Now Niue just looking to sort of trot the ball forward. Tatanasimi, I've been pretty impressed with his play today. He's been Niue's danger man, easily the number 7. Taimana Tatanasimi. As here he comes again, out of half. He gets the 4-on-3, tries to lob the ball over the top. Just as I say that, he's given away an intercept. The classic commentator's curse, and that is Kaya Teika.
How many people are going to catch him are the 2 refs here?
Oh, whoever makes the touch first, he almost did. Manages to evade that one, does Kaya. And he gets the Maori's 3rd against the run of play there, Gaz.
Yeah, it was. It looked like Niue had an opportunity to get the score back to 2-1, and then boom, up in the channel, plucks it, and see you later. No one's going to catch him from there.
He's got some wheels, doesn't he? Clean pair of heels. Kaya Teika, and that's the Maori's 3rd for the afternoon in this last fixture of the day. Thank you for joining us at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, whether you've tuned in for one game or all 14 of them for today. We thank you for your viewership and your support. As Niue through Tatanasimi looks to throw the cutout ball. There it is. And that's the first for the afternoon. Demetrius Taniora goes over out wide on the right-hand side. And Taimana Tatanasimi, he's probably going to be the key for Niue in this fixture.
Yeah, he showed some good footwork there and a good bit of vision to spot that his winger was unmarked, and they're slightly back.
Yeah, there he goes. He just evaded the touch there and he went out wide. Brilliantly set up there from Tatanasimi. I said in one of the earlier games when Niue were playing, Gaz, that a lot of the Australian-based players would have had NTLs as a build-up, or sort of the apex, the climax of their season, but Taimana Tatanasimi was playing for Auckland over in New Zealand at the New Zealand Nationals.
Yep. And how'd you go over there?
They went pretty well. I think they only just missed out on a top 4 spot. As we go, second phase play, caught up in the ruck. I think he had to give that one away there. Anga Limoni. Caught up in the ruck.
Be interesting to see if they give Cade Robson a go here. He's very sharp on his feet. Be good to see him have a little crack.
Looking to run a split up straight down the middle of the field. Touches made though. Perry and Scully coming together for Niue. Now looking to open up just a little bit more. Taker comes around on the sweep, looks for that link ball.
Panic. Oh, he got the 6 again.
I was going to say he sort of feigned to dive at the line and then made a last-minute decision to pop the ball out to the link. The ball went to ground, and the referee have spotted a Niue in hand in there. So a repeat set for the Māori team, and the statistics from today will tell us that whenever they get a repeat set of 6 on the line, there are a red-hot chance of opening them up, as they do there. Bailey Teo Haere, he's nabbed the first half hat-trick. He's scored 3 of the 4 tries so far, and really all he's had to do for all of them is catch and put it down.
Again, what we said before, it's all right to left. Jason Sillymaker needs to get his Niue boys to cover this side a little bit more and force them to go the other way.
Yeah, exactly right. 3 of those 4 tries. The reason they're all being scored by Bailey Teo Haere is because he's the only winger on the left-hand side with plenty of real estate as the sweep comes around.
And even if we look on the other team at the moment, they're obviously running out of numbers, so they've thrown Hawani. Oh, he scored then.
That's a great finish.
Down. Yeah, so on the other wing, they've got Hawani, who's a middle, and he's obviously just there filling in the numbers. So let's see if he can finish as good as Bailey can.
Well, we'll have to make them throw the other way first as we see a replay of this Niue and try. Tatanasimi, he's been lively. He gets the quickie down the short side, and he's managed to sneak over in about, about a meter's worth of space on the right-hand side.
That's a great finish then.
Demetrius Taniora, a great finish. And that is 4-2 to the Māori over Niue with 5 minutes just over to go in this half. And if they can remain in touching distance, I'm sure they'll class that as a positive result, the Niuean team. As the ball comes to the middle of the field, Whakatihi short, now scooping, they run a passive out the back, draw and pass.
Last one forward, he's got away with it.
And Wanakore, you mentioned him finishing off tries on the right-hand corner. All he has to do is catch and put that one down as well, but that was a great passive line run.
This is the problem that Niue's having. As soon as they score and they feel like they're back in the game, they're leaking a try straight away off the tap-off, aren't they?
Yeah, and that's the most important set, isn't it, for a team that's just scored? The most important set is the next defensive one. And if you can stop that, then you're putting yourself in a good position to carry on with the job. As the Maori scored their 5th for the afternoon.
At least they made them score in the far corner.
Well, I was just saying, you talked up Poani being able to finish on the opposite side of the field, and he heard what you said and did exactly that. They've had a bit of a revolving door in terms of box side wingers, this Maori team. I even saw Drummy out there in the previous game, so I'm not sure whether that's down to personnel or down to a game plan, but Haile Te Haide, I'm sure he'll stay out on this wing for the whole entire game and maybe even the whole entire tournament.
Well, that's something for the other sides to look at, isn't it? They've obviously picked a lot of middles and links and very few wingers, so that's somewhere, if there's any cracks in this Māori team, that's somewhere where they could find the cracks.
Yeah, and there aren't many in this Māori outfit. Not many chinks in the armour. So any coach and any playing group that can manage to expose that, they'll be doing a good job. As we see a tap on halfway, a handover ball. And the Māori through Ropitikihi. Coming towards the middle of the field. Here's Robson on the ball. Gaz, you did want it called. Just losing the handling on the ball.
Well, they've got their traditional 5 tries in a half already, the Māori team, and
well, I think they've scored well in excess of 30 tries in their 5 fixtures so far, so they're doing well. The ball goes out wide, out deep. Tatanasimi, he'll look to pick on the back end of the set, shifts the ball back towards the middle of the field. There's Holomotu Tama driving in. Tatanasimi looking to throw the link ball. Wanakore comes up with a great read on defense. And now the Māori will get a turnover and they'll head straight to their box as the subbers come on. Just crossing over halfway. Now the ball comes. That's a great drive from Skinner and they'll just rip the long ball early. The numbers are struggling to get around the outside, but they do manage to get there. Lennox Taker, he had to get on his bike as he was caught coming onto the field pretty late. Ends it with a mana wave as well.
Can probably put that run down to Skinner, can't you? He grabbed that ball around the halfway and made about 15 metres, and that just threw everyone's defence out of whack. Then they're all backpedaling.
Absolutely.
Tiga dawdles over.
Yeah, it did come from that drive, and as well as the drive, he managed to get in just behind and make a dominant touch offensively. Then the Niue team were just backpedaling, so that's yet another try on the Māori team's tally as the sweep comes around. That's Perry looking to go to the short side. Ball goes to ground. Sorry, there was Limoni on the sweep. Touch and pass, I think, is the call there from the referee. So we're down to the last 90 seconds, just under, of this first half. 6-2 is the current score. Now the Māori, this is where they really have the stick over the other teams, isn't it? Is the transition coming from half and onto the field, into the attacking half of the field. They've really got it down to a fine art as Tyler Love comes out of dummy half, looking to latch, throws the dummy. Te Haide, play on. That's a great dive, but as he scored that one, was the touch made? The touch was made. That was a great diving effort from Niue. Oh, and I was going to say, did they spill that one at the roll ball? He did all the hard work, Koen Pahiva. He told the winger to stay out, and he didn't. Managed to make the touch in the corner, and then just on touch one from his efforts, probably a little bit fatigued, and's come up with a bobble at the roll ball.
They'll get a couple of touches here to see if they can punish him one more time before half-time.
Great touch there. Didn't dance with him, but the tricky feet of Taker, definitely something to watch. Ball comes to the middle of the field. Here's Robson looking to drive. Counties, who wanted to rip the long ball, and he's caught in the lane there. And they've shut that down right in the shadows of half-time and prevented yet another one from being on the Māori scoreboard. So we go into half-time. 6-2 is the current score between Māori and Niue in this last fixture, the final fixture of the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. Join us after the half-time break. Welcome back to the second half of this open men's fixture between Niue and Maori at the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, where the Maori are holding a relatively commanding lead, 6-2. They're up by 4. And yeah, Gaz, Maori, it's pretty much been the story of the day, hasn't it? They've been pretty dominant, and that's continued in this game here.
Yeah, 100%. I thought it might be a bit closer at half-time. I thought Niue had a lot to play for, and they might have held them a little longer than they have, but we'll see what happens in this second half. Could go either way. They could make a comeback, or it could really blow out.
Yeah, all to play for. Touch and pass there on Tatanasimi as he went to throw the long ball out to the right-hand side.
He has had a good day, but hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He's in strong form, and I think coming off the back of last year's Pacific Games, where he was really instrumental in this Niue outfit, he's shaping to be a pretty key cog in this Niue machine. It's now through Tyler Love and Raupitikihi driving for Lamberg. They've just got up the field, rambled up in sort of 3 to 4 touches, and the strike dump is right on the 7. What a try there.
I think he's got him there.
He
What
has
a touch.
too. What an effort there. And he's subbing straight off too. Maybe a bit winded. But that's the desperation. And when you talk about, you thought Niue would have had everything to play for, that's the sort of desperation that they'd be looking for.
I think there was a little foot in the ruck there.
Yeah, Borderground. I think he's just getting the comms now. Yeah, there it is. They've managed to get the right call in the end.
They've come to the bunker there, and we've sent them the right signal.
As Niue coming down the left-hand side, yeah, bobble it at the roll ball when it's in that fashion. Usually that means that there's a foot in there somewhere.
Well, I think Bailey actually trod on it and hurt his ankle, so the key for the touch judge was to say, oh, this guy's limping because he's trod on the ball there, so that probably gave it away.
Now Niue running a rooster, just feeding the deeper. Feeding the deep wrapper. They've got a second phase. They're stringing something together. Short ball to the length. The ball was down there, in my opinion. And the referee agrees. Vaughan Pahiva, he goes over. Well, it's just they got him on the second phase here.
Well, we spoke about that when Ryan was in here earlier. The second phase has only happened 3 or 4 times, and it's resulted in tries every time. With the way that the Lynx are striking now, it's very hard for them to recover once there is a second phase.
Yeah, absolutely. It was something that we talked about in the Māori fixture with Pati Nasalio. And yeah, especially against this Māori, because they defend so well off the single phase, and they find it quite easy just to defend that single phase. So if you can string a few of them together, then you really get them going on the back foot as they look to bounce them back out. Teka running the numbers. Is the touch made?
Wow, that's... No, he's missed him. No, he's missed him.
He missed him. Great diving effort there from Patrick Lamb, but Teka, yeah, they're really something special, aren't they, these boys?
Yeah, they are. That was a little bit telegraphed, I thought. You could see Carter Skinner having the hands out like he was always doing it, but still they did it so well that you couldn't stop it.
Straight back out, and just a kick up of the feet, kick up of the heels, and he's crossed over for yet another one there for the Māori. Now Niue, there's still plenty of time left in this game to string a few good phases together. They've got him on the outside, the draw and pass. That's going to help. Ton of Love crosses over on the left-hand side.
That was a great play, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, they faked the EML and then faked the feed and then bounced them back out. It's a nifty little play. Tatanasimi pulling the strings. And the ball was right out in front. Brilliant hands there from Limoni. Draw and pass, and Ton of Love gets Niue's 4th of the afternoon. Down by 3 with 10.5 minutes left. They're not out of it by any means of the imagination, but they're probably going to have to tighten up a little bit, I think, Niue, if they're wanting to steal this one. And that's not how they're going to do it. There's a bit of back and forth. Touch ended up being called by the referee.
The problem is they've got so much strike on the field. It's every time Niue score and they get a repeat set, you just don't know who it's coming, who's getting the ball. Look.
He's just waltzed through there. Tyler Love just looking for an attacker. Pops the ball over the top. Ball goes to ground. Holding is the call, though. You could see it happening in the in goal. But he just waltzed through the middle channel there, Gaz.
Yeah, I think they were thinking the big double cutout was coming, and they just held off.
And I think he's actually been sent to the bin here.
Oh. Yeah, that's going to hurt defending 6 on 5 here.
Especially for 2 whole sets. So Robson lobs the ball over the top. Wanakore was the ball down. It was indeed. So if you're new to the rules here, professional foul there committed by Niue. So they've had a player sent to the sin bin. He stays there, for 2 attacking sets and 2 defensive sets. That's the first attacking set done and out of the way. And Maori have managed to convert their 6 on 5 advantage.
Yeah, I think they would have had plenty of practice from last game. Niue, it seems like they've spent half this tournament defending with just 5 players, but. Yeah, that lead's kicked out again, back to 4.
And attacking-wise, what is your game plan when you go down to 5? Gaz, when you're attacking against 6 players?
Oh, not throw in intercept. That would be one of them.
Tyler Love, he's got it, and he's streaking away down the left-hand side. He'll have enough wheels to go all the way. And, yeah, just the pass not quite going to hand there. You could see what they were trying to do. They tried to run a little ninja bounce play out on the right-hand side in that middle link channel, but just a misdirected pass from Tatanasimi, and then it just fell into the lap of Tyler Love, and he just streaked away down that left-hand side. And the ball goes down, so that's their 9th for the afternoon, the Maori. And now
Okay, so he's actually let them back on there, but I know he's still in the in goal. They've got 6 on here, and they've got 1 in the bin, so...
They've just corrected that.
Yep.
So they've brought 1 player off. They're still attacking with 5. And
There's still another set, isn't there? Because they threw an intercept. Oh, does that count as one? Because he intercepted, it must. So this would be the final set.
I mean, I know the rules, but I haven't gone over it with a fine-tooth comb, so we'll see what the referees do.
Yeah,
Maybe
they brought him back now.
Brought him back on.
But he's in the end goal with cramp, so I think they should just throw someone on from the sideline, which they have.
Yep, they're back to their full complement here in Niue, so they're back to 6 on 6, conceding the 2 tries while the player was in the sin bin, and he's just rejoining the box now. And you talk about effort and what a sapping day it has been. A lot of players coming down with cramp as we approach the back end of day 1. Maori looking to strike from a long way out there.
There's not much time in between games, is there? It's nearly game on, game off in most cases for these men's guys. So by the time you're finished your warm down, it's ready to warm up again.
Yeah, game management definitely going to play a big part in this one. There's Niue through Limoni. Just looking quite narrow through the middle of the field, aren't they, Niue? They just need to get a little bit of spacing as they try to finish on their side of the field, but just looked a little bit narrow there for Niue. Now the ball through Lamberg. They really injected some pace. Take a look to get on the outside. Diving touch there made from Niue.
They're a pretty well-oiled machine, but aren't they?
Well, I'll tell you what, by looking at this team, you think they would have been training for the last 8 weeks. Potentially more.
And they've just thrown themselves together, but admittedly, there's a lot of them that do play together in the local comp, so they all know each other.
And Niue, a little bit of sting taken out of their game. Staring down the barrel of a 5-try deficit. There's just 6 minutes, just under 6 minutes left to go in this game. And we'll see if they can build on their 4 tries that they've managed to cross for so far.
I think they need to finish this game under 5 tries to jump Cook Islands on the ladder. So the last 5 minutes here is pretty important.
The long ball goes out to the left. Can they finish? Touch was made by Bailey Teo Haere, and he stood out, I think, unfortunately. And he's put in a mountain of work, hasn't he? The Maori winger.
Yeah, they haven't, no subs for the wingers these days, so, which I can't understand how they do that, because we're expecting them to make all the reads, so there's got to be a fatigue factor or a time where they just getting their breath back. But that's the way that they're all rolling with, or at least that far box side guy. He just seems to dawdle up the field and get his breath back then.
Yeah, well, I suppose he's having to read, and he doesn't really get involved much in the yardage, so there's that as reprieve as they run a passive out the back. The Maori and Lennox Taker
wasn't that well executed.
I was going to say, he scored about his 80th try for the day. He's crossed over for a fair few. And it was just a simple passive play out the back. Kingston Lamberg was directing traffic. Raupi Takehi with the strike dump, just drawing the middle up for Niue. And then it was just bang out the back, caught the wing, hot on his heels. And the Maori crossover for another one.
Yeah, 10-4.
Now, Niue coming up to just under, so there's about 4 minutes left in this one, the final fixture of the day. Tatanasimi going down, he'll get the quickie back. It's an open side one. He's thrown it, no, close to throwing another intercept. It was Tyler Love again.
Swap their wingers. Tyler Love's on that wing, being the intercept king now.
Well, he's on the defensive end. They've got Hoani Wanakore that's scoring them at the other end on that side. So, as you said, Gaz, well-oiled machine, this Māori outfit. Tatanasimi once again looking for the QB. And just not being able to find many holes in this Māori defence. Quite robust. Now changing the point of the attack. Looking for the long ball out wide. Have they caught him out there? Ball is down. There it is. And another man away from the Niuean outfit. That is their 5th for the afternoon. And that was just persistence there.
It's probably the most the Māori side's conceded all day, but isn't it?
I think so. I know for sure they only conceded 3 within their first 2 games. And the Niueans will be pretty proud of the effort that they can put 5 on them. It's just a matter of when it comes down to tomorrow, if they do manage to crack the top 4, of reducing the amount of tries that they let in, because scoring 5 is no easy feat. Now the Māori through Skinner. Taker looking to come around on the scoop and the little follow play. He fell over the defender, which is unfortunate. And that just really opened up the gap in between the 2 middles. And the Māori have scored their 11th with 2.5 minutes left. You think they're full of plenty of running.
It's when you know you've run a play well, isn't it? When you see the guy sprawl, the defender sprawled over on the ground, nowhere near where the play's run.
As we see on the Struddy's replay. Yeah, just lost his footing there due to the evasion of Lennox Taker, or was that Kaya Taker, I think it was.
It was Kaya, I think.
And so Niue through Lamb. Coming around, they're just trying to string together a few passes in a few phases. Not quite working on that occasion for Niue, but they'll reset. Coming out to the 7-metre line, getting the quickie, stepping back towards the short side. Lamb, touch and pass there, absolutely. And yet another turnover from Niue.
Who can stop this side tomorrow? Who you backing to make the grand final against them?
Well, there's the Indigenous team are looking probably the most likely. I think at the moment they're sitting 2nd on the ladder. And I suppose it'll just be the Māoris to lose. Whoever can crack their robust defence will be the ones that'll do it. But when you can score 12 tries in a game, especially ones as easy as that, then I suppose doesn't really matter, Gaz.
No, I agree with you. Probably the Indigenous on their day are the only one that can foot it with them. They've got a lot of experience as well, and we see that towards the back end of these games, or in the big moments of these games, the sides with experience are the ones coming out on top, aren't they?
Absolutely. But as we know, with any sort of knockout style final system, it's whoever comes prepared on the day. So you never know. Depending on who finishes in 4th place, they'll probably most likely play the Māori. Obviously, there's still a few round games to complete tomorrow, but Māori are looking likely to finish top of the table. So whoever finishes 4th, all it takes is one game. Forward pass off the ruck has been called. Tatanasimi throws the ball down in frustration, and he's tried hard for them, has Taimana Tatanasimi. And with the last sort of 15 seconds ticking away, the Māori, I'm probably sure, they'd be pretty happy just to
kill the clock.
Yeah, kill the clock. That's it. As the hooter goes in the background, there it is. The final score of 12-5. The Māori side pretty dominant, not just in this game, but throughout the day. It's been the story of the day on the men's side of the draw. And they run out victors 12-5 in this game. Gaz, what did you make of that one?
Yeah, class shone out in the end. Niue did their best and they got 5 tries, which, as we said before, is probably the most that the Maori sides had conceded against them. But maybe at the back end of the day, they run out a bit of steam too. So what a fantastic day we've seen today. Both fields going at once on the live stream, which is a pretty unique thing in itself. I don't think there's too many comps that run both live streams. So hopefully all the viewers and all the countries have been able to watch their teams play, which is a great thing and great exposure for the sport in those Pacific Islands.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you are, we hope you're joining us tomorrow for day 2 of the 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. We've got 5 round games to complete tomorrow. And again, it'll be dual live streamed as we go to the leaderboard at the moment. At the end of day 1, it is the Maori way out ahead on 20 points, closely followed by the Indigenous, Samoa and the Cook Islands, although they are only in that top 4 by way of points differential. And then on the women's side of the draw, the Indigenous, who are looking pretty sharp today, well-oiled machine, led by Rani Hagen, coached by Bo Dela Cruz. They're looking pretty sharp. And Cook Islands are looking sharp as well. The Edith Nathan-led team, they're on 11 points. Maori and Samoa round out the top 4. So with 5 round games tomorrow, Gaz, there's still jockeying for position to come.
Yeah, there's still definitely room on that leaderboard to move up and down. So tune in tomorrow. It should be a great day. And yeah, big shout out, mate, for today's effort in the commentary box. Did a fantastic job. And we thank all our sponsors and we hope to see everyone back tomorrow.
Absolutely. So from us here, signing off for the day 1 of 2024 Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. We'll see you tomorrow.